is ready to start day 3 of Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship. Day 3, this is beautiful play day for Group A. We had 2 days until now. I do apologize for my webcam. It's now working as intended, but it's going to be a lovely day. I have my chair finally. I'm so happy for this because it's actually so comfortable. I have my cup of tea. We have our teams who are ready to go into Summon's Rift, but it's going to be on the show today. Without further ado, I would like to introduce the desk. Well, it's Middlecott the teacher and Foxtrot the teacher as well somehow.
Double teacher.
Oh, my webcam is out of work.
What is going
Pleasant
on?
surprise.
What is going on? Like, producer was in my ear literally 5 seconds ago. Like, Middlecott, your webcam's out of focus. Your webcam's out of focus. I thought I'd fixed it, but clearly Foxtrot has stolen all of my pixels because he is looking very handsome today.
What can I say? I'm locked in, mate. I am focused, and I hope our teams are as well.
Well, welcome to the show. What do we have to say before I introduce the casters? Anything at all. I'm giving you this one opportunity.
I have something. We're going to see an upset today. We're going to see it. Nord, Vatones, someone's dropping a game. I can smell it.
Okay. I love this bit. Middlecott, do you want to upgrade?
Yeah, I'm going to have to diametrically oppose Foxtrot and say that this is probably the most cut and dry day of NLC that I have seen in a long time. I made my predictions on Twitter and I am 100% confident that all those are going to be coming through. I don't see a way that the teams that I predicted are going to win are going to drop any games.
You know what? I take your sentence and I'll raise you with you don't see it, but we don't see you as well. By the way, you're really blurred out. With that in mind, let's toss it to a caster to know who's going to be screaming today in the Summon's Rift for the first time. Solari, welcome. And Initialize, how are you doing?
I'm doing really well. I get to be joined by Solari minus the Iron Locket, so I get like the best part.
Well, we'll see about that, brother, because wherever Solari goes, the Iron Locket is always there, because you know why.
You saved this one for a long time, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Legitimately, I've been prepping these lines purely to like wind up Alicia as much as I can.
He's no, you're literally just reusing the lines from Yu Masters, brother.
They don't know that. It's fine.
But now they do.
Wow.
It's right.
Oh, welcome and
That's gonna
good
be a
luck
good day.
within the Rift. Do you agree this is going to be a dry day or an upset is coming?
I actually have my eyes on light side here a little bit because I think they're 0-2, but I think that's somewhat unfair. I think, yes, their mid games kind of got a little bit exposed, but they had some really solid early games that actually turned up in both the games they lost. And I think they've got a game against Verdant, who are perhaps a little bit of a paper tiger at 1-1. So I half wonder whether light side might come out of this going 2-2 overall in the day, or over the sort of the play-in such as it is. So I think we might be keeping our eyes on light side to maybe make a bit of a run up the table.
I'm gonna keep my ass on Verdant, though. You know what? I'm gonna keep my ass on them, because I wasn't fully convinced with what I saw from them last week, but I still think they got more in their pockets, and if there is any better time to show it, it's literally right now.
Hey, love it. By the way, Solari, is that a cat?
Yes, it literally does.
Thank you so much. That's all I wanted. Back to the desk. So, gentlemen. Oh, he's back.
Hey.
How do you do that? You don't even know, do you?
No clue.
There you go. You know what would be wonderful? Hey, Middlecott, can you do this?
No.
Oh, you don't?
I don't want to move. I don't want to move.
You
right?
can't do this as well, can you? Oh, look at that. Look at that. If you want to be sitting like them, which is horrible, you do you. But if you want to be sitting like a king, you can participate on the Arozzi giveaway. All you need to do is head on to Twitter, follow NLC League of Legends. Then you go on to Instagram and follow Arozzi Official. And then all you have to do is like, retweet the post on Twitter. Come on, this is so simple. You can win one of these bad boys, which are extremely comfortable, by the way. I'm so happy with this one. I don't even know where my other one is. It's so good. So head on to Twitter, head on to Instagram. It's your time to shine and actually sit on a beautiful chair with Arozzi. We are back on this one, and I would like you both to guide me through day 1, not day 2, day 1, because we separated the days into Group A, Group B. What happened on day 1? Who wants to start this one?
I'll give us a go. And the most hyped team that I believe has ever been hyped coming into an NLC split completely failed to disappoint. Los Ratones were absolutely immaculate, especially that first game up against Nord, a 26-minute win versus a team that we were expecting to be right there up at the top of the table. So for me, it feels like Los Ratones with another emphatic victory over Lightside really are our S-tier team at the moment. But then we've got Verdant, we've got Nord, we've got Bulldog coming through at 1-1, fighting up against each other. And yeah, to be perfectly honest, I don't know if there is any team that is really going to be able to get a handle on Los Ratones. Obviously, improvements are going to occur over the course of the split, but they just look so damn clean from minute 1.
I think it's worth pointing out as well, this is against Nord, who is another very star-studded lineup here in the NLC. Like this team is easily top 3 in my opinion. At least coming into the split, we expected them to be top 3, and they were dismantled by Los Ratones. It wasn't close at all. I really liked what I saw from them. I know it's just easy points here to glaze the Rats when, you know, they're as popular as they are, but legit, I mean, these guys just didn't really show us too many weaknesses, especially in this game. In the second game though, they played versus who was it? Was it Lightside or was it Verdant they played versus? I can't remember. My brain's forgetting. But either way, it was a little closer. This one here, however, though, is where I start to feel a bit disappointed from the teams in NLC, specifically from Bulldog. Now, I got a bit of playful bullying on the old Twitter Rooney for saying some things about Bulldog not playing very well, but I expect more from them, man. I expect more from them, and today they're one of the upsets that I want to see, which was, you know, it almost happened in this game as well with Lightside. The very first kind of like 10-15 minutes was exceptionally close, but then the Ratones just kind of, you know, decided they wanted to win, and here we are 23 minutes into the game with an exceptionally one-sided finish.
This is what's beautiful, because everyone that was able to keep up with the progress of Los Ratones got to see them confused at the beginning. They were like, oh, this isn't an influencer team. And then you look into it and you're like, no, not even close. They're upgrading and they're just better right now. And this is complicated to even face this team. Do you agree with that, Milcod?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If we're talking about big performers from week 1, I think that the Bals and his unique playstyle transferred very well over to the NLC. The amount of pressure that he was continually putting out on side lanes, teams trying to answer him, and Los Ratones responding correctly and getting a lot more on the other parts of the map. But I think Reckless, for me, was phenomenal. Some of the engages that he was getting on the Alistair, on the Rel, were absolutely ridiculous. No wonder he's a world champion, right? This guy is playing so far above the level of supports that I've seen in the NLC. For a very, very long time. And I think that the onus very much is on the other teams in the league to find something to try and match Los Ratones, because they are the team to beat right now. Nord on our screen, definitely, I think, the organization that has the best shot at doing that, just with the raw power on their roster. But then you look at someone like Bulldog, Kasing, Exofeng, Lules. These guys have been around a little bit, but even someone like Lumvis Lightside, yes, there are names that we don't really recognize on there. Yes, they've had a pretty rough start to their NLC campaign, but Harbo, Rusty Snipers, mid-tier players in the NLC last year, but they did have peak performances where they looked exceptional.
And this is what we have for the menu today. This is our schedule for day 3 of NLC Winter. It's going to start with Bulldogs versus Nord, followed by Lightside versus Verdant to see if they're capable of showing up their roster, or will Verdant take them down. Los Ratones will fight versus the Bulldogs, and then Nord will take on LLS. This is an interesting matchup in my opinion. And to wrap up the day, the last one is going to be Verdant versus Los Ratones. Keep in mind that we're still on seeding stage, and at the end of the day, we'll be aware of who's going to get those numbers before we head on into tomorrow, which is day 4, and then onto the playoff stage. This is actually like an interesting split because you get the seeding and then it's just survive. try to survive with this one in mind. I've heard your prediction, Foxtrot. I've heard your statement, Milocott. So I'd like to see it on paper because we did some predictions, and now we're going to show everyone how the casters are looking into day 3. As it stands, oh, okay. Everybody's looking for Nord on first game. Foxtrot has a different idea, a little bit split in between on LLS and Verdant. Los Ratones are taking a full win on game 3, Nord on game 4, and at the end, Foxtrot, you have some explanation to do. Enlighten me.
Mate, I might be cooking something foul in that last game. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. Looking at it now, I'm thinking. I don't know. Past me has some explaining
He's
to
doubting.
do. But hey, but I want to see it, dude. I want to see it. I think Verdant have been a pretty sick wild card so far. Like they've actually been pretty good. From what we've seen of them, but they've got potential, maybe. But the first game, I truly believe in. Like, I do think Bulldog have the capacity to upset Nord. Like, Nord have been decent. They've been good. I think on paper, especially, like I would argue they're the better team. But I think it's Bulldog. Bulldog's just they have a decent roster, and with the bot lane specifically as well. It's something that I'm looking forward to seeing how they can do.
There you go. Well, the expectations are there, but something was missing from NLC. And I believe you have an idea of what I mean by this. Every single time we go on to NLC, we have a game show that our host, who has some issues, brings up weird games and tests the knowledge of the desk. Well, since I have high IQ British individuals on the desk with me today, and another one on the cast, by the way, I would like to play a game of who wants to be a challenger. I know you want to, Middlecott, your fingers don't allow you, but at least we'll try to pretend like it's a possibility.
Foxtrot's got an inherent advantage here. He's been challenger. What?
So what I'm gonna do is I'll present a question, and you will raise your arm if you know the answer. The first one to raise its arm will be able to give me an answer. If you get a correct answer, you get 1 point. If you fail, well, it's on you. I don't care. Keep in mind, chat, you're allowed to play this one, and even co-streamers are allowed to play this one. Do let me know the result at the end, and who was the one that actually did the worst job from the desk. Starting from first question. What champion has a 100% presence so far? Wukong, Varus, Cassante, or Victor? Is that a hand up, Middlecott, or are you just thinking?
I'm thinking, I'm pondering.
That's a weird way to do it, but I think, okay, Middlecott, who is it?
Do you know what?
Yeah.
He's broken literally every single... Cassante, surely.
We are in the Arcane season. Do you want to lock that in?
Well, hold on, now that you've said that... Yeah, no, do you know what, Archer? Yeah, I do want to lock it in. C, Cassante.
You know what? You fell for the bait because in reality, it is Cassante, by the way. Cassante is 100% present so far, either on picks, either on bans. Moving on to the next one. Middlecott with 1 point. Come on, Fox, you got this. What team has the biggest overall game duration? Bulldog, Verdant, Venomcrest, or Nord? I don't know why I highlighted that, but it's not related to the answer. Or maybe it is, I don't know.
Okay, so it might be D, it might not be D. Nord might be getting involved. I can't... Dude, like, I feel like...
Think about it,
my
Fox,
God,
think about it.
Tough. This is tough. Bulldog had a pretty long game versus Lightside, but they got wrecked versus...
But my thing as well is, like, I went back and looked at the Venomcrest Rich Gang game, because I think me and Jamada were both losing our minds over that one. It was only 40 minutes, which is long, but it is not like a marathon.
It's not. Overall game duration, they played 2 games, so even if one is 40...
Screw it.
Middlecott, do let me know.
Screw it, Venomcrest.
Oh, that's a good attempt, but a bad at the last moment. Yeah, it's not correct, it's not. Foxtrot, you want to take a bite?
Yeah, I'm going to say it was Verdant.
Now we're talking. It starts with a V, and the V stands for it's incorrect. It was Bulldogs with 36.43 minutes with an overall game duration. This was a hard one, so let's make
Should
this
have trusted
easier,
myself.
Okay? What champion has the biggest KDA in the league so far? Kalista, Gali, Zera, or Corki?
I know this one.
He knows. Fox!
I don't actually know it, but I'm going to guess Galio.
Wait, you just... Are you lying?
The reason for this is, I think only Rats have played it, no? Surely Nemesis has like an insane KDA on this. That's my guess.
Now we're talking. It is... Galio with 35 KDA.
Yeah, I told you I knew it. Never doubted it.
I'm just letting you know. 35 KDA.
Yeah,
that's the big
disgusting.
one. We have a tie. Middlecott Fox. Fourth question. Two players share the highest KDA in the league with 35 KDA. They also share the same home country. Where are they from? Portugal, Denmark, Norway, or Slovenia? Middlecott, you raise your hand.
Slovenia.
Are you sure they're not Danish? Because somewhere Duckling exists.
They are not Danish. Nemesis would never be Danish. Never in his life.
Oh, you fell for the bait of the previous question for this one. They are, in fact, Slovenia. Two players from Los
Can't play
Ratones.
with my heart like that, man.
Is Velio Slovenian? Is it Velio? Who's the other one?
Nemesis and Crowny.
Oh, Crowny, of course, yeah.
Nemesis and
I didn't realize he
Crowny.
was also
You're not up on
Slovenian.
your Slovenes. Foxy.
No, I'm not.
And one.
No,
You need to
I'm
fix
not.
that.
Okay, this is it. Foxtrot. Can you tie it up, or will
Okay.
Middlecott be the first one winning a game show? By the way, the desk member who has the most amount of wins on the game show by the end of the split will receive a special present from me.
I'm locking in.
Production is not aware of this. This is a special present I'm giving away. That I'm the one planning. Nobody knows what this is. Fifth and last question. Who's the player with the highest death count? Okay, Foxtrot, raise his arm. Is it Lottie, Balsi, Leon Lecargo, or Rusty Sniper? Foxtrot, you raise your hand.
We have to go with Baus. That's gotta be my guess. I put my hand up before I even knew what the question was because I've got to full send it because else I'm losing. So, but it's gotta be Baus. Surely he died
I
five times
tried.
on the Cho'Gath.
I actually tried to make
0-5-0.
this one a hard one.
But
It's on me. It's on me. It's not even close.
it's not the Baus.
It's not the boss. This was a trap.
Yo, the NLC.
You
teams
fell
need to
into my
step it
trap
up.
cards.
They need to
Baited.
step it up.
Absolutely baited. So,
Middle
right.
cut. This could
So-
be you.
My thinking
Uh,
is Rusty Sniper
Okay.
is an Inter.
We all
okay.
agree on that statement. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's just a true statement.
Yeah. He agrees with that as well. Yeah.
But I feel like Leo Lecargo had some like rough games. Like I think he had like a 10 death game. So I'm gonna go with him as my answer.
We're gonna lock it in.
Yeah, lock it in. Lock it in.
If you fail, will you allow yourself to get a -1 point?
What kind of-
Hold on, no, what?
If you
No,
fail,
oh,
will you
what?
allow
Let's lock it in then.
That's one
He locks
point.
in.
Alright,
Leo
fine. I don't care.
Lecargo.
Screw it. Yeah, go on then.
The answer to this question is Leo Lecargo. It is. It is debated.
I was
Fox, I'm
debated.
so sorry. It's not because of the emote or anything like that. You didn't even get to see the picture. You recently raised your hand.
I just instantly raised it. I was like, I gotta go for this.
Subliminal messaging.
I gotta go for
He's
this.
not even top 10 on deaths, by the way.
That's
That is
crazy.
rough. That
That's
is rough.
crazy.
As he used to say back in 2022, he had a saying called "Oh yo." So that's it. Okay, that was bouncy statement.
Okay.
Well, with that in mind, we have ourselves our first game show winner, Middlecott, and you're winning the race. But I will not let you know what's the present. What I can let you know is that you brought in some media, like some news, correct, Middlecott? You produced something for us, correct?
Well, I think someone was doing some news really. I couldn't confirm if it was myself. Obviously, I only wear nice comfy sweaters like this.
Ah, so it's not you. You know what? Might as well take a peek into understand what are the news for NLC. We'll be right back.
Welcome to NLC News. I'm Middlecott and this is your NLC update. Our top story tonight. The majority of NLC fans shocked to find out there are 9 other teams in the league not named Los Ratones. This discovery was made after the collective brain cell of Los Ratones decided to search up NLC on Leaguepedia and was amazed to find 9 other teams competing in the league. When approached for comment by NLC News, the head of the Los Ratones fan club released a statement which read, and I quote, XDD, we are rats, XDD, XDD. Top laner for Ruddy Sack Perks has come under fire for allegedly dumping 400,000 plastic straws into the ocean in an apparent crusade against those Ramus-looking mother that can swim. This comes just days after being solo killed by Chaos's Turtle in a play which many are calling the greatest play by a Brazilian player in the Northern League of Legends ecosystem since JoJo's infamous Lee Sin kick in the UKEL. In protest of Perk's actions, Verdant have pledged to donate all of their prize money from this year to environmental charities. However, some commentators claim this is merely a cynical attempt from the organisation to finally win a split and to not have to endure the constant haranguing from some sections of the community saying the Aurora Cup doesn't count. GG has taken a new meaning to the fans of Lundvis Lightside, Goo Goo Gaga. Supporters of the organisation have started to use the phrase in reference to their team's role as the coughing baby in the hydrogen bomb-filled Group A. With the stacked rosters around them, not many are expecting success from the Swedish organisation. Management, however, has reassured fans saying that as long as they just don't think about it, nothing bad will happen. Venomcrest continue to surprise absolutely nobody after picking up some bloke from the French third tier who happens to be half decent at League of Legends. In a move that everyone saw coming, their new jungler Kiki is pretty good, and Venomcrest will probably do that thing again where they randomly win a bunch of games and do well for no reason. And finally, in celebration of his excellent start to the NLC, the Norwegian government have awarded citizenship to Nyx from Rich Gang. As part of the ceremony, the formerly Spanish jungler will also receive a check for 1 million krone, which after tax is almost enough to buy 2 whole loaves of bread. That's all from us here at NLC News. I've been Middlecott and this has been your NLC Update.
Thank you for the news, whoever it was on the screen. Lovely of you to bring that up. But now it's time to move on to the first match. We still have to talk about the teams. Calm down, everybody at Twitch. I know, Casa, start the game. It's up to initialize. It's not up to us. So head on to Twitter and spam his DMs with start the game. It's on him, not me. So Bulldog versus Nord. And in reality, in paper, as soon as you look into day one, you look into Bulldog and you're like, there's no way they will win. But what if there's a way?
There is a way. And,
Tell me!
and I believe in it. I believe in it. So the thing with Bulldog, right?
Yes, sir.
From week one, they were cheeks. It was poor, very poor show, and I was exceptionally disappointed in what I saw from them. But the thing is, on paper as a roster, I think they have the talent. They're pretty skilled, especially downside in that bot lane. I've always got to keep my eyes on a Kasing lane because I think he's always great in NLC. I mean, he won it all last year. Exafinger showed us some great things as well. He got into the Ez and Callista in last week, so he's not even played like the particularly that Varus. He hasn't been able to lock in either, and we've seen when Bulldog play through bot side, good things can happen. There's a lot of potential for Bulldog as well to make it happen through there, and the facilitation of that bot with the rest of the draft. Like, we know Ludus can play these setup and these gank style champions. We know Mietic as well can play more teamfight orientated top laners. So it's all good, it's all good to set up for your carries in the mid and in the bot. And I have faith that Bulldog can do that. Nord is not going to be an easy customer. They are very talented in their own rights as well. Just look at the names, they speak for themselves. But Bulldog haven't shown us their best, and I believe their ceiling is high. So this is where I want them to turn it around in a statement game against Nord.
So today, Bulldog will show up and they'll show the team as well to everybody. This is only play day, and this would be important moving on to playoffs. I take your statement. I understand it, Foxdrop. Middlecott, can you counter argument that?
Well, we're talking about like looking at the bot lane, and then we're talking about the big names on Nord, but we do actually need to read them out. I think if you go to any person who has been a casual fan of League of Legends for the last 5 years, and you go, Vizichachi or Mietek, Santorin or Lulis, Noe or Cayman, you're going to be getting them saying that Nord roster is a little bit more familiar. These are players that we recognize, and we recognize them for good reason because they're pretty damn good at what they do. I think that when you move away from the bot lane, that's where the advantage really comes to bear. For Nord, particularly when we're looking in the mid-jungle. I think that Santorin had an exceptional performance in Nord's week, and I think that Noe has also shown a lot of proficiency on stuff like the Victor, which is it's just like the mid lane pick at the moment. Yeah, Arcane season is kind of just the way that things work. So for me, even if the bot lane goes even, and Bulldogs rightly can feel happy about that, the rest of the map I'm expecting to bleed in favor of Nord, and that's where I think the advantages will really come in an even bot lane state.
So from your statement, you telling me that no way will be the defining factor, at least the final piece, the most important piece in favor of Nord. Obviously having Centaur and helping him and all that, but no way is the crucial piece. Is that it?
Well, I'd hope so, right? I think that there have been questions about the size of his champion pool. But there is a reason why this guy has been consistently one of the top performing players in Germany. It's because he just knows how to get it done. Not many people could just start up a team with their friends and get them promoted so high up the ERL system that they actually had to form an org when their org's name was No Need Org. Like, that's just a testament to how good he is. And yes, Cayman has also had some relative success within the German scene, but I think Noe's just got a bit more of an aura about him.
Okay.
Just a bit more of a presence of this
Yeah,
guy.
but listen, dude, if you look at Cayman's champion pool, Cayman's got a bit of an aurora about him. He locked that in and he was sick. You know, he was that guy. And also, we can't ignore the fact that if we get a Bulldog win, there's a high chance of Cayman and his dog showing up again in the winner's interview. And that we need that. We need that again. That, what was his name? Nomi? Oh, that dog was exceptionally sweet. So, listen, I just think if we put it out there, then the universe will manifest it, and we'll get it out. But for real, honestly, Middlecourt, I loved your points. And if this was, what year are we now? 2025? Yeah, maybe if we were 2019, I would have been there with you. Vizichachi, Santorin, X-Matty, Treats. Who are these old fogies, mate? They're washed, bro. It's over. It's over for them. It's Bulldogs time, man. It's Bulldogs time.
I love how it was a debate, and it's now at full-on war.
Hold on, Archer.
Tell me.
I refuse to believe that Foxdrop has just described a team playing against Kasing as washed. Like, I'm not gonna. Kasing,
He's
I love
timeless,
that
bro.
guy. Absolutely lovely. Raymond, one of just the goats of UK League. Okay. But this guy, he has to pause mid-game to go to the post office to collect his pension. Like, that's the scrim schedule for Bulldog right now, okay? So we can't be calling people washed when we've got a 65-year-old on the other team.
Nah, but that's it. With age comes experience and wisdom. In his case.
Wait!
Not in your
But
case.
you're
in my
retracting
case.
on what you
Not
said
in your
then.
case.
You're going back.
Just
I
with
do have a
him.
question, if possible, Middlecott, because you're defending Nord, and I love the way that this is going. Obviously, friendly banter, but Vizichachi has played in multiple roles. You know, but he died against the wall versus a Maokai.
That was perks.
Oh, that was from Ruddy. I'm flaming another team. I'm going for tomorrow. No, that's from the other team. So you're telling me that Nord, even with, well, they have all this experience, they will be able to translate that into the Rift, and Bulldogs, you're telling me Foxdrop, that will translate like Kasing and all that into the game itself. So I see both points. What I want to know is, what champions can we expect? Because we are 1 minute away from champion select, and I know this is a best of one. So do let me know, what champions do we need to expect? we should highlight? Because obviously Skarner is out. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Varus probably is going to be removed as well. Maybe Victor should be removed. I don't know. I know he's heavily influenced by items, and if you're capable of putting Victor behind, you fall short. But what else should we be on the lookout?
Well, I think you've actually highlighted sort of a couple key champions for Nord there, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, Skarner, not really seeing much play, but a very similar champion to him is the Vi that Santorin played both games last week. Very good performances. And then we're looking at stuff like Varus and Ashe for Xmati. I feel like he's always been a bit more of an enabling ADC with these pick-focused champions. And then I just want full damage from No Way. Conditional CC, we're talking about gravity fields, we're talking about petrifying gazes. Not stuff that is necessarily going to start you a fight every single time, but if you've already caught someone out, you can follow up and drop a load of damage on their head. So from Nord, that's what I'm anticipating. Vizicachi's going to play whatever he wants, because let's be honest, this guy, he's been a professional top laner for like 15 years at this point. He can play Gnar, he can play Renekton, he can play Cassandra, he can play Poppy, he can play whatever he wants.
But it did bring a point into the interview, and both of you may help me on this one, where when you have such like high experience from all the players, that may be confusing within the Rift, because everybody's making calls, and it's not like all the calls are wrong. Obviously not. That's the opposite. If all calls are correct, because everybody will bring their experience and they know their calls are correct, but nobody follows them because they have another call in mind. That simple delay of like 1 second could be the defining factor. So when you put that into the Rift itself, is it like 1 week? Is it enough to fix that?
I mean, we don't know.
Because he brought that up on the interview.
Yeah, this is it. There's the potential of having too many cooks in the kitchen, right? Like a lot of voices, a lot of opinions, and you do have to rectify that and find a way to make it happen. So yeah, mate, I mean, I would say by week 2, no, if that is a significant problem for your team, then that will remain a significant problem for your team until at least like a month or 2 of playing together. Like week 2 NLC, it wouldn't have fixed it. From what I saw from them though, like I mean, Vizicachi did mention it, like they do just need to find that cohesion, but they did seem to be moving in a pretty solid way around the map. I don't know why I'm hyping Nord up. They're the bad guys for us this matchup, but yeah, to that point for Bulldog, like you have that that experience voicing Kasing, right? And so yeah, it's simple to follow those calls. I think we'll be seeing Draven as well as a priority pick, to go back to what you guys were talking about, because Exafang is a very good Draven player. So yeah, that's probably going to be taken off the board as well. And aside from that, the standard, you know, like the Skarners, the Victors, and maybe Kalista as well getting taken away, that kind of thing.
Oh, the Kalista as well. Vi, another one from the Arcane in the jungle the previous week, took such a big highlight from both days, it being removed. What else do you take away? Because Red side should be the one dealing with the Skarner, or else Bulldog will just say thank you very much, we'll take that in. And there you go, the Scorpion is gone. We're about to jump into the first one. Don't worry about this champion select. We just have a lot of lines, you know, we just like to see colors.
Yeah, what about bot side then? Varus, Kalista, maybe. Poppy's been against Vizicachi a lot too. The thing is, that's going to throw a wrench in this draft is Vizicachi is probably the biggest carry top laner we have in the NLC. Full stop. Right, like as far as a team that can rely on their top laner to get it done and to carry, it's Nord with Vizicachi, and we saw that last week in his Gnar game specifically. So it's hard. It's hard to play against that. There goes the Kalista. Now, do you pick up that Varus? You know, because that is a very high priority pick, and some other priority bot laners have now gone.
Yeah, I think you've definitely got the potential to do it. I will say, like, the Aurora is open for Cayman as well, but it's actually going to be the Rumble.
I like this.
Really strange, actually, to rotate this early in draft. I feel like the only reason the Bulldogs would pick this is because they're not expecting Vizicachi to pick a hard counter, so they can just kind of slam Rumble into whatever matchup they're going to get, and then they get to counter pick on R2, like with their B2 and B3. But it's a really sort of bold gambit. Usually you expect to see sort of like junglers rotated, maybe mid laners, maybe ADs, like stuff that doesn't get necessarily hard countered by what's going to be going up against it in lane. Nord, though, here responding with the Ezreal. Interesting pick. So often is just seen as stand back, hit Q, and not really contribute all that much. The best Ezreals pilot him close to the edge as possible. They're arcane shifting forward. They're trying to maximize their DPS with that passive. And I think the gambit for Bulldogs here already paying off that on. Not really going to trouble the Rumble too much in top lane.
Yeah, and at this point, if I'm Bulldog, I'm looking for like AoE, I'm looking for crowd control, set up that red carpet, get those big, almost wombo combo team fights coming through in the mid game. I had a quick check of the stats of Bulldog. This Rumble is not a flex. Ludison came in and never played a Rumble game in competitive, so it will. We did see Metic play it last week as well, so you know, we assume it's top side, but there's nothing funky going on here at all. Like, this is going to be top lane Rumble. Getting that Maokai slapped in as well, most likely jungle Maokai, but obviously that can be a bit of a flex down in that bot side as well, arguably top lane as well if you really wanted to get into it, but not with that Rumble. But yeah, again, I want to see crowd control. I want to see see dogpiling. I want to see you go all in. Yone does that. You know, Yone does that, but you've opted into 2 blinds in your solo lanes at this point if you're Bulldog and your first pick, right? Like, that's for me, that signifies, okay, let's get that bot lane sorted. Let's get Exofeng and Kasing going here, and we'll make maybe our solo laners struggle a little bit instead.
Oh, with the Casio coming in, Yone and Maokai might have an issue, and also they're going to be targeting that AD champion pool now in the second phase of bans.
Yeah, and I think this is particularly scary for Bulldog because No Way pulled this out in day 1 against Ronaldo and sent him to 0-5 in this exact matchup. So I feel like Bulldog are trying to play sort of games with the draft, but honestly, Nords are kind of coming out the better end of things as it stands. You've got double AP topside, which means that this Ornn just needs to build the magic resistance, some fire cloak, I can't remember what it's called, and then he's going to be absolutely chilling in that scenario. Nord have got a lot of damage for themselves, but still have flexibility within jungle support that they could grab.
Curious that Wukong was able to last until the second phase for Bulldog to take them away. I was wondering, like, why no one picked that one up. Tell me, Fox, there's something within you. I know you want to bring something out. It's that dog,
baby. That's what it is, and I'm feeling it on the rift as well. The Bulldog. I'm not really. I don't like this draft at all, but it's cool. I'm looking real. That's what I'm looking at. Like, you can see Nord. They get it. They get it. Like what I was saying. Crowd control, all in, engage, that kind of thing. Nautilus, Rakan gone. Rel is like the big other option there, right? Like, I don't think you want to pick, you know, maybe like a Braum or something to deny Ornn, that kind of thing, but I don't really think you're gonna be doing that. I think in this situation, if you're Bulldog, you pick Rel, and then you can, you know, try and last pick the ADC or something and get something positive going there. You know who you're up against though, so you could just try and. I still think like the Varus is a good shout here as well. And with that, maybe you do pick a more supporty style bot laner, but it's going to be that Viego for Santorin, so more carry focus than the Vi, which I would argue is more of like a team orientated champion. So we'll see if Santorin's got those carry pants on.
Yeah, to an extent though, I don't think he really needs them as much this game, right? I think so often we see Viego picked in scenarios where he has to be a primary damage threat, and when you've got a Cassiopeia and an Ezreal piloted by someone as good as Xmati, you can afford to play a bit more of the sort of cleanup duty, which is, I think, the style that Viego really prefers to opt into. You don't necessarily want to be diving in right at the beginning of the fight because, I mean, Yone Rumble, that's enough damage there to completely cook you. But if you can come in when someone's on 30% HP, you get that reset, and then you can start taking over. Always like looking with Viego's at the basic abilities that he's going to be able to steal away. And Maokai, for me, absolutely S tier. Gap closer on the W combined with a root, and you've got the Q Bramble Smash knockback as well. Really powerful tools in team fights, and he's going to need them because when you're going up against Jinx Lulu, one overstep means death. Resets for them all of a sudden, and your team being wiped.
This could be it to seal the deal for Nord with Engage. They have AoE, they have everything, they have follow-up. But apparently they're going to track back and do the Carmen right now. So movement speed as well. This is an interesting one. Okay, we have the team set up, locked in. Obviously, we went with the Bulldog in favor of Fox and the Nord in favor of Middle. At the end of the champion select, where did we stand?
Oh, mate, I'm feeling woozy. I'm not.
Woozy.
Yeah, I'm not really liking this. I don't like the pivot towards Jinx Lulu in this last 2 picks of Bulldog personally, because like now you think like you've got a dive in comp, a comp that wants to go forward, throw everything forward, and take these scrappy fights. And who's going in? Rumble, Yone, Maokai. Maokai's the only one there who's going to be tanky, right? Everyone else is just gonna blow up, which. Yeah, not ideal. I really wanted to see a support that could go in there and soak up some of that as well. The Lulu to protect Jinx is like, it's cool, but I just don't think it fits your team quite as well. And on the other hand, you know, when you've got that Karma especially coming through from Nord, I think it's a great adaptation and a great pick, because again, you know, people jump in from Bulldog, you mantra the shield, disengage, and then you go back in a little while later when Bulldog's already used their stuff. So I have to say, as much as I want Bulldog to win, draft-wise, I like what Nord have done.
Metalcart, final words before we toss it to the cast. Make it simple.
I don't know, man. I
freshy.
feel like so often League of Legends games are decided by whose tank is able to last longer in a team fight, and I feel like an Ornn is going to be an AP jungle Maokai every single day of the week.
I don't know, if you go AP, are you not squishy, like extremely squishy?
You get Leandries, but it just doesn't. You just can't stand in the middle of 5 people and survive for 20 seconds like Ornn can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So both of you are looking uninclined towards Nord. Is that it?
I mean, I've still got to sit on
Interesting.
Bulldog, obviously, because
you have that
yeah,
dog.
I'm not a wimp, mate. I'm not a flip-flopper. I'm not French. You do not call me Monsieur Philippe, first name Philippe. Je suis pas Philippe Philippe. I am. I'm knocked in, baby, and that's. Don't know where that came from. It's Bulldog. It's Bulldog.
Box
Straight
drop.
out the gate.
Talking French was not in my bingo card for today. It was just not. I don't know where you stand, chat. I don't know. I would like to hear your prediction as well. Who do you think is going to win? Just spam the chat and make the life of our moderators extremely complicated. Now, to make it easier for everybody who's listening, how about we toss it to the castle for the first time within the rift of NLC Division 1? We have Salati and Initialize. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Artron. We just heard the wonderful words of wisdom from Monsieur Flop. Not heard that alter ego from Foxy before, but I'm glad to see that he's bringing out a little bit of French culture here in the NLC. Both of the analysts there were a little bit worried about the options for that dive comp to really get going and survive the dive into what is a fairly hefty disengage and tanky frontline on the side of Nord.
That's the thing though, it's not just the front line for Nord. As much as I agree with middle court that Ornn is going to be exactly the thing that is going most likely to survive the initial engage from Bulldogs, it's all the other things that they have drafted to their team comp that can survive this engage and turn it into a nice disengage for themselves, especially if you consider Norway is playing on Cassiopeia this time. And Cassiopeia is going to be great into Yone, into Rumble, into Maka, who are going to try to go into her, and their engage is pretty straightforward. It's pretty easy to read, and it's really easy to catch them into the ultimate and stop the engage right there.
And how many times have we seen Viegos be able to ult away from people trying to dive onto him, then claim the body, turn it right back around, stealing all those engage tools? You've got an Ezreal as well, who is pretty notorious for being hard to get to, especially when you've already got those tools in front to help disengage. So I completely agree with that. That said, I do somewhat see what Bulldog are trying to do. I don't think it's going to be that easy into this composition, but I can sort of see what the idea is. That look, we've got all of this upfront damage burst with the Maokai ult that sets up for a really good Rumble ult and a really good Yone ult, because everyone will be rooted in place for those two ults to be point and click. And then you get a reset for Jinx with the rocket, and then you've got the Lulu behind the Jinx to finish up the fights from there. And I sort of see that 1-2-3 combo of the Maokai ult into the 2 solo lane ults, into the Jinx running over things. I just don't know how easy that's going to be as we head on to the Rift. And you've heard the concerns. We've all got them. Already hovering over Norway's Cassiopeia, who did despicable things to Ronaldo. Nord are going for a 2-man invade, but there are every single member of Bulldogs around. But that ward is a known quantity, and the resets come on through, and we don't have any level 1 violence in early first bloods this time around.
A little bit unsatisfied with that, but it's okay. You know what? We're still going to have a lot of blood happening around. I was honestly just looking at how the drafts were going. I was expecting that Nord were maybe cooking up a little bit of a lane swappy situation, especially showing up a little bit of that. Who was it? Oh my god. Can you remind me, because we were talking about it? Sion, right, that was Sion that they were
yes.
hovering
Yeah.
for a hot second there, but in the end did not happen, and it looks like we are getting a little bit of the lane swap. But the thing is, they still have On for Vizichachi on the top lane, and On is still going to be mighty fine into the bot lane of Bulldog coming onto him.
And it is Bulldog that initiate this when we were wondering whether with the Ornn lock-in it might be the other way around, as you were kind of saying. However, instead of sending Miatic to go follow Ludus, they've actually sent the mid lane to try and manage the early difficult levels into the Cassiopeia. You've already said actually can be a bit annoying to manage for Cayman, but Treats has roamed on up early here, gets a Mantra Q down, and immediately trades a damage right on back. And the lanes will become a 2v2 in mid lane, at least for the moment.
I missed that a little bit of this Aram-like action on the mid lane. It makes total sense again for Bulldog's side, because Cayman, we have seen already Cassiope being drafted into Yone and Yone then being forced to go to another lane just because it hurts so much to be standing against Cassiope on the early levels until he gets the boots, until he gets to level 6. It's just pain.
Chachi has got Grasp and a Biscuit and a desire to catch as many minions as he can into a Jinx Lulu top side, but it is giving on the other side for Nord. Ex-Mati a lot of free time on this bot lane to pick up as much free CS and experience as he can. Chachi been chunked, hits the level 2 finally, but is not having a particularly fun time up here in the 1v2. But hey, welcome to lane swap top laners. You just don't get to have much fun.
You don't get to have any fun at all, I'm afraid. But at least most likely he's not going to be dove, considering all the changes we've had to the damage from the turrets and the damage from the minions and the changes to the minion waves. Most likely Chachi is going to survive this. And as I say that, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, that was the most caster curse I've heard in a while. Just goes, yeah, he'll be fine, right? No, he's not. Chachi died for first blood. And you can blame Solari for that one, straight up.
You cannot blame me for that. You can blame the combination of Jinx Lulu on the early levels. Very obnoxious and very safe bot lane duo. But you can blame me a little bit. Okay, fine. I take that.
Mid lane, good trade there from Cayman, who has been allowed to get through some of those slightly riskier early levels against the Caspian. Actually has a decent chunk. We'll have a look at this replay now. Chachi at the level 2. He gets caught out here and just eats a lot of free damage. The zap comes on through, and yeah, that's a dead Ornn.
Yeah, that's obviously just
away.
Pure damage, yes. And with Kasing tanking 2 turret shells just to make sure that Jinx can stay further on the lane and farm up, or they have a very safe reset. It just worked out for Bulldog, and now they have 1 feat of strength already to their name.
They do, and for those who've not been paying that much attention to this season of League of Legends as yet, you can see all those feats of strength underneath the names. But that might have to wait for a second, because Treats has come in for a gank into mid lane. The renewal does its work, roots down Cayman. Of course, it's no way that picks up the kill, and Santorin's even there to pick up an assist on top of it all.
And we got another kill for Nord. They're making sure that they are getting, keeping the situation on the mid lane a little bit neutralized. Also, potentially looking forward to the main objectives, because we have both the Drake and the first set of Krabbies spawning relatively soon. But I'm first looking at this Drake, because it's going to be an infernal one. And again, taking the objectives for the feats of strength sounds rather important these days. I am, by the way, quite happy that apparently they are going to be changing the feats of strength a little bit. At least the first blood one. I think it's going to be first 3 kills.
Makes a little bit more sense. In the sense that First Blood is being a little bit volatile, can be quite frustrating, I think, for people to play against sometimes, even if it is as much a game feel thing as an actual stats thing. I can understand the decision there to make that a little less binary, so to speak. So you can see how that all plays out as splits and patches and stuff keep going on. The dragon now spawned. Viego, known quantity just got pinged out on his raptors, so not really doing too much here. Been a relatively quiet early game outside of the 2 spicy bits in the mid lane. A second or 2 here to wait.
We're still looking forward to bigger fights a bit later on in the game. I would say the mid games especially, where things are going to get heated. And as I'm saying it, I'm looking at Mierek, who might yet again prove me wrong on this top lane. But if Mierek could get a kill on this top lane, or just at least get a little bit more prior, that would have been pretty much free grabbies for Bulldog yet again to go towards the second feat of strength, because they already have 1. They just need 2 big objectives, and that's it.
If you can get towards that additional bit of gold could be quite nice. So on the side, you know, if you're Nord and you do get those feats of strength, you've got the Ornn on your team as well. You just get loads of free items worth of gold as the game goes on from those Ornn items on top of your feats of strength. Can feel pretty good.
Actually, yeah, if you think about it. Because you have Ornn on your team, and also on top of that you have Cassiopeia, who doesn't even need to buy boots whatsoever.
Doesn't need boots! That's so true.
You're basically getting so much for free with this team comp, if you get the feats of strength, of course, yeah?
I mean, of course, but it doesn't mean you're not going to get all sets of boots, because Cassiopeia's on your team. So there you go. But anyway, Santorin on our screen, taking that first dragon of the game, the Infernal you were mentioning earlier. So that'll be a trade back on those objectives, and that one for the count on Nor. But on the other side, Lulis is taking the grubs to make that a decent split of those neutral objectives.
And look at the bot lane though, because Kasink is extremely low there, has to reset, but Santorin is around, has level 6 available to him. Do they want to have some fun with Exofang? Oh, that is fun too, honestly.
Just decides to step away from this one. It would have been a little risky to stand around, and resets come on through. 2 plates down in the bot lane towards Xmati, who's having a fine old time on this Ezreal so far, and in this game as well, potentially some serious value from the range that Ezreal can provide. We've seen a lot of very good Ezreal performances so far this season. Lots of people piloting that champion to a pretty high level across the tiers of play that we have seen so far in... I was going to say season 15, it's wrong, it's season 1 now. It's all changed, I've got to get used to that in my head. Still not quite there, as my League of Legends brain has been trained over many, many years to go by the years.
But is that still technically season 15, but just season 1 of season 15?
You know what? I'm not going to answer that question because that's just going to confound me. Gank bot side though, flash for that renewal. Exofang in a dangerous spot, cleanses immediately though, grounded, means he can't flash! But the heal is there and Exofang stays alive just about. Summoners are down, nice attempt there from Noway, finds a great gank timing.
It still didn't manage to catch fully Exofang, and what is most importantly is that Kasink down doesn't have any summoner spells, especially the heal. Doesn't still have the ultimate because that Lulu was still level 4, but even with level 4 only, Kasink was still able to keep Exofang alive, and that is the power of Lulu into this draft. I know that maybe some engaged supports like Leona, for example, were with a big question mark there for Bulldog's composition, but Lulu just fits so well here because Exofang needs to stay alive in the upcoming team fights for Bulldog because he is going to be the main damage dealer for this composition, and that's exactly up to Kasink to make sure that that happens.
Of course, it did force Exofang to back, means that another plate has nearly fallen, lost half a wave there as well, which is a bit rough for Xmati. Flashes away from the zap, was in a serious spot of danger, especially as the Maokai's come down, throw the ultimate, but his body blocked by Treats, who might just become a snack for the other team. Exofang about to pick it up with the final few rocket shots, and Jinx on the board. 2-0 this game. Mid lane as well. No way to escape. And that makes it a solo kill for Bulldog, who's suddenly come alive here. Topside Santorin looking to right the scales a little bit. This Rumble in a dangerous spot, flashes away, gets stunned by the Spectral Maw, and Santorin will be allowed to pick that kill up himself. A lot of action in a short order.
At least one thing to exchange there for Nord. At least they get one kill out of it, but the situation on the both side of the map for them is becoming tragic, to say the least. With Xmati losing absolutely everything and then dying with Treats, giving Jinx yet another kill. That is a 2-0-0 Jinx already at the 10th minute of the game. That is becoming very scary as we're going further, but that is the replay of what happened on the mid lane. Honestly, as it was on the top lane with the first blood, it's just a lot of damage and a lot more card control on top of that. Oh!
And all the while, we come back from the replay to see Exofang's picked up another kill. Foxtrot was saying he was smelling in the air. A bit of a upset against Nord or Los Ratones. Someone was going to be dropping a game. Bulldog, after what was looking to be a little bit of a dicey moment or two, just pick up kill after kill after kill with only the one traded topside. This Jinx, 3-0.
And this Jinx is still getting the turret plates.
Yeah, as well. Rumble ults the bot side wave, prevent Matty from getting that third turret plate he's been hunting for the last 5 odd minutes. There goes that rocket that claimed Vizichachi topside, the long distance one in the picture-in-picture.
If we could have a look at the top lane turret at any chance, dear observers, because I can't see on the minimap how many turret plates are still left there. I feel like not too many, because Bulldog are pushing for this first turret of the game. Ooh. Okay, thank you. Not
even
too
with
many.
the grounded. Yeah. Nearly down, looking to claim that fourth one. Void Grubs number 2 have spawned. Chachi, spot a bother, but will be able to Searing Charge away and stays alive for now. Over towards the Grubs we go. Nord not wanting to give up all 6. Should be a touch problematic. And they'll be
Especially
here with
with
Xmati roaming up to make sure this goes over the way of Nord.
And despite the prior on the top lane, Bulldog decide not to fight with it, at least yet. Lulus even has an ultimate, but Bulldog decide not to over-push it. They're still keeping Medic on the bot lane. They are giving away the 3 grabbies, which is unfortunate for them, because with Jinx, with 6 grabbies, they could have gone through the turrets extremely quickly, but it is going to be, in the end, the equality between the teams for the grabbies.
traded out nice and evenly for now. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Would be the second dragon for Nord, but of course they just spent a lot of resources and time going towards the grub, so theoretically, be an opportunity for Bulldog to set up for it, but Nord actually looking like with the resets coming on through, they're going to be in an okay position, especially with Kasing still caught topside, not being able to reset. Be shy of support if they were to look for it, and Santorin already there on the dragon, soloing that one out by themselves.
Vizicachi is also on the top lane, but he has no teleport available, so if Bulldog try to force something around the Drake right now, there wouldn't be additional help for Nord. But Bulldog yet again decide not to overforce things currently, and this is the second Drake for Nord.
It's 3 of those objectives as well, 2 dragons and a set of grubs. Got some all 3 of those for the feat of strength.
So right now it's just the race for the first turret of the game.
Yeah.
Bulldogs so far have been leading it, but now they have rotated Exafang with a Jinx to the mid lane. The top lane turret still looks very shaky. The bot lane turret on the side of Bulldogs, however, was also not feeling rather well. So I really wonder where the first break is going to fall in the end.
Came in, not quite at Blade of the Ruin King, but still doing a fairly decent whack there into the Ornn. Of course, can't build Unending Despair, which has been that go-to tank item for so many top laners, is currently disabled because of a couple bugs running around with it that's messing around with some additional systems. So just getting rid of that one for now in pro play has meant the Hollow Radiance has to be built first here, which is not quite Sunfire, but a similar kind of deal.
It still works pretty much a very similar way, yes, but we might be seeing a 2-on-2 or 3-on-2.
Massive damage! The turret shots come up through! Flash! And the wild growth still not enough! Knock back onto Santorin, but Lula's in a dangerous spot, will be able to phase rush away. Oh, just too deep, and now No Way has teleported up here and is throwing Twin Fang after Twin Fang to secure a kill onto the big old tree from the jungle. Bulldogs, they went a little bit too deep there and were not paying attention.
Bit a little bit more than they could chew on this fight on the top lane, even though they have rotated 3 people there, so probably thinking that they were in the numbers advantage. But I am loving this response from Nord, finally showing to us the strength of this team composition. They are happy with the enemies engaging into them, because they can throw their own horn into them to stop them with some nice control. They have No Way, and most importantly in this fight, they had Santorin with them. The moment he gets the reset on Kaimin, the moment Kaimin goes down and Viego turns into that Yone, you know that this is pretty much fight over for Bulldogs, because that's so much damage that Nord have suddenly acquired.
The gold lead now begins to extend a little bit for Nord. They've got the 2 dragons, and Chachi, you find down here as Cayman does their best to trade out with the Ornn. And what was looking like a pretty even game. Hell, Bulldog just had a spate of kills going their way. We were looking like a pretty solidly even game. Has begun to slip away from them again, and it's about to give them credit, say they've stood up so well to Nord that actually maybe they will be able to make them slip up here, but that 3-0 Jinx still a bright light for them. Beginning to get that a little bit difficult. 2.5 minutes to soul point for them. Still not had that first turret fall here either. Those turret blades have now fallen. Nord picked that one up and extend the gold lead more. Get another one of those feats of strength. It's beginning to just slip that little bit further towards the red side and Nord.
So they get all of them. They get the additional movement speed, especially No Way is going to be very happy with his build for his Cassiopeia. Managed to hold on the top lane, by the way, to make sure that this turret doesn't fall, but as I'm saying, it might not be able to hold for any longer.
Seems to be fast enough to slither away from danger, and Santorin was quick enough on that covering move towards the top lane to help save that one. Of course, Bulldog managed to trade back in the turrets at least, and we'll be having Herald spawning shortly. Just under a minute, and Nord look like they want to fight for control in this river. Matty throws down that true shot barrage, and it is just fighting over vision for now. No full-on engages. All the while, though, off-screen, the Ezreal secures the mid lane turret somewhat for free, and that's a big extra win there for Nord. A lot of control opened up on the map for them with that.
That's very interesting how Bulldog just let Ixmari do whatever he wants for the first half of the game. They let him completely alone on the bot lane to get a lot of XP, a lot of money from the minions. Now they let him take this very important turret for free for Nord, which pretty much opens up this upcoming Herald for Nord. And on top of that, if you think about it, if you look at the map right now, the Articon is going to spawn around the top lane as well, which means right now, especially if this turret on the top lane, goes down, Nord are going to have a much better access to all of the important objectives compared to Bulldogs.
engaged there onto No Way. Gets chunked out really low, but not taken out. Mitik goes flashing on in, trying to secure the kill onto the Cassiopeia. Not quite done, stays alive. The rest of the fight now continues. Trees looks to get the W, can't quite do it. Flash away from Chachi, still alive. Santorin secures the kill on the Rumble. Tries to ult away, survives for now. It's a 1 for none, but the Wild Growth running at the reset for Jinx, and Exafen finds his 4th of the game. It's a 1 for 1 for now, and everyone backs away. It got messy, but not that many kills in the grand scheme of it all. Turret stands just about for Bulldogs, and the health bars remain blinking.
And we're going back to what Middlecar was talking about on the desk when we saw the draft, that On is going to be able to survive for very long in the fights, but not long enough apparently was in this fight, because he had to back off rather quickly after throwing in the On horn. Norway had to back off as well, because he was the one that came in, was trying to go all in onto, and Norway got really choked out in this fight, and pretty much in the very beginning of it. But after that, when there is no more front lane available for Nord to withstand all this damage, all they can do is retreat, because otherwise Xmati goes down, Treats goes down, and there is nothing left of them.
And credit to Santorin, comes out of the CC, flash, Heartbreaker secures the kill and gets on out afterwards. Some clutch play there from the jungler. 3-0 and 2 themselves was maybe not required to be the mega carry this game, but is the one with the 100% kill participation. Bulldogs starting up this dragon with Break the Drake stacking from Nord, and it feels like they're happy enough to give this one up. They've already got the 2 dragons, and they've let Chachi get that turret topside, get the wave shoved in, and not overplay their hand here. It's the map control that Bulldogs are struggling with a little bit here. It's Cayman, though.
And No Way.
Himself a little bit of a push bait. No Way. Oh dear, that's a lot of people coming on through. Gets hit up by the ult into the Yone Fate sealed. Tries to bait it out with the petrifying gaze, but clearly needs to go to the opticians because he was staring at Jackal.
Oh, that's just a series of unfortunate wins for Norway here. I just wanted to praise Nord for not overforcing it at the Drake, and right after that, it turns out that Norway was actually overforcing a little bit on that very bot lane. Got ganked, got died, but came in.
Flash away is not going to be enough. Gets a shield briefly with the Spirit Cleave, but Santorin revenges his mid lane. Exafang in the mid lane gets shut down. Xmati picks it up. The burn, not quite enough. Stays alive on the Ezreal. 100 HP if that. On the other side, Chachi just trading out with Miatik. Keeps him away from his AD carry.
And his AD carry survives and gets away. There was around 30 HP that he went away with. But that is what's so interesting about Non here, because while Norway was dying on the bot lane, they managed to get quite a lot of map additionally open for them, because that was Vizichachi on the top lane who finally got that stubborn outer turret down on the top lane. They were pushing in through the mid lane as well. They had enough time to regroup later on the bot lane to get Kaimin, and they are leading still. In terms of the state of the map, if you look at it, 2 out of 3 of the outer turrets are still standing for Nord, while none are there for Bulldogs, which means as we are approaching the timers for the Artacon, that is going to be really important for Nord, as they are the ones who will be able to get the grounds, to set the grounds, and to secure them. They are the ones who will be able to put in better vision and just be prepared for Bulldog. And Bulldog will be forced to yet again try to go all in onto Nord, and Nord's team composition is going to be very happy to be the receiving ones.
Santorin starts up the Herald, and if they can turn that Datacon, they're feeling pleased. Came in, combines their soul to go over the wall into Chachi, but find too much more there as yet. Santorin is on vision, but with Treat and Chachi just standing in the river, Bulldog decide that discretion is the better part of valor, at least for now. Atacon spawns in 20 seconds. Viatik does not have teleport, wants to trade out for this tier 1, but means not going to be around for the spawn of that objective, and that could prove pretty critical if you want to force it on the spot. Came in, being looked at there as an opportunity for a gank, but not quite overstep, and will stay alive for now.
That is enough time, however, for Miatek to just simply walk all the way from the bot lane to the mid lane and be there for the fight, should it even happen.
Xmati eats a Leandri's empowered sapling, though, and that chunks him down by about 25%. A fairly decent deal there onto the Ezreal.
He has Karma though. He should be fine, for the time being at least, because if you look at what is happening with the vision right now, Bulldog don't see what's happening at the river. It is extremely scary for them to try to force anything.
They at least have got the saplings to force kind of fake vision at least. But you're right, the vision control in those river is not great for now. They now step in and clear out a lot of it. Those double control wards disappear. The sweeper claims another. Is that one ward just at the bottom of our screens right now? Finally spotted out, and that will prevent a good teleport angle in. Chachi braves the bushes to get a ward down onto Mietix. Banana Bush there, who is down to half HP after some of the chokes come on through. Matty, Arcane shifts away. It's Lulis. Throws down his own ultimate there. Chachi split up from his team, but he is so damn tanky. Flashes over the chompers, caught a little ways away. Lulis, though, caught up by himself. Wild Growth, there's not enough to keep him alive. Cayman goes to the backline, onto Matty, who is deceased. Pushing up the daisies. Gone to meet the grey screen to next. Matty, it's not going to matter, though. There's no way goes for a double kill and gets a little bit more as Santorin runs rampant in the jungle, but Kasing will be able to save their own skin by flashing over the wall. It looked good for a second there as Cayman gets onto the back line, maybe trading out Lulis, but unfortunately for them, getting a hold of the AD carry is not worth 3 members of your own team.
No, it's not exactly the exchange that you're looking for in this fight, with a slightly premature ultimate coming in from Lulos, not managing to catch absolutely anybody. With props to Smarty, honestly, for being able to react on time and to get away from it. But that is basically what sets Bulldogs engage towards failure from the very beginning. The fight gets really scattered. They try to kill Vizichachi, they can't because Man is very tanky. They try to go onto Xmati with a very good engage from Kasink, but don't really manage to find much there except for their own deaths.
Actually, credit to No Way as well for getting that miasma down as came in pop back. Actually, all the while, they've managed to claim another kill there in the mid lane. Matty jumped on with the flash twisted advance. There's the ultimate afterwards, but remember, he's got Atakan, he's got that revive courtesy of Ferocious Atakan, which is, let's be real, guys, unless there's some changes, the only Atakan we're going to see in pro play, unless absolute madness occurs. And I've seen a 20-kill game that hasn't led to that the other Atakan spawning.
I can argue that.
Oh yeah, go on.
I saw the other Otacon once.
You did?
Yes,
when?
on LEC. It was
Really?
Fnatic versus, who was it? Day 3, I believe. Fnatic versus... Gosh, I don't remember. But that was a very bloody game. And everybody was surprised that we got the other Otacon in the end.
I've got Nightmare in the other room. It's going to be very disappointing me for not seeing that. In fairness to me, I was not in the country at the time, but it was a long way away time zone-wise. So
You're excused.
Catch all of it. I'm sorry. That's fine. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the correction, Solari, as I was in fact just wrong, and that happens semi-regularly, guys. I hate to tell you.
Yeah, semi.
Don't be like that, you know. It's our first time casting in on the NLC like this. You don't need to be so mean.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna be nice to you for once. But we have like 2 more casts together this split.
I know. You got to save it for later on. Can't waste it all on the first cast, game.
You're right. Yeah.
All the while, though, back in the game, as all these tier 2s are just falling like paper. Nord pick up Exafang, who's just deleted from the map. They keep going, and actually, they can just keep picking up kill after kill after kill. It's a reset city for Santorin. Bit of a turnaround for Cayman. It's just not quite enough. They've still got the revives from Atakan, which allows them to turn the screws as much as they have. Tier 2s fall everywhere. Kills fall everywhere, and Nord find themselves with an 8,000 odd gold lead, feeling very pleased indeed with the state of the last 5 minutes.
It's a very easy map for Nord from here on, and honestly just even right now, because they have the withdrawal from the Atacon, which means they can force whatever fight they want, and at the same time, they're 1 to 2 items ahead of everybody from Bulldog at this point. Bulldog literally cannot fight with them.
Just the improved resets as Matty just tries to get as much as he can there. Courtesy of the passive, we got ourselves a dragon spawning in a little while yet, so I'll note that Nord did manage to pick up Soul Point. We've got Baron spawning in 20-odd seconds, and Nord at this point, unless they really fumble it, it's their game to lose.
You know what? Things can still happen. Things can still be spicy for today, but at the time being 7-14 in terms of kills, massive gold lead for Nord. Core items completed for everybody on their side. I am not seeing any scenario in which Nord are not getting this Baron right now and not winning the game with it.
It would be very, very challenging indeed, and it feels like you've got so much damage available now, just such easy options onto a front line that is just not tanky. It's not even the front line that dies, it's the bot lane. Your key stars just disappear. Cayman slowed down, flashes away, but they're just not far enough to run as Santorin keeps breaking hearts. And the Ruined King ruins a few more lives, picks up a 7th kill of the game. One of the longest standing junglers in League of Legends stamps his mark down in this game. What a game from him on the Viego. All the while, Chachi finds a knock-up onto his opposite number. Miatic is not enjoying that particular one. The petrifying game lands down onto Cayman. And Yone has nowhere to go but another time in the grey screen. 6 deaths for him. It's fallen apart after what felt like a pretty competitive early game. Nord pick up the Baron, and it's pretty much lights out from there.
Absolutely. There is one inhibitor down already on the mid lane. The bot lane is pretty much open as well. There is no base turret there whatsoever. The Baron has just been secured by Node. They have everything that they need to win this game right here, right now. Bulldog are not getting any stronger from this point on, so we cannot even look into any late scaling possibility for Bulldog as a miracle scenario. So from here on, it should be a straight walk for Node from their base all the way to the enemies.
And when you're a team that's gotten a lot of the early towers, you snowball ahead, and then you get the Atacant into Baron kind of sequence of plays, it is so hard to come back. Kasing was forced to face check and got punished for it quite fast.
Yeah, he's Lulu. He has the ultimate, but he's still a tiny Lulu and not exactly the tankiest member in the team. Honestly, nobody on Bulldog is tanky right now, especially if you compare them to Vizichaji, who literally can stand any damage thrown at him. Can't say the same about anybody on Bulldog's side, because they simply go down whenever Nord advances onto them. Again, just a massive difference in strength, in levels, in the amount of items between the teams. Nothing you can do with it realistically.
Oh, Kaemin just going wide with the Fate Seal there as well. Ends up with that particular ultimate's name. Feel a little bit more appropriate for himself. While Nord shove their way in to the base one more time, looking to break down that inhibitor in the bot lane. With the towers in the top side remaining outside of the base for Bulldog, and Nord feel the need to go claim that. I don't know, they got 35 seconds till Mountain Soul. They're just hiding over this wall, looking to see if they can catch someone. Stepping, it'll be the Rumble! He's in his own base, it just doesn't matter! The Ordle mech pilot is dead to rights, it's the wrong genre, mate! It's a murder mystery! And we all know who the villain really is! It's the entirety of Nord! Lulis runs away briefly. Exapeng is just... well, at this point, he is a non-factor, isn't he? 3 items he may have on the Jinx. But he is not looking like the Arcane character at this point. There is just not enough plot armor to keep this game alive. Nord running at the base, running at the Nexus turrets. It's their game. It's their victory. They will be moving to 2-1.
Nord, some of us have predicted today that they are going to lose at least a game, that maybe they are going to stumble, but no! They apparently are here to prove to us that today is still going to be their day, still keeping one of the leading positions within their group, looking towards this potential top 2 for themselves, because before this game it was Bulldog pretty much on the same place as Nord, but right now finally Nord have secured a 1+ compared to Bulldogs, and honestly just looking forward to seeing if they can win the second game of today if there is as well, because then they should be secured as a top 2 in their group.
Yeah, and I think obviously Nord had a rough game against the Rats last week. Los Ratones kind of took them to task, but we've already said that coming into this split, they were expected to be top 3. They had some pretty, some easier matchups today. We needed to see them perform. They did just that. I think the early game was perhaps more competitive than it could have been, but the moment the mid game started rolling around, the moment the structure started falling down, they did such a good job. But enough from us. We'll have to go to someone whose predictions Mr. Flopped. Foxdrop, how are you feeling about that one, mate?
And we are back. Nord with another victory. 2-1, trying to chase the shadow of Los Ratones. Foxdrop, hello, how you doing? We talked about previous, expectations, where they met. Hello, Fox.
All right. How long we got?
Oh, he's going in.
How long we got?
He's going in.
Right. So, yeah, won it. Top to tail, just not it at all. I'm disappointed again. Like, this is the thing. There was so many things about that sucked. It really did. And I had faith in Bulldog, man. I had faith in you. And I still believe on paper, the talent of that roster, like, they can achieve things in the NLC for sure. But that was, I mean, I was not a fan of the draft. I don't understand the Rumble first pick, for example. There was no frontline, no space makers for the Jinx in these team fights. Jinx actually got funneled early as well. And I was thinking, you know what? Maybe you can cover some of the holes and weaknesses potentially from your draft with the fact that Jinx was like 4-0 at one point, right? And then no, they just lacked the cohesion to see that one through. This was the first.
Well, you talked about the Jinx. There you have it.
Like Look, so I said about the lack of tankiness, right? Watch Lulush. Watch him. He's the only tank in your team. Look at this. He instantly gets popped, so Lulu has to blow everything on him. Well, what's left for Jinx, bro? Jinx is the guy. You need Jinx to do the stuff, and it's just not going to happen when Lulu has to babysit your Maokai jungle. It's just not happening. It's not happening.
So
Yeah,
not only was this a bad game from Bulldogs, but we have to highlight the game from Nord as well. Vizisachi, obviously, at the beginning of the game, took a beating on the top side, unnecessary beating as well, middle cut. You talked about that.
Yeah,
you actually asked, I don't want to see the replay. Yeah, something like
Yeah, no, several times. Vizisachi had some moments where maybe he showed a little bit of his experience and tenure on the Rift, where it seems like he just forgot what he was doing. Dying under tower, level 3 in a lane swap as an Ornn is not really something that should ever be happening, and then getting hit by a basically point-blank range Jinx ultimate, like, yeah, that's going to suck as well. But I think the key thing for me does come back to that draft, and once we actually started to see Nord engaging in more of these sort of 4v4, 5v5s, everything just felt a little bit more cohesive. It felt like a lot of their champions wanted to do the same thing. They had better opportunities to engage, they had more consistent damage, and player of the game for me has to be Santorin. Like, this guy completely popped off on the Viego. We said that he didn't need to necessarily be a primary damage threat in the pre-game. He was a primary damage threat. And as soon as Viego is able to jump into these fights earlier and earlier, it just becomes so difficult to deal with. Yeah, disappointing from Bulldog. And you're seeing it here. Santorin first man in. It's not an issue in the world. Like, I don't know what Mietek is using his ultimate on there. He's trying to equalize the op block jungle. But, like, he's not equalizing any of the enemy team because there's not enough lockdown to keep them in that ultimate. So, yeah, in terms of first pick, really didn't hit the mark. And as soon as Nord got going, they didn't stop.
It's tough from this position as well if you're BDG, because for Bulldog, you wanted to, like, get someone down early, get Jinx on those resets, and there was a team fight earlier on in the top side where No Way, Vizisachi, and I believe it was Santorin as well, all survived on like less than 100 HP, right? Just a little bit extra would have brought them down at the beginning of the fight, and then Jinx would have got the reset, got excited, and maybe been able to cause havoc, and that could have been a potential snowball moment for Bulldog. But it's so difficult to play those team fights out when you've got, literally, as you saw in that clip, Nord can literally flash in with Viego W. That's the engage, and you just rout the enemy team. It shouldn't work that way, and it was really tough. It was really tough for Bulldog to execute. Like, I mean, these stats will actually say quite a lot, in my opinion, for how this game went. Specifically, like, I'm not even really gonna like criticize, you know, Jinx's inability to deal damage here, because like they did the first steps, which is to get her fed, and then she does damage in the team fights, right? But they never got that to that point. Came in, on the other hand, to bring a positive from Bulldog here. I think Cayman was really good in this game. Like, he was in a crap matchup. Like, it was terrible. He was blind picking as well. They locked that Cassio into Yone, which is quite difficult to play into. And he got a solo kill at one point as well, despite the fact that he got ganked early. He was always putting pressure down. He had a good flank angle in one of the replays we saw, which brought Xmate down as well. Like, I actually think Cayman was hella solid on that Yone, and is a bright spot for Bulldog moving forward here as well.
It makes me wonder what this game would have looked like if this composition was set up more to enable Cayman and was less split in its focus. You've got the Lulu, which pairs really nicely with the Jinx, but doesn't really work with the Yone because of how far in he likes to go in these team fights. You can't really offer him much assistance. What does it look like if Cayman has got someone else engaging with him, providing a little bit more CC? What does it look like if he's got a pick-based ADC, like an Ashe or a Varus, who can provide him with a little bit more setup? Maybe it is still a Nord win. Maybe their composition does still get it over the line, but I think at the very minimum, we are hitting 30 minutes.
I agree with you. And when you look into these graphs, well, obviously you see it took a long time until that gold difference just started to sink in. But in reality, when you look into these sort of graphics, you see the damage dealt, but you never see how much damage it was soaked in by someone. And if we could get access to that one day, Vizicachi probably took more damage than 4 of the members of Bulldogs by himself. Having the Maokai with the Hendrix, yeah, it deals damage, but who else was going to soak in the damage? Just as Middlecourt highlighted, someone needs to survive. It's not going to be the Lulu, it's not going to be the Yone or the Rumble, or even the Maokai with this build as well. So in paper, it kind of, you knew what they wanted to do, but Nord didn't allow it as well. And yeah, it's good to see that Yone was capable of holding its own versus the Casio, but as a team and with their experience, we talked about North, I think they're just one step above. And Bulldogs right now, well, they're 1-2, which is a complicated situation for them if they want to get a good seeding. So their last game, they have to win it. They actually have to win it if they want to have the good seeding.
Yeah, it was tough. It was a tough one to watch. I mean, I know we've been kind of dissecting the disappointment I have from Bulldog's side there, but you know, to Nord's credit, they are the team that won this game.
Yeah,
it didn't always look good for them, but they still found a way to win, and I think that's what good teams do. And I think specifically, I would highlight Santorin as well. Like, he was great last week on the Vi as more of a kind of like setup style jungle, kind of playing more for his team. This time around on the Viego, more carry focused, getting involved, being the guy this time, and he did that phenomenally as well. So for me, yeah, Santorin is really impressing me here on Nord. And as far as bot sides go as well, Xmati and Treats have not really nothing really bad for me to say out of any of these games. They've been super solid and consistent, and that's something that you need out of a bot laner.
They're cleaning up and their arc is looking beautiful at the moment, but we'll move on with this show. We have to do a quick pause before we return for game 2 of the day of Play Day 3. I'll see you soon, don't go anywhere. Be right back. Game 2 for day 3 at this moment. It's going to be Verdant versus LLS. We have a lot to discuss. I don't know if you want to take the roles again of the I'm saving this team, I'm defending this team. Foxtrot didn't work out for you on the previous one. But Verdant, clean team. I like their roster. My question to both of you is, when I look into LLS, I'm like, this should work. This is good. They did such a wonderful early game swap in the previous game. It went down. It was horrible at the end of it. I don't understand. Why is LLS not taking the results that I believe they should have? Hard question.
It's a rough one, Archer. And I don't feel like there's a nice answer to this question.
Don't be nice.
But to an extent, you look at the players that you've got on the Rift. And like Rusty Sniper, Haro, Highbridge, we've seen these guys in the NLC before. They've had some like great performances. But if I'm comparing Highbridge to someone like No Name, there's not really a conversation there. If I'm comparing like Harbo to someone like Ronaldo, I'm going to take Ronaldo every day of the week. So to an extent, I do feel like Lundqvist, Lightside are really trying to push what they can get out of these players, whereas I look at Verdant, and I think you've got some kind of ready-made ERL stars there, like we've already mentioned No Name and Ronaldo, but Obstinatus, Papitero, both players that have got a lot of experience within the ERL ecosystem, like outside of the NLC, and just bring a little bit more firepower. I actually look at this Verdant roster and think, if this had been their roster in any of the 4 previous splits, very, very easy contender for at least top 2. Obviously, the NLC is significantly more competitive this year in terms of the level of the very highest teams, so we're not necessarily expecting them to be able to reach that far, but there are some very damn good players here. Damn good players on Lightside too, but there is a difference.
Yeah, for me, Lightside have shown some really good stuff. I would say, as far as the teams go, for a 0-2 team, I was impressed by them last week. They had a very tough schedule, right? It's not easy when the games, you have to play versus probably the best team in the league, with Los Ratones, and then against Bulldog. Like, I really do think that was probably the best early game we've seen out of any team in any of the games, right? Well, Lightside was able to do versus Bulldog. They completely threw it away a bit later on, obviously, and they lost that game, unfortunately for them. But I did like what I saw, and it's a strong foundation. And I think between Rusty Sniper and Harbo, especially, Harbo was a pleasant surprise, if I can speak. I thought he did really well. Like, his Rise games were great, especially against Los Ratones. Like, he was able to really go toe to toe, be aggressive, make some great plays, and so I actually have some faith still here in Lightside. Like, despite their scoreline, they've shown us some good stuff, and I want to see it transition now into actual wins. So at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
Yeah, we had the meeting and Rusty Sniper was talking about it, the fact that he's not comfortable with the results so far, but he also believes the team is able to do more. And they have a coherent voice as well. Sometimes that may help. Maybe the voice was not on the right side of the rift on the previous day, on day 1, and they were still trying to figure each other. And well, maybe everything is fixed for today. But for Verdant, they do have 2 Portuguese players, and that means a lot. I don't know what it means, but I'm not duckling, so I'm not going to be that individual. With that in mind, as we look into the Champion Select, I like to do this because we're about to jump into the Champion Select itself. Where should we be on the lookout? I'm not asking for champions, but I want to know what lanes. I'm a new viewer. I look into these 2 teams and I'm like, where should I be watching? Guide me. Middle cut, guide me. Come on. You're a teacher.
I've said it before, and I've said it, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it every single time.
Okay.
A lane with Rusty Sniper in it is guaranteed to be interesting. Okay? And
Emphasis
you can use interesting as a synonym for any word that you want, okay? This guy can pop off. He can absolutely, completely piss in and die 3 times for no reason. But it will be exciting. And I think that for Lundqvist Lightside, who do find themselves in this 0-2 position, who need to win this game to keep their chance of making it into the playoffs alive, a little bit of volatility is kind of what you need.
For me, I'm looking mid. I mean, I talked about Harbo before, and Ronaldo had some choice words, not aimed at Harbo, but we got an interview with him when Verdant beat they beat Bulldog last week, right? When Verdant was using a sub, so their sub jungler went mid lane, and their mid laner Ronaldo went top and played tank Jace. Fantastic stuff. I can't believe I said that sentence out loud in Pro League. That's whack. Either way, he was calling out Nemesis of all people, right? So that's how high he's looking as far as what he views as his competition in NLC. So someone like Harbo shouldn't even be on Ronaldo's radar. But what I've seen from Harbo, I actually feel like Harbo, he's looked better for sure, hands down. And so I'm keeping my eyes on that mid lane matchup.
Okay, so far the previous champion select is leaking into this one, although Cassante is the first ban. We talked about 100% presence on that champion on the pre-show with the game show that Middlecott won, by the way. Congratulations. Corki and others will be removed. Will it be Victor? Will it be, well, the list is already out. Varus will take some light as well. What else should be on the lookout, specifically with these teams? Because I know Rise is something that Harbo likes to play a lot.
Yeah, I think Rusty Sniper Draven as well. I don't think his Draven is quite Hamza tier, where it's just like you have to ban it, otherwise you look really silly, but it is something that he can pull out on occasion, and again, it's a little bit of that volatility, it's a little bit of that X factor that you can pull out. I'm intrigued that we aren't seeing like any focus towards ADCs at all. I think Mishi had incredible performance last week on that Varus, and I'm not really surprised to see it picked up here again. Doesn't really have any particularly bad matchups. You've got a lot of versatility in terms of your builds. We're seeing basically every single on-hit item in the game being built on him, like Hullbreaker and stuff like that. Poke is still a thing, even though it's not favored as much anymore. So Verdant, they're not really giving anything away with this first pick, other than the fact that they've got a vague idea of how to draft.
Yeah, this is it as well, with No Name being a more facilitatory jungler style, like we've seen him play the Sejuani, the Vyres, and Maokai is very often banned versus him as well, so no surprise to see that. We might just get like a Vi in return as well. Like, that's a pretty nice combo when you have the die forward of Vi alongside the Chains of Corruption from Varus as well. And seeing Rusty Snipe pick up that is no surprise. It's a pretty standard response into Varus, and Rusty Sniper can play it, and he can play it well. So we've got our bot lanes kind of set out right here. The question is, do you want to facilitate moving forward, or do you want to facilitate healing backwards, right? And this is where the teams were going to start building that team identity, something like that Wukong team fight focused, right? It can have a bit of impact early game, but really comes to light in that kind of mid game after one item, and once he gets that Cyclone, once he gets that ulti. So I'm looking like these are probably three, like the strongest ADC, the strongest jungler, and the strongest mid laner have all been locked in right now by Verdant in their 1, 2, 3. It is disgusting, and a great start for these guys in draft.
Looking grim. The Galio is still available if Harbo wants to take a peek at that champion, or will he go back to the Rise? Although the range on Victor can be menacing. There you go, Syndra to wrap up the first half of it. Middlecott, you say yes, but why?
Yeah, so this is a fairly standard pick from Harbo, and actually something that I think he leaned a little bit too much on during previous excursions in the NLC, but it does pair up nicely with this Viego from Highbridge, giving you a little bit of more of that pick potential that the Viego can capitalize on. Obviously, execute for Syndra once you get later into the game is basically a free reset for Viego anyway. But I am still very, very worried for Lumbus Lightside. They've not really got anything that can stand in the way of Verdant's engages. Verdant haven't got a pure tank for themselves either, but they're the one that's got the sort of go buttons and a lot of the zone control. Lumbus Lightside, I wouldn't say they've got that as much, so I think they might need to sub in, instead of Coach Ted Guru, I think they might need Ted Lasso and the power of friendship to fix this draft and get that W on the Rift that they sorely need.
Brilliant.
You had to.
Yeah. It's support bans coming through now on this side, so we can see already both teams obviously have a clear idea of what they want to round out their comp. Verdant like, no, you're not getting your engage supports, you're not getting those that go forward, and Lightside's like, no, you're not getting your disengage supports, you're not getting those that wanna run backwards. See how they round out the comps here as well. It is going to be that Jace locked in for the ban, so that would have been a top lane Jace, top lane tank Jace, most likely. is probably what we would have seen, because that's kind of like the meta with it right now. Obviously, we saw Ronaldo pilot that to great success as well. Personally, when I'm looking topside though for Verdant, I want to see Papatero on a carry top laner. Like, it's kind of tricky to do when you've got. Oh, you know what? Actually, no. Ignore that point. I just want to see it. I think he's really good on these carry tops. I think it suits him very well. I think he's quality from that position with a carry. We saw him play Aurora, for example, was the choice that he locked in. And yeah, maybe we can get some of that going. But it is going to be that Rel coming through for light side, so no Leona, but Rel coming down as well, which is nice because there was no real good engage for light side, no great amount of CC, just that scatter from Syndra. And Verdant now hovering a potentially more disengaged style support.
I think this is the perfect idea. You have the disengage or the engage, the follow-up with Wukong and Victor. There's so much lock-in on this team. You can protect, you can attack. He does everything. Wow. Papatero. Final pick.
Yeah, it is going to be blind though, so Winter is going to have the opportunity of a counter pick. But
All right. Oh yes. What
okay. Well, if you're going to last pick top, you might as well pick something interesting. Ambessa going to be locked in. I'm really intrigued actually to what Winter's going to grab here, because one of the great things about Ambessa is that she can sort of close that gap so quickly onto backliners. I look at Ezreal, I look at Syndra, champions that can play pretty far back. Ambessa doesn't really care about that all that much. Going to be the Jax in response. So when the Ambessa dives on top of you, you do have the ability to respond a little bit, as well as exist in the side lane to an extent. But honestly, looking at what we've drafted here, I am much more confident in Verdant's ability to get this composition over the line as opposed to light side.
I think it's simple to execute as well, right? Wukong, Alistair, you know, Varus throws his stuff out. There's a lot of just like, all these flying through the air, the bounce house team comp, and even Ambessa with that suppression to start a fight too. I think with the exception of that Ambessa in the top side, that is an asterisk. That is a wild card out there for that pick.
Yeah.
But obviously, I mean, I did say Papatero wants to be a carry top, and I wanted to see that. So there's clearly something there, which is going to make this game quite volatile and exciting. And so it just has to be, that's where you got to watch, right? That's where you've got to watch for this game here between light side and Verdant. That top side, Jax and Bessa, even with the junglers, Viego and Wukong, scrappy skirmishes, people that can fight, that want to fight, have some good setup to fight as well, and to go for those plays early. So I expect some plays happening top side. That's what you got to lock in for that early game.
I reckon this might be a bloody one, and with that in mind, there's someone that is always saying, I love a bloody game. She's standing in the cast ring alongside Initialize, and somehow she still has a sword. I don't know how that is legal, but take it away. I'm concerned for NLC.
I lost the sound.
I think it's us! There we go! We lost sound for a second and Solari was very scared. I was like, oh, I don't think it's fine. We just missed Archeron saying something at the end there.
It probably
wasn't that important.
Nice,
It's Archeron, right? So is he ever going to say anything that valuable? I'm sure it was lovely, mate. You're great, Andre. Well done. But yes, looking into this game, we kind of came into this one saying, look, it's Rusty Sniper in the bot lane. He's there. It's going to be interesting was the operative word the middle got used. And then we saw the draft. Realised that everyone's going to be looking topside. It might leave us with an interesting 1v1 in the bot lane, but we've got Ambessa versus Jax. We've got lots of skirmishing junglers. We've got level 6 mid laners that will love to throw those ultimates out. If the Ambessa or the Jax get snowballing, if the Wukong, the Viego get snowballing, I think this game could get real interesting real fast. And there's that word again.
You know what? I think the game is going to be interesting regardless of, who gets snowballed, because there is going to be a lot of fighting here. Pretty much everywhere you look across the board, everybody wants to be fighting. The thing is, the timings for when they want to be fighting are a little bit different. Like, we're looking at the bot lane for Verdant, for example. They want to be starting as early as possible. We're looking at Verdant mid lane. Definitely Victor wants to be fighting with Syndra before she outscales him later in the game. We look at the top lane. They just want to be fighting. They have no timers. These guys just want to be fighting, full stop here. But yes, this is going to be a very bloody game. But if I were to bet, I would bet probably Verdant right now, simply because their composition is easier to execute. It is still versatile, but if you are unsure, uncertain about what you want to be doing, you just literally go on front to back, press all your buttons, have your ultimates out, and you should be okay in a fight.
See how it plays out as we hit the rift for our second game of the day. I think I tend to agree. A little bit easier target access as well when you've got every dash under the sun, courtesy Ambessa's Dracan set passive, when you've got the Alistair, I was going to say the Ambessa when I've just talked about it, but like the Alistair, the Wukong, you've got so many easy tools to get onto key targets, and yes, the Ezreal, yes, the Jax Viego can all jump away. I'm a bit more worried about Harbo on the Syndra, who is going to have to be very careful with the positioning, because I think they might be target number 1 here for a lot of those big engages from Verdant.
Most likely they are going to be target number 1, because the moment you burn the flash off the Syndra, there is pretty much nothing she can do to you unless she lands a really good stun, and then it's only if you're the only one engaging into her, and we have so many engages on the side of Verdant who will try to get a chunk of that Syndra out of them. On top of that, Syndra is not going to have the nicest lane, because Victor outranges her, Victor shoves her into the turret, Victor doesn't normally let Syndra have a normal scaling lane whatsoever, so that is going to be a hard game for Harbo, but Harbo has been playing Syndra quite a lot, so hopefully he will be fine just because of the experience.
Obviously, notorious for playing a fair amount of Syndra last year. Was a lot of work for that over. Ironically, of course, on Verdant was he last year, so we'll be doing his very best to get some vengeance against his previous team. See Sniper down here, getting some good chunks down onto Obstinatus, and Mishy, of course, the Alistair. Not much of a champion at level 1.
No.
Well, certainly is. Forces an early flash out of Mishy, who was not enjoying that particular engage.
You gotta love what Lightside are doing on the bot lane right now, because they know that laning against Alistar plus Varus is very painful, because Varus is going to outrange you, Alistar is going to make sure later on as he gets level 2 and level 3 that you cannot engage into them. That's why what they're doing right now is they are establishing control of the lane as they are still level 1. They are engaging with Rel, they're making sure they zone them away, and with that they are making the lane much more survivable for them, which is honestly all that matters for Ezreal.
Yeah. Really nice one, especially now you've got things like the barrier and stuff in there to allow Rusty to be Rusty. That means stepping on forwards, making aggressive trades at every given opportunity.
Yeah.
We know he is a little bit of a psychopath.
A little bit?
Has definitely had a... he's just straight up psycho. He has done interesting things on my screen multiple times across his career. He's great fun, and certainly not shy to try and make the game-winning plays. Sometimes makes the game losing ones too, though, while he's at it. So, just remaining that little bit stable right now. Trading in mid lane has led to both mid laners being pretty low on HP. Neither jungler looking to hover mid and try and make that significantly more of a trade, but Force of Will comes on through to Ronaldo, but he has a little bit more HP to work with as it stands.
Not yet, at least. We're looking at the junglers actually rotating towards the different sides of the map, and as I'm saying it, both of them are on the mid lane.
No! Oh, Harbo! Ronaldo is not going 0-5 this time. He just gets the solo kill.
He dies with a flash on. He still has the flash, and he dies. Oh, this is most unfortunate that he has to burn the teleport to get back to the lane.
I think they were trying to bait for Highbridge to come on in there. You can see what they were thinking, but just gets bitten off the hook. It's not any bait anymore. He's just dead.
This is most unfortunate, though. Again, for Syndra, this lane is no fun, and getting solo killed so early on. Oh, and the stun was there, but it was there too late.
Eats the siphon power and does not enjoy it in the slightest. Victor's Q right now is damn obnoxious. Anyone who's played against that in lane can tell you exactly how annoying it is. Rusty gets a decent chunk on the other side, a knock up onto the Iron Lady. Not going to lead to too much. Leo Lucago had a rough old mid and late game sequence last week. Try and redeem himself a little bit this time around. We heard in the game earlier that he was one of the ones with the worst of the KDAs out there right now. Be looking to redeem himself, as we just said, and Lightside in general be looking to redeem themselves a little bit, because they had two pretty solid early games last time around. They just couldn't convert it in the mid game. I honestly felt this could be our closest game of the day. We've seen a little bit of a slip up in the mid lane, but still got some tools here. We've still got some players who are more than willing to play out those early games in an aggressive manner. They just need to not overstep, and then in the mid game, not just give it all away. As we've seen them do once or twice this split already.
Yeah, even though they only had 2 games. And their second game versus Bulldog was so interesting with this very early lane swap, a very unconventional one. But yes, everything unfortunately went downhill for them as they entered the mid game. This time they're approaching the early game a little bit slower than what we saw from them before. And they gotta be careful, not just in this game, but in the whole day-to-day. Because they are currently sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard in their group. And it's not like they're getting out. Everybody's getting into the playoffs, into the best of 3s and best of 5s, where all the fun is going to happen. But the thing is, they're going to go into the losers queue if they are one of the 2 bottom teams, and you don't really want to be in the losers bracket. Because then you're out.
It's like
easily.
losers queue, like you're just saying, just right,
Yes.
no,
Oh,
you
did I
don't
say
go to
that?
play.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry.
you get punished by going into the dark depths of solo queue.
Imagine.
No, not like this.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, no.
I know we've got a few streamers in the league right now, but that's a rough punishment. I can feel Bao shivering right there somewhere out there. Waiting to play in the next game is over towards the garage we go with Solari. Lays down some really dark potential future punishments as in the mid lane.
no.
Harbo has no safe harbor. Has to flash over
It's
the
a
wall as the
flash.
Chaos Storm comes on through, and the Victor Nation continues to extend its borders. Public execution comes on through the War Mother. Drake steps her way into getting a kill onto Highbridge. Papatero getting away for now as Leo Cargo goes crashing on down. Harbo gets a bit of a chunk, but there's 4 members here into the 3 on the other side. Just not enough damage. Another Drakehound step, and the ultimate comes on through for the Wukong, who cyclones his way into killing Leo Cargo.
That's a lot of
Rusty.
resources, though.
And Harbo messes up the stun. Rusty stays alive, and Lightside, I think, are only finding the dark side of this particular force equation.
I'm afraid they are, though. Because this was such an unfortunate timing for fights like that, for taking the fights that you're not winning. At least they have Winter on the bot lane, who is still pushing in, not unfortunately getting too much to justify what happened on the top lane. They managed to get 1 Krabby, if I'm reading the HUD correctly right now. One of them is still standing there. So nobody is getting the feats of strength with just the Grabbies. They will need to be fighting for the dragons, and Lightside at least are in a little bit better situation in that sense.
Highbridge got knocked up there, gets taken down as Papatero just goes super deep, and then it ends up in a 4v3, and Leo gets a decent crash down, but the damage just isn't available anymore.
Yeah, you can see that Harbo is showing actually quite some damage. That was a really nice stun coming in from that Syndra. There is the promise of the damage that is going to be coming out of Harbo later on, but unfortunately the items are simply not there, so you can't expect more from Lightside at this point.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but an IOU is not quite the same as money in the account, right? And the promise of money later isn't actually money now, and Harbo gets called out on it, and unfortunately does not have the damage in hand to make that one work. Obstinatus, Mishi are around, but this Scuttle Crab is going to be Highbridges. I was wondering exactly how aggressive Obstinatus wanted to be with that Hex Flash, but it's only there to just kind of make his presence known. Doesn't get anything really of value there. Rusty and Leo Cargo will fight over this control ward, and we've got ourselves 2 minutes until the next dragon, so nothing really to fight over yet. So we should have a moment of calm here, but it's Verdun who've got the early lead, it's Verdun who've got the early kills, and Verdun who had the easier composition to play as well, so looking pretty good for them right now, all green on the board and in the name.
So far, yes. Ooh, that is some nice chunk of damage coming in from Winter. However, we have the last toy grab finally being claimed by No Name. Claim to his. Can you claim something to a name if you don't have a name? Probably no. But that means that for now, for the top lane at least, we should be able to relax for the time being. The attention definitely will shift towards the bot side of the map, where we will be fighting for the prio for the next Drake, because Lightside still desperately need this Drake. Verdun as well, because Verdun are the ones who are having the first blood, so it's pretty much yet still the fight for the feats of strength in this game.
See, Highbridge has reset, will not be heading towards this dragon though, interestingly. He's going to come back towards the base, maybe hang around for a second or two, so looking to be heading on towards that bot side of the map as yet. Maybe he wants to do a clear down there, but not going to be there setting up for the dragon as it spawns at the very least. Top side, there's a repudiate into a dash on forwards from Papatero, but too much more. And be holding our breath a little bit here as No Name continues to clear his way on forwards, and he's a player when I first started casting, was one of the first players I ever cast down in UKEL in 2021. Into what was that? He was on London Esports, I believe, at the time, down in Division 3 of this particular part of the ecosystem, has come a long way from them playing now in Div 1, had a big stint over in the Spanish league as well, made a real name for himself, ironically, considering, of course, his own name, but has really gone to grow from strength to strength, was a really highly rated solo queue player, but it's gone a long, long way from those lower heights of UKL all the way up here as managed to find an engage just like that. Can't quite secure the kill on the Syndra, but by buying that amount of damage can at least allow that initial start on the Dragon without the mid laner being there until the teleport back will allow him an opportunity to rejoin the fray.
And it looks like Ronaldo even managed to cancel the recall from Harbo, so Harbo is in a very tough situation, and Lightside are going to be for sure without their mid laner. It's a very tough spot for them to be fighting. No teleports on the top laners as well. It should be the easy, cheap Dragon for Verdant.
Difference in the items topside as well. Eclipse versus Bargain Bucket Sale is just not the same. True Shot Barrage, it's a decent chunk, and Lightside do want to fight this, but it's still the Wukong and No Name that secure the Dragon. Down goes Highbridge on the Viego, has no chance to ult away, and Verdant just continue to take this game by the horns. Lightside might not be quite done here as No Name presses the SK and tries to bait people out by pretending he's the clone, but he isn't really. Push, lands the ult, and the combo with the Q. There's a shattering strike, just as another to flash over the wall. Does not make that one work. Rusty Sniper steps on forwards, because of course he does. Down to 10% HP, he's getting hit by the clone, looking for more damage. It's still a pretty tanky Wukong. Damage back from the Rain of Arrows isn't going to be enough. Rusty will heal back up with the Honey Fruit, and we all back away without any more kills going either way.
A strange fight. Felt a little bit rusty from the side of Lightside. At least they didn't lose anybody this time. They only lost the Flash and Lillikag, and that is probably the thing that hurts the most. But hey, everybody leaves, so it's fine for the time being. We have a little bit of a downtime for the both side of the map yet again, but we are looking at the second side of Void Crabs that's going to be spawning still to do the name of Verdant. So if they manage to secure it the next 3 months, they're going to have those ugly grubbies to help them push through the lanes, because that should be the objective for them later on. With having Puppeteer on Ambessa, who has a very strong presence on the side lanes, you want to secure those grubbies, and you want to be the one threatening the side lanes later on.
Very much do, and Papatiro is already proving to be a bit of a menace. Yes, the Jax at some point will be able to match to an extent. The issue is that that kind of knife's edge fight has very much tilted the way of the Ambessa, who has got the early kill, has got the early CSD, has got the early item completion. Lightside spotted out in that mid-side bush with the blue trinket, but now No Name will be able to clone away with the Warrior Trickster, and the Rel waddles away with her kind of I've pooped my pants walk, which is just not. No, that's what it looks like when she dismounts, just waddling around like, oops.
No!
Have you not heard that before? Have you dismissed that? It's true. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Why are you ruining this champion to me? I loved her so much.
I'm sorry. That's the truth. Anyway, I apologize to all the Rel mains out there. You know it's true.
Yeah, you should.
Search your feelings. Public execution. But the turnaround is pretty big. They're looking to pick up some kills. Big True Shot Barrage across multiple members. No Name goes in and already gets the kill into Leo Licago, courtesy of Mishi. And they'll pick up Harbo too. 2 dead for on the side of the Lightside, in the hands of Verdant, who get to turn back towards the Grubs. They finish what they started and find themselves extending that lead that they already had.
And you can see that they were going for Harbo. They had really clear priorities in this fight, and really good engage, by the way, coming in with Ambessa and with Alistair. It's just so much initial control that the backline of Lightside is not able to survive, especially if you consider that they're still behind in items, especially on the mid lane. Harbo just managed to pick up this Blackfire Torch after he died, before that Ronaldo already was with it. So for Verdant, there was more damage, there was really good setup, and so much initial burst of control. They get the flash out of Harbo, and yet Harbo still dies afterwards.
And I think as well, like, I honestly feel Papatiro has gone too deep. He was diving as the Ambassador, 1 into 4, but still had so many of the skills available, still had the Repudiate, still had the Lacerate. There you go, that's the name of it. He had to think about that form for a second, and so kind of took a load of the cooldowns and managed to back away with half the HP available, and then you get to burn the flashes, then you get to chase down for more, and even the counter engage just wasn't enough, and Lightside still struggling to put together the damage, put together the items to really threaten in these team fights. They are falling further and further behind. There's a minute or so until another Dragon, and that would be a feed of strength for Verdant as well as their initial first blood one. It's looking pretty dicey here as Ronaldo might be a target for Highbridge. Stun lands, misses the Spectral Maul though when Ronaldo just gets to back away. Victor under no threat at all. It's the early episodes of Arcane, I see.
Yeah, no spoilers though, yes.
No spoilers.
But either way, yeah, he gets out deathless. Everybody on Verdant's side, by the way, is still deathless. And they're intent to keep this away.
Well, Winter is coming, but I think Papaturo has recognized it won't just be Winter that's there. Will repudiate, but there is
I did it again!
the Heartbreaker! And bringing down the Ambessa, who was not quite able to escape there despite all the mobility. Teleport topside, though, will mean that they can't claim too much in the way of the wave up there.
There is not much to claim yet, but we have Highbridge? No, we don't have him.
There's Leo there. Yeah, Leo just gets to back away. Winter will throw down the counter strike and leap strikes away. Damage back is really good in the gravity field. Forces a flash. Ronaldo looking for the strike, can't quite find it, and will go goalless this time around. Unusual for one of the competitors for Go to Football.
In the meantime, we have the exchange of the objectives because Lightside see the opening on the bot lane, knowing that the majority of the Verdant, if not all of them, are already on the top side of the map. They go for this Drake, they're gonna secure the second one for themselves. At least something going on for them in terms of the objectives, but they're still far behind in terms of feats of strength. And right now, with the claimed Herald on the top lane, Verdant are winning this battle.
There's the dragon secured for Lightside at the very least. But that's what it really is, as Winter had to cede the turret after being forced to burn the flash, as you kind of noted. And the boots are coming on through courtesy of the feats of strength, and literally feats of strength now. They've just got stronger feet because they're wearing better boots. So, you know, it all works out in the end.
Oh my god!
I mean, it's true. Again, like okay, homophones, man, they sound the same. You've got nothing to say to that,
I
do you?
have nothing to say to that.
Probably wise. Probably wise. No, don't blame me on that one. It's some of my best work right there. You know, it's why I'm in this position. It's why I get paid the big bucks to come up with lights like that.
Why do they keep pairing me with you? Do they not care about my sanity?
No, I think they just do it because they enjoy watching you suffer, which is, you know,
right, yeah.
It is what it is, you know.
Yeah.
Blame Archerob. It's probably his fault.
Who else? Yeah.
Well, enough of that.
Yeah, let's look at what's happening in the game, because we're getting some turrets going down finally, even though they don't obviously count towards the feats of strength anymore. It still counts towards Verdant gaining more and more control over the map. Now they're getting the Herald on the bot lane as well. They really want to crack open the bot lane fully.
Try and get as much damage down here as they can with the Wukong and the Alistair there as well. Not really viable for Winter to stick around, and they got 5 grubs as well, so the damage to that turret is so rapid. The tier 2 falls down. That's so much more gold over towards Verdant. They are now 4,500 gold ahead. Try and trade back towards the top side. Lights would love to trade a turret back, but they just don't have the wave. Papaturo is able to clear it out for now.
Doesn't even feel threatened whatsoever. Yeah, without that wave, don't really want to try to dive Ambessa, even though she doesn't have the ultimate still. Could be quite risky. Harper has the flash back, however, that's something to keep an eye on. Has the flash, has an item and a half already, so finally we're seeing the promise potentially coming back. But Harper still needs to be really careful in every upcoming fight, because there is still Mishi and Ronaldo, who can, as we saw in the previous fight, stand really safely on the backline of Verdant, where the front line is just controlling everybody on the side of Lightside, and they are dealing damage from a very safe distance away from Lightside. And so far, we haven't been able to see Lightside even try to get to anybody on the backline of Verdant, because unfortunately, they usually die much before they have any chance to do so.
The attempted picks from Lightside just haven't worked out in the same way, and then you add in the fact that Harbo, being so immobile, is struggling to survive a lot of the big engaged tools from Verdant, and even the members on Lightside, who theoretically should be a bit slippery, the Viego, the Ezreal, the Jax are still struggling to deal with the amount of engage, the amount of mobility, especially considering a lot of those engaged champions are packing a fair amount of damage themselves. That's 2 items now on the Ambessa, that's nearly 2 items on the Wukong. The mid lane turret's just fallen as well, and Verdant continue to extend this lead. It is looking more and more like a full team gap.
So we have all 3 auto turrets down for Lightside. We have 6k gold lead for Verdant, which is absolutely massive at this point, because you can see in the inventories that right now Verdant are feeling much stronger than Lightside. 6-1, 20th minute in the game, which means we should be seeing Articon on the top lane right now, and Verdant would be very interesting in grabbing this one. Should be yet again the one that gives you the withdrawal, because it hasn't been, unfortunately, the bloodiest one.
Rusty manages to arcane shift away as Obstinata tried to go for the flash engage and can't quite secure that one.
Slippery.
Will finally get a hold of that tier 1, and the slipperiness pays off this time around. Rusty somehow, someway is 0-0 and 0. Very unusual for this player, who is at the very least involved in most games in whatever capacity that may be. Has now hit 2 items in the Muramada transformation. Verdant hanging around the Atacar, not starting it off as yet, and there is that one ward from Lightside that is making sure they know that that objective hasn't started quite yet. Harbo in a tricky spot here, lands the stun, but not be engaged on too properly. There's the teleport from Winter to join up, and we might be seeing full team fight here as Rusty goes over the wall onto Obstinatus. The headbutt to taxi away. Obstinatus down to 10% HP, but that actually means with the HP bar so low, it could just be Atacard over to Lightside because they've got that low HP bar on the key engagement there.
That should be the Articon for Lightside, and that could actually change the things. Unless, wait, we have Mishi actually rotating from the mid lane. There's a teleport.
Cancelled somehow, doesn't come on through, it's just delayed on coming on through. I mistimed that one. Down half HP, Atacard hasn't reset. Lightside now forced off it. Where, oh where is that Alistair looking to Hex Flash over the wall? Winter, Counter-Strike runs out. Atacard being held at about 5,000 HP. The death ray comes on down, no name, still there. Looking over the wall as Obstinatus, the engage with the Counter-Strike, and of course the Magnet Storm ensures 2 dead! Lightside pick their moment! And wipe Verdant off the board! It is deforestation in the name of Lightside!
And only one survives in the end from Verdant, and he has nothing to say but to clear out this wave, because this is the Articon for Lightside. This is 5 kills out of a sudden that they're claiming to their name. It is very risky to hold fights like that 5-on-5 if you're fighting around Articon, because he actually deals a ton of damage to everybody around him, but they managed to find a beautiful engage. They're pretty much feeding Verdant their own dinner. I lost myself there in a second. There's such a good engage from Leo Likaga, and he dies again to keep his KD's score to where it was. Not trying to mention him at the beginning of the day today, but he dies for a great purpose, because his engage was the thing that changed the fight and finally changed the state of the map for Lightside, because now they're claiming the dragon, and now hopefully finally they will be able to fight for those outer turrets of Verdant on their own terms.
Rusty dodges away from there, but they've now got that ability to bring this gold lead right back towards their favor. They're at soul point as a result of that. The gold has shrunk to 2,000. They've got the revives to their name that will mean that, well, even if they give up a couple kills, it will mean nothing on the to the side of Verdant, and they can start to make some value for themselves. Lightside group up in mid, look to take down this tier 1. Harbo finds a stun onto Mishi, threatens the Varus, who has to back away and stay safe. All the while, Winter is split pushing away towards the tier 2. No one there matching Obstinatus. Going to face check, big stun from Harbo, onto Mishi, flashes away, not quite executed, down to 10% HP though. The Varus forced to back away as Rusty continues to jump on forwards. And of course, he's feeling empowered at Judas that. And is he, when is he ever not? Just given all the tools. And actually, wait a moment, Rusty picks up Mishi off screen. That's a big moment. They can get the tier 2 as well. Leo goes over the wall. Obstinatus in danger, gets hit by the scout of the week. The Alistair's down. Highbridge picks that one up as he continues to hop on forwards with the Viego, looking to throw out a few more of those Ruined Kings. Abilities for the Q. Rusty picks it up, and hang on. Blink, can you miss it? They could just keep going.
They are going on! We thought they would only get the tier 2s and would be done with it, but they're actually completely crack opening the enemy's face, and they still have the withdrawals to that name! Gonna be using some of them for now, but they are trying to open all lanes? No, they can't do anymore. They gotta withdraw right now, for real, because the Verdant are back, they are respawning, they have the forces back in, but that was such an interesting call from Lightside. Again, this is the team that on the first day of NLC 2025 showed to us that they have really interesting, expressive early games, but they don't really know how to find their footing in the middle game. And today, we're seeing a completely opposite Lightside. We're seeing them struggling in the early game so much, and suddenly managing to change things completely to 180 in one team fight. Oh gosh! Right at the honey fruit!
Rusty mind gamed it. He figured out he was going for the honey fruit, and catches him out as he went to heal. Brilliant read, gets the kill, and that starts off that snowball towards getting the inhibitor, and from 4,000 gold behind to 4,000 or so gold ahead. Well, make it 3, let's count it properly. Atakan is a hell of a buff. One failed team fight, and Verdant have let this game slip away from them in the blink of an eye.
They still have a chance though, because we have the Baron already up and running on the map, but judging by the state of the game, there is no vision for Verdant anywhere in the upper part of the map right now. They can't really go anywhere deep in their own jungle, they can't enter the river, and they need to have the vision if they want to fight Lightside, because they need to be very clean when they engage onto Lightside, because they finally have the items, they finally have the damage. Look at Syndra, she has the death cap to her name. That is finally the damage that I've been waiting for from the very beginning of the game. Lightside are ready to fight.
Not quite at the full stacks here for the execute on the unleashed power, but the Dark Seal stacks with the death cap. I don't think she needs that quite yet. It will be doing unspeakable things in a stack or two. In fact, I think there it is. Harbo really threatening Winter, forced to flash away from the gravity field in the 1 versus 2, but still it's mobile enough on the Jax, so should be able to run away. Obstinatus gets the headbutt pulverized. Maybe I spoke too soon. In a 1v4, Winter gets a stun onto Ronaldo. Nowhere really to go. Shut down into the hands of Papitero, who picks up a second kill of the game. But all the while, Baron was being taken because they spent so long killing the Jax. It's down to 1,400. They tick it up and get out for free. Lightside happy enough trading their top laner for that, as the reset is interrupted there by Frosty up the Blasco, but it's not going to change all that much.
Nah, with the Baron reset, it's nothing, honestly. What just happened though? It's something we saw from Los Ratones, right? From Baus, when he manages to like catch 4 or 5 enemy members going towards him while his team is doing something on the other side of the map. It's so interesting that Verdant bought into it, deciding to go on to Winter and kill him with everybody being on the bot side of the map. And by the time they kill him and realize what's going on, there is enough damage on Lightside to quickly take down the Baron and get away with him. And now they can simply continue pushing, or rather, they can go towards this Drake, because that is going to be the soul for them if they secure it.
Yeah, and the problem is they are going to be down just that bit of an item discrepancy. Look at the really carried items in particular. 3 items complete for Rusty, whereas only 2 for the side of Mishu. He's even gone Hullbreaker second here on the Varus to try and survive some of the engagement. It's not the highest damage option, and it's still not completed that critical 3rd item. Teleport into the mid lane from Papitero, and that will be competing for the mid lane shove, but the teleport behind, that could be really problematic. They've got to know he's coming. It's Winter now looking for the option to engage. Obstinate tries to buy some time in the mid lane, but will likely be stunned on up, throws the ultimate down, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Pumping execution in the backline from Papitero, but it's pretty isolated. Harbo stays alive. They do get the kill onto Leo Licago, but that's only the Rel. No Name stays alive on the other side. Papitero buying so much time. Mishi gets the kill on Winter. 2 dead for the side of none on Verdant. Lightside slip away in a team fight of their own.
But they're doing the dragon still. Their health bars on the Dragon side are low.
Harbour's trying to buy space versus 4 members. They're going to try to secure it anyway. Dragon secured. Soul is in despite losing 2. Lightside get Baron, and the kill is Rusty. Keeps on looking for more. He's a psycho. There ain't nothing Rusty about his aim. He's still going. Of course he's still going. He keeps going. Rusty, what is wrong with your brain? You can go the other direction. There is reverse, I promise you, mate. Don't lose it all here from just finding more damage. Rusty finally stops pressing the keys and will hold his nerve for a second longer. 6-0 and 3 though, it's working out this game.
I don't think there is any reverse or any breaks for Rusty Sniper whatsoever. He sees an opportunity, he goes in just like Papitero does here, to be fair, because Winter has an excellent angle here, decides, however, to go onto pretty much the front line of Verdant. But what Papitero does, I wanted to be looking at that Ambessa, because that Ambessa is a menace. She has so much health. She survives in the backline of Lightside for so long, and nobody's able to do anything with her because she's just dashing around.
The problem is, of course, the health bars weren't fantastic for the side of Verdant, and
yeah,
Rusty was the one with all the HP bar and a bloodthirster, so he got to stick around and do all of those unspeakable things at the end of that play. Finally got the Terminus complete, has Mishi for even more survivability on the Varus. Like a wit's end 4th as well. It's just going raw defensive items on the Varus. Somewhere out there, Kerberos is laughing his way to the bank with Tank Varus still haunting us to this day, even if the build has changed a little bit.
Oh gosh, it's Syndra with a book though.
I know. She's still not managed to get over the 10 stacks, by the way. Was on 9 stacks
Yeah.
on the Dark Seal. Hasn't converted that into the full move speed. And I say this as an Evelyn main, right? I like the book. It's core to my heart. My brother is Nymera, who may or may not have like...
on your love for the book.
Yeah, right, we just like Medjais. It's like a family trait. Like we're not like it's like probably like I don't even know if we have like a family creed. Is that what it is? I never read enough Game of Thrones. I'm sorry. There'll be a term for that. Motto? Maybe that's the term.
Probably a motto, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I
You're
should
the
know.
native speaker here. Yeah, you
Yeah,
should do
it's true. Like I literally studied English at uni. I was an English teacher for a bit. Like this is kind of my job. You'd think I'd know these things.
Yeah, but then it's
Don't-
you, so I don't know.
I knew you were gonna teach.
Sorry, I promise I'll be nice today. Fine. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You're not sorry at all. I know you. right.
Anyway,
Moving back a
no
little
further
bit,
comments.
yes.
Let's see what's happening on the map though, because we have no big objectives right now. Just looking
hang
towards
on.
this Baron in a minute and a half, but
it
we might
gonna
have a
stop
big
him?
fight here.
Is it gonna stop him? Papitero is a little far up. Lightside have got themselves a decent position for an engage on that mid lane bush, but despite
Aw.
Lightside feeling like they've got themselves the better of the last 10 minutes or so, they've got the soul, they got the Baron. Last fight wasn't that clean, and we've known Lightside throw a lead or two this split already. Verdant being forced away from mid lane. The wards aren't fantastic towards the bot side of the map as yet. High bridge. There's their spectral more. There's that control ward just towards that raptor bit as Obstinatus going to be threatened. Oh no, hang on. Ronaldo and Pepitero though are very deep. I think the reset will be in time. The true shot. Arozzi interrupts back. No, it doesn't. Oh my days, Z-Axis, thy name is Savior. Good grief, he gets away with it. On a ward though is Pepitero! And that means the Abbas has got nowhere to go. War Mother in danger here. You might have a lot of Drake Hound steps, but unfortunately, there's a lot of people hunting the hounds this time around. Down to 10% HP. How far can you run? You've got 20 seconds until Baron. Teleport behind, and your Ambessa might be dying as that critical neutral objective is about to spawn. Mega Blast Cones away. Should be able to survive as Lightside just aren't willing to chase any further.
She went to their base.
Teleported out,
she's
but
going
means
to
she can't
destroy
join.
an inhibitor. She can't join, but she wouldn't have been able to join either way because she would have to go back to the base because the
True.
health bar is so low. But now at least she's doing something on the map. Well, not really though.
Enough back out to them. It's quick enough back out here that we'll be able to join most fights. Winter just gets a bop on the head of Obstinatus and the Moo Cow Alistair. There's a name for that one. I forget the name. It's just in pajamas, you know? It's the pajama Alistair skin that is everyone plays and cowbells for every game that they're in.
I don't remember this one either, to be fair. But it's a nice cow in a pajama. And it's finally a reset for Umbessa, by the way. Had to go back to the fight to see if there was even any fight about to happen at the Baron. Didn't happen, so everybody on the side of Verdant got a nice safe reset. And now we are back at 0.0 because we're still looking at this Baron who is up at the map. Lightside have a lot of vision around it. Verdant are still at the same position as they were with the previous Baron and with the Articon before that. They have very limited vision around this part of the map and around the river especially. So if Lightside plays this correctly, they could take this fight just because Verdant don't really know what's happening. But Lightside in the last couple of fights didn't really come out of them clean enough. So let's see if they can do it this time.
Baron started. 40 seconds till Elder. Take a breath. This is about to be the plunge. All of you who are watching right now, Verdant try to breach their way into the river. Winter finds Papitero, no name, off to the side. That Wukong can be so difficult to keep out of the pit. Baron held at a certain amount of HP is allowed to reset, and Lightside do not continue to pull the trigger. They've got a wave though at the tier 3. What are Verdant doing right now? They're sending the Jacks. Lightside trying to shove it. Observe, flash engaged onto Highbridge, who flashes away themselves. No name, not pulled the trigger yet with the clone. Down to half HP as the Alistair pulls the ultimate himself. Winter looking for the counter strike engage, will not leap strike further forward. Throws the Zhonya's. The Chains of Corruptions land, but don't really get all the roots they're hoping for, courtesy of said Zhonya's, buying the safety required. Elder now spawned.
And we're moving towards this side of the map. Very low health bars and some of Verdant players. You gotta remember about that. Misha did a great job in the previous exchange at the Baron. But I was gonna get the Elder. If Verdant get the Elder right now, they could turn the fight again into their own hands.
Remember, Alistair's burned all their health bar and the ultimate is not going to be that easy to play out this fight. Papatera down at half HP. Winter also down at half, looking to get some more damage. The blue buff providing some body blocking. No name! Cyclone to the backside with the bombing execution, but the Ambessa is dead! War Mother down, and it will instead be peace and victory for the name of Lightside, who find another fight! They will need no Elder, they will need no Uber buff, they will just head straight down mid lane to the objective and end the game! They will be winless no longer! Verdant fumble, Lightside win!
Hey, you promised me that that is going to happen today. Before we went into the games, you told me that Lightside are going to win today. And hey, thank you for keeping your promise, because that was a good fight from them. A very tragic early game that they struggled to get out from, but in the end, all led to that fight at AltaCon, and after that it all led to this very last fight at the Elder. Harbor was the one who died in the end, because that was the objective for Verdant, to try to get to the backlane. And with all fairness, they did get to the backlane. They did take the Flash out and the Harbor out, and it looks like maybe that's gonna work out, but it's not gonna work out, because at the very same time, the bigger fight is happening right at the pit, and this fight was won by Lightside.
Well, week one, Lightside had great early games, then fumbled the mid and late game. This time around, they've had dodgy early games, but managed to turn back the games and win them regardless. So if they put the best halves of week 1 and 2 together, they're in a great spot potentially here. But we'll see how it goes. Atakan fight goes their way, and suddenly Verdant fumble it, can't make it happen. I think for Verdant, they're going to be frustrated. We said that maybe they were in a bit of a weird position. Obviously, had a weird week 1, but I guess last thoughts before we have to throw to the desk here.
Last thoughts, Lightside finally are showing us more.
Solari, it's on to us! You've been the Rom of the air! It's on to us, thank you so much. And that was a game. Hey, middle cut. You provided. You looked into the bot lane. But before we do that, let's talk about the beginning of the game, because Verdant were looking so clean. That was a beautiful start, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think that we were sort of talking a little bit backstage about, like, man, it's just a player diff, and it definitely started out that way. I think that Verdant came out with really clean early game plans. I think that a lot of us were favouring a draft, and the way they were executing was exceptional, right? I think that No Name had a particularly good start to this game. Like, the Wukong, it's a very, very powerful pick, and it was utilised very well. The mid lane incident that Harbo will hope we will all forget, but we will not, where he just walked up and dies to Ronaldo, was a little bit unfortunate. So yeah, I don't think this game really could have started much better for Verdant in a sort of realistic sense, but Lightside, very, very strong back coming out from themselves, able to get the win in the end.
Yeah, and I have to echo Solari's fadeaway point. Lightside finally showing us something. And look, I was high on this team from week 1. I think they really did have some good moments. It didn't start that way though, right? And at this point, this is the Dragon fight. Like, that for me, I watched this and I was like, mate, Lightside had cooked it, because Lightside get here so late. That's the first problem. The second problem is, why are we even forcing this, dude? I mean, just look at it. Like, Harbo gets here really late with that TP as well. Like, you get that early pick with that first dragon. Like, if you're losing these early skirmishes and you're up against the likes of Verdant, who will take those skirmishes and will run with them, it really did set them up for failure for Lightside. But then that changed around another team fight on a different objective, which is what Initialize was talking about as well. So if we take a look at the Atakan fight that happened afterwards, a bit later on into the game.
Incident. I think it should be
the Atakan
baptized throughout the rest of the league. The Atakan incident.
Yeah.
It sounds like a random, like, Wikipedia article you read, and yeah, it was a load of posturing back and forth, but this engage from Leo Lacargo was absolutely picture perfect, interrupting the Ambessa ultimate as well, which Verdant had been using to find access to the Lumbus Lightside backline, and we didn't get to see it in the replay there, because honestly, that replay would have been like a minute and a half long, but there was this this big back and forth around the Atakan, where Verdant was starting up, Lightside moving in, big chunk going down onto Obstinatus, which meant that Verdant didn't have that massive frontliner in the way. And the game really did pivot on that Atakan fight. We hadn't really seen much from Lightside, and that was the first, I guess, indication in this game that they weren't just going to roll over and let League of Legends happen to them, and we saw more of those moments chaining together.
Fox, we got to a point where it was back and forth, but the Atacon provides you with something so, and I'm not going to say healthy, but interesting towards this game, where even if you're behind, you can use it to your own advantage. Like sometimes it's the fear of making a play that doesn't allow you to go further. And with that Guardian Angel, oh, I gave 100 gold. It's almost nothing. It's so powerful. And at the end, well, LLS did it.
Exactly, and look at this engage here from No Name, right? This is a sick engage from Verdant. Like, honestly, everything that could have gone right for them here, more or less, as far as the engage goes, went right. Unfortunately, Lightside just beat them with their wallet at this point, and their comp, and the Dragon Soul as well. And to what you were saying, Archer, like, when you have the Atakan and you have the Revive, it enables you to go for those plays, and having the confidence to go for those plays. Don't forget, the opposite applies to the enemy team as well, right? They then have the fear of going for those plays, because you know you're not going to get the same reward out of it with the withdrawal, not the revive, the withdrawal.
It's not
Yes, then it set up Lightside to get the Dragon Soul, right? And they have that Chemtech Soul, and these fights that were just to begin with at the very start of the game, like we saw in that first replay, were quite Verdant sided. Wasn't even in question, right, at that last time. Great engage, great setup for Verdant, and boom, they're wiped within like 5 seconds later. So I'm so happy that for Lightside though, because I really did think out of that first day, like this was the team that, you know, on paper didn't have the star-studded lineup, but they played quality League of Legends, honestly, for the most part of it, and I've always got a root for that, because that's always entertaining. Didn't quite work versus Bulldog, but great to see it here against Verdant.
On my predictions, I had LLS, and I'm happy they showed up why this team is interesting. And you know what? Let's talk with Highbridge about that specific situation, on what is happening with the team, and how they got... Hello, my dude. How are you doing? How are you doing?
Men in black here, mate.
Hey, I like it. I like it. You're not going to make me forget
taking
this
your
interview,
wins and
are
taking
you?
your women.
Okay, before we start this one, okay, you did a specific play with Rusty Snapper on the mid lane where I'm gonna quote, Middlecott said, I'm revoking his NLC rights, and then Foxtrot provided me with this information. Does he want coaching from me in the jungle?
Middlecott said that?
Middlecott and Foxtrot. Yeah.
Foxtrot as well?
Yeah.
Get these two guys off the desk. You want me to come on the desk? Hey, Archer, I got you.
Hey, join in, my man! Join in!
I saw
We
Middlecott
banned them!
but I was like, what the hell is this guy on, mate? I was like, he's become a teacher and he's just gone off the rail, mate. I don't know what's going on. I was like, for that. It's me against No Name.
Highbridge. First week though, day one.
Sorry?
What happened on day one though? That 0-2
Okay,
was
you
not
want to know
comfortable.
what actually happened on day one? I'm going to take sole responsibility. So,
Do it.
I had a lot of familial obligations, so I only had like 1 week of the month for practice. I only played 1 week in the entire month leading up to the first game. So, I was very rusty and, pardon the pun.
Yeah, I was hoping for that
I was very rusty, and I feel like a lot of the mid-game comms in our team is usually, it's comfortable when it's being directed by me because we usually play through jungle a lot. So when I'm like just not on the same page as the team, it can come like it can come at a big cost, you know. And I feel like that's what you saw in the first week. Like I was just not confident in my play, and I feel like I think my teammates played well, to be honest. I saw like some comments about Leo. I think Leo and everyone played fine. I feel like I myself wasn't at the level I should have been, or I usually am, because I know like you guys have seen it in winter and end of summer. Like I can play very well, but I think I just wasn't at that level. I've kind of been a bit more of a leader now, so I kind of let my team down a little bit. But going to this week, I think the best thing about this team is I talked to every single one of my teammates. All of them said, "Yeah, we're gonna win this week, no matter what. Like we know we're a good team. We just need to get the reps in. We got the reps in, and now we're beating all these bum teams. And I want my rematch with Lost Returners ASAP."
Okay, but before that, you still have to fight versus Nord after this one. You know that, don't you?
Are you serious?
So, Los Ratones are going to be playing versus Bulldog, and afterwards you have to play versus Nord.
Well,
Today, you know that, don't you?
well, that's a bit unlucky, isn't it? It's fine. That Torin is Nord Strangler?
Yeah, they kind of have someone called
Santorin.
Santorin.
For Santorin. When I first started playing League, there are 3 junglers that are my favorite junglers. I would dominate Santorin and Amazing X, and Santorin was one of them.
Okay.
I loved watching him when he was on TSM. So it's honestly going to be kind of surreal playing against him today. Like, this is like the only jungler I respect in the league. I like No Name, but come on. He came into the game as a No Name. He's going to leave the game as a No Name as well. You know, I love No Name, but I'm just going to be honest, you know? Come on. He thought the counter pick would work. He picked the counter pick would work. Oh, not going to work. Come on, No Name. And No Name was
So
also
if you
talking a
win
bit in the
versus
pre-game
Nord
chat.
today, you might get the top
Appreciate that.
of Group A. Man, I was lost for words. You might get the top of day 1. Anything you want to say to anybody that is watching to wrap up the interview?
I just want to thank, like, a lot of people reached out after week 1. It was like someone in my family died. I was like, what's going on, guys? Like, everyone was just messaging me. But I was like, just thanks a lot for all the people reaching out, like Babista, Big Tasty, a few of you guys wanted. Really appreciate that, because honestly, I was right down in the dumps after day 1 because I feel like I let my team down macro-wise, like I just wasn't there. So seeing some people saying like, oh, God, come on, you got this. And also to all my teammates, there are no players I want to play more with than these 4 players. I will say though, initially, I thought the mid laner was Hunt, so I signed up, and I realized it was Harbo. I was like, oh, okay, what's going on, guys? Like, I just get scammed. But, you know, it's okay. No worries.
Don't worry, you still have Rusty Sniper for whatever you
Still have Rusty Sniper on my team. I hired him personally. I showed up to his house with these exact sunglasses, and I said, Rusty Rahan Sniper, do you want us to come and win the NLC? And we sat down, we had a bit of business talks, and we were like, yeah. We talked to Ted Guru, and we were like, yeah, we're going to win the NLC.
Oh!
Only if Nord
This
gets
is
knocked
clipped.
out.
Now,
If Nord stays-
this is clipped. You have Los Ratones, you have Nord, you have Ruddy, you have a lot of teams. This has been clipped. We're gonna win.
Which one's the third
NLC.
team? What's the third team?
Huh? The
What's the
third
third
team.
team?
You have Ruddy, you have Nord,
Ruddy.
you have.
Who's
yeah,
playing in that
another.
team?
You don't know Ruddy?
Who's playing in that team? Who's the jungler?
You know, Dominate is actually on the team, like helping the team. You talked about the.
I was
you
on
aware
with-
of where
he's
you're
playing
playing,
jungle. It's
No,
Yanko's
he's
playing
not. He's-
jungle. I thought Yanko's playing jungle.
Average, I have to cut
that
you
might
off.
be
We
an
have to
issue.
move on with the show, man. We have to move
Yeah,
on with
it's
the
all good.
show. I love you.
all
I
good.
love you. Keep winning, and we'll keep talking. Is that a deal?
Easy. We'll talk soon. I'm sure. We'll talk soon.
Easy. I'll see you
All right.
soon, my man.
Have
Toss
a
it
good
back
day.
to the desk. Oh, he was hyped. Man, I think that the broadcast almost went entirely for iBridge, and we would be done with day 1. It's done. It's done. Group A, it's done. We don't care about this anymore. Any
His
last remarks
confidence
before we
soon
move on?
dropped, didn't it, when he
Yeah.
when he realised he was playing versus Nord. It's like, yeah, we're gonna win today.
Yeah.
We're against Nord. Oh.
I don't understand how we are in a situation where there is a team with Rusty Sniper on it, and there is potentially a bigger yapper on that team. Like that is just unreal to me.
I just love this. NLC is looking great, by the way. This is the end of game 2. We still have 3 more to go. Are you aware of what's happening afterward? Los Ratones will fight versus Bulldog. I don't know. Foxdrop was talking about Bulldogs, but Los Ratones are 2-0. Can they finish this with the perfect score? We'll talk about this later on after a small break. So don't go anywhere. I'm watching you. And I'll see you soon. Welcome back into the show. Los Ratones versus Bulldogs. The reality is simple. Los Ratones are searching for that perfect and clean Group A. Meanwhile, Bulldogs, well, they're trying to run away from LLS and they're trying to run away from the bottom of the seeding. They started off on the left foot versus North today, so this is their last chance to make it happen. This is their last game on Group A seeding stage. How can this even happen? I know they have the dog in them. We saw the dog on the interview. Lovely, lovely. I would fight for that dog. I don't know. But we have to face reality.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Normally, you don't see rats hunt dogs, but maybe even the rats are big enough. I know, maybe in like We're in the Fallout universe or something like that, potentially it's going to happen. Yeah, this is going to be probably the hardest game for Bulldogs to win in this entire seeding stage. Obviously, it's Los Ratones. We know the caliber players that these guys are. But as you mentioned, Archer, like, it's important because for Bulldog, you need to pull away from the bottom of the standings here, right? Like, you're now 1 and 2, which is the same as Verdun and Lightside. So anyone not named Nord and Ratones in your group all has the same score right now. So it's going to be difficult. And the expectations here, that if you go 1 and 3, you've really got to go back to the drawing board. And for me, it's not about the result of this game. Obviously, I think that the talent is there to do an upset for Bulldog, but from what we've seen of them so far in the NLC, going back to last week, seeing them from the first game today as well, they haven't looked good. It's hard to say, but they just have not looked good. I want to see that they can compete here in the NLC. Show us something. Show us some life. Show us some of what we were expecting out of this team coming into the split.
Yeah, and then you sort of square that against Los Ratones, who obviously everyone had high expectations on the roster based on names coming in, but I don't think that we necessarily expected them to be this good at just standard League of Legends. We can talk about the boss until like the cows come home, but fundamentally he is one of 5 players on this team. Whilst he applies a loads of pressure, I'm looking at Reckless, I'm looking at Crowny, Nemesis, Velia, like these guys have been playing immaculately. Some of the engages that we're seeing, some of the team fighting is absolutely ridiculous. Honestly, LEC caliber potentially in this league. And I mean, if there is a yardstick that you need to measure yourself against, Los Ratones, you can't really ask for a better one. So definitely an uphill battle for Bulldogs, but we've already seen one game today that you could describe as an upset. Who's to say it's not going to happen again?
That's a statement. If I may, I don't know if you agree with me. I love Los Ratones, every single one of them. But when I saw them play competitively, and when I get to see all the VODs they have on scrims, when you look into the way Reckless is playing, it's phenomenal. If not probably the best player right now in the league, at least in my opinion. I'm not saying it's a statement, but also he's facing Kasing. So if there's a hope, I somehow believe the head-to-head might be between 2 supports, which is ridiculous to make as a statement. And where's the Scar in the van? I know Bulldogs are going to take care of that. Wukong as well, because Reckless loves that one. Not Reckless. Kato loves to pick the Wukong for the team. Belgium loves to play him. If he gets to play with the Nidalee, keep that in mind as well. As we jump into Champions Select, I'm fired for this one. Let's go.
Yes, always hype when the rats are on the rift. We got some standard bans coming through right here, but some targets as well. Draven and Viego's very meta, but Velia is quality on that too. It's something that really needs to be said about Los Ratones. Like, we like to build up specific things to watch, but all across the board, every single one of the Ratones can carry, right? Like, and hard carry as well, right? Not just do well, but hard carry. So wouldn't be surprised to see Bulldog actually opting into triple jungle. Okay, I was going to say they might ban the Skarner themselves, but no. So a lot of jungle bans coming through here already, a lot of bot side bans as well. So pinched in those 2 roles could open up some favorable picks here for the carries in the solo lanes.
Final ban. What do you bring to the table, Bulldogs? Because there's a lot of attention towards the jungle. 2 AD carries to take away some power from Epsofang. There you go. Vi is the last one. So a lot of attention towards the champion pool in the jungle. But Belgium can still go for the other picks. The Nidalee, I swear, it's something to behold. and Baus can play other things. We are aware that there's an item that has been disabled, and Baus was saying today, earlier on the stream, saying, well, I have to play Cyan AD. Oh, no. So I don't know. It's a possibility. Ooh, Crowny completely carried this one on the first week.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's a flex
he
as
did.
well, right? It's both bot and mid. It's very popular in both roles. So, yeah, very powerful. And like you say, we saw Crowny on it, but Nemesis absolutely be able to pilot this.
Yeah, I'm glad that we are sort of looking at the mid lane as well, because I think that even though we only saw one game from Nemesis last week, it was one of the most disgusting mid lane performances that I've seen in the NLC. But then I look at Cayman, and whilst Bulldogs did lose earlier in the day, and whilst his scoreline wasn't particularly impressive, he put in a shift against Norway in a matchup that he was countered in. So I think there's the opportunity for him to really show up and do something impressive in this game. The Varus expected, it's just sort of the default ADC at the moment, and I'm hoping that we see a little bit more from this Maokai than we saw the first time that Bulldogs pulled it out today, because it really didn't offer all that much.
If I see Leandries, I swear. Another thing, there's
Archer,
a Galio.
the Leandries is fine.
Galio,
The Leandries is
Jesus.
fine.
There's
He
a
just needs
Galio.
other stuff around him.
For the other people that are not aware, this Galio right now on these hands are on 35 KDA. 35! That is ridiculous, that is absurd, and that's a Jarvan as well, one of the most well-designed champions. It has everything, and it doesn't need those numbers that we now have to live with. But interesting, what do they pick against it?
Okay, before I answer your question, I have a question of my own. Against Jarvan Galio, how does Varus play the game?
Versus Baus?
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, alright, so we're getting the
yes.
best locked in here from Mietic. This is interesting because I feel like Mietic, had some priority in the draft earlier on in the day with that Rumble first pick on blue side, but wasn't able to really get anything out of it. And obviously Ambess is not really a weak side jungler either, but you've got a lot of CC from Maokai who'll come through to your lane, and if you can set up Ambessa, who's all about that damage and not so much about the CC, especially pre-6, then you can make some good things happen there. So they're actually looking, from what I can see here from Bulldog, to attack Baus in that side lane, right? And it's interesting. His strategy is very hard to play against, because if you're drawing resources towards him, like if you're ganking Baus, then yeah, you're killing him, but the rest of your map will suffer. But if you just let him do what he wants to do, that's also problematic for you, because he's getting so much pressure, specifically with like lanes and stuff like that. So yeah, I think we're attacking topside here. I think that Baus is gonna have a bit of a target on his back here this game.
Yeah.
As always, I mean, is that something new? He always has a target on his back, and he's capable of pulling through. And Bessa, if it goes versus Baus, I don't know if this is gonna end well. And when I'm looking into the champions, you still have the Rakan, for instance, for Reckless. He added the Leona recently to his champion pool, and so far you're taking away those champions that can counter that. I don't know.
I do want to. I feel like there is potential for Ambessa mid. Feels like the sort of role that she could fit into as a champion. But also just a bit more holistically, I'm a lot happier with what Bulldogs have drafted for themselves, because you've actually got sort of like multiple tools. It's not just going to be, yes, the Maokai is the only real tank that you've got at the moment, but you've got other things around him that are going to offer some support. This Roa being drafted now gives you another engaged option. It does feel like both of these compositions do, though, really want to go forward. Galio Jarvan classic combo, and Corki, he's not about standing a million miles away and doing 50% of your HP with one rocket. He wants to be Valking in and one-shotting people. And I think if Los Ratones draft an engaged support for themselves, that is just further emphasizing the identity of this character.
Yeah, and now we will see whether a Corki is a flex or not. Even now, like, you could put it in either lane. And both these teams, what I'm loving from this draft so far is both of the teams, not just one or the other. There's no like rock paper scissors going on here. No, we are butting heads, jumping in, engaging. Both, and what it's going to come down to is just purely which team has the advantage, who can outhands who can get the good flanks and the good engages. The game plan is very clear from both teams here. And yeah,
that's
AP
Jax
with Swain as well. So AP Jax top.
100%. That's Baus.
Okay.
That's AP Jax. He doesn't play AD Jax. He doesn't.
I mean, fair enough. Jackson at best is already strong, so yeah, that's it. I think this game is gonna it's gonna be so bloody, it's so scrappy, it's so skirmishy, it's butting heads constantly, and it might just be a hands diff in this game. It's gonna be entertaining regardless.
I will say though, I feel like this Swain is a really good pick into the composition that Los Ratones have drafted, because it is a little bit low damage, I'd say. Galio Jarvan not really providing all that much, but the thing about Swain is he can just sit there and exist in team fights. And if he is allowed to exist, then very good things happen for the teams that's drafted in. I'm a lot more confident about this Bulldogs draft. Do I think they're going to win? That's a different question. But I am expecting a bit of a better show from them this time around.
Let's put the cards on the table. If Los Ratones win this one, they'll be locked in seeds. If Bulldogs wins this one, they'll be able to escape a little bit from that worst seed possible towards playoffs. It's do or die, and it's Jaxie P on the top side. I love this timeline, by the way. I think we are blessed at the NLC. Without further ado, let's toss to another blessing, which is Solari and Initialize on the cast. Was that bad? Was that mean?
That was really lovely. The issue here is, I was going to talk about Los Ratones and they're kind of going for this other dive comp and stuff, and we were going to have all these wonderful conversations about AP Jax, and then Solari saw Swain, and I quote went, "Yes, Swain daddy." And as we head to the riff, I will leave you with that quote from Alicia here, who maybe letting her, personal tastes sway her opinions here in the draft.
Oh my god, why are you exposing me like that?
I mean, you said it!
It wasn't here for the broadcast. Oh my brother, I thought we were friends.
No, I'm throwing you out of the bus there. You just...
Yeah, my
look,
career
it's not-
is ruined.
I'm not apologizing. I mean,
I see
yeah,
that.
moving on. Because I think that statement stands by itself quite happily.
No further comments, okay?
Yeah, we're gonna see a little bit of the old Dark Seal start there from Baus, who has gone for the phase rush. It will likely be that AP Jax, as we were saying. Dark Seal start for the Galio as well, so clearly looking for some of those kind of more snowbally options. I think Metalcott kind of hit the nail on the head a little bit, saying, look, the damage from this Los Ratones roster, this draft rather, is a little low if they don't get ahead. They've got a fair amount of burst, but the consistent damage isn't necessarily what it would be from another composition. That Sway might have a serious amount of value there if they don't get ahead of that curve and get that kind of damage in ahead of the time.
And that's where the bot lane comes into play, because I feel like Crowny having Corki as the first pick for him is so massive here, especially if you've been following Los Ratones so far and you saw what they did last week on the first day of NLC, what Crowny did, granting himself the first blood of the split of NLC and granting himself so many kills and being the deadliest member of Los Ratones on this Corki. Now he's getting it, he's pairing it up with the Recon for Reckless, so that is a very strong combo on the bot lane. If I'm expecting the first blood to come out of anywhere on this map, I would love it to be on the bot lane for Los Ratones, because that is really where they can build up from.
I think you've kind of got the right idea there. And again, this is not an unusual draft from Los Ratones. They love their dive comps. They love their Galio comps. This kind of thing really fits the playstyle. Reckless on those engaged supports finds a lot of value. The Bulldogs just looking to see whether they can find an angle there on Nemesis, but he's quick enough to back on it. Had to burn the teleport a little earlier there, and Cayman will now be following in his footsteps. She cancels that recall, wants to try and claim this wave as he can before going back to base.
But that now opens the possibility for some action on the bot lane. The thing though is that Los Ratones know where Ludus is. They should be expecting him to potentially appear on the bot lane. They have their own action, a lot of it happening there at the same time, but they also have Velja around to make sure that nothing bad happens to Los Ratones on the bot lane.
I'm going to try and look at a potential dive angle here. They've got a lot of members hiding around in the blue side jungle. HP bars are quite high, and they say, that's not what we're here for. Going to get the wards down, going to get onto this Gromp instead, and try and make sure that the Maokai has to leave that camp alone. Instead, we'll turn back towards the top side, pick up that top side Skullcrab, but it means that you can't look to play around the bot side, where X-Fang and Kasing have often been the major win condition for the side of Bulldogs when they found power points of their own. just make sure that the Maokai can't get involved down there as Baus runs out of mana. We're looking to reset nice and early. Again, it is AP Jax, does tend to run through the mana a little faster than other variants sometimes.
I mean, all of the variants in the early levels run through their mana pretty fast, but this one definitely is the top spot.
Bit of an engage down to Nemesis, who flashes away before the Never Move can land in. We'll have to leave the Edgar Allan Poe references for another time as hang on! Vision of Empire is not quite there. We have to hold our breath a second as Nemesis is fancy enough with the footwork to avoid dying for first blood there.
He went away on 30 HP. If that W from Swain hit, he most likely would have been dead on the spot.
Velia.
Okay, Velia, what are you?
He's going in for a potential 1 versus 2 here. Just throws down the wards and sees that's all gone. Baus is proxy farming because, of course, he is Baus. Is following Bowson's law. Namely, to be as obnoxious and rat-like as possible, which is, you know, appropriate considering the team he's on.
Absolutely. Also, considering that Velgi is around him, it is more than appropriate here because Baus knows that nothing except for this turret shot is going to threaten him whatsoever in his top lane, so he can do whatever he wants, and his team is supporting him. It is lovely to watch how Velgi is walking around the map in this game because he is at the right places at the right time. He was shadowing the bot lane a little bit earlier, now he's shadowing the top lane to make sure that Baus, nothing happens to bot and he gets a safe reset. What is going to be his next step? Potentially the Void Grabs because we have only 40 seconds before they spawn.
And I think it's also then worth pointing out that actually using the pressure in the bot lane, using the pressure in the top side to get in and get value out of the jungle is really good to see, especially because Velia is, in many ways, the least experienced member of the Lost Returners roster. Nemesis, Crowny, Reckless are superstars in their own right. Reckless, in particular, has played so many games, you know, Middlecott joked about it, but he was on that T1 roster as a substitute, right? He's played a sup down there in their academy or the Challengers roster. He's been an AD carry across Europe for years and years and years. Crowny, Nemesis, similarly have got massive amounts of experience. Even Baus has not had to change all that much from the way he streams and the way he plays on stream compared to the pro because he's still going to play like Baus. He's committing to that playstyle. As Velia, who's having to take that slightly more inexperienced role, that slightly more or less pro-ready position, I guess, and find value, find success at a kind of competitive style of play. And thus far, this game is kind of using the value he's getting from his lanes really well so far. But we are only 6 minutes in, and that could all change yet. But so far, so good for the less experienced member of the Lost Returners squad.
So far, so good for the Bulldogs, because do you see what's happening on the minimap right now? Do you see what's happening at this speed? Bulldogs are the one taking in the grabs, despite the pride that Lost Returners were having on the top side of the map. And that's all because of one cheeky little, not even that cheeky, but a ward that was standing at the mid lane at like the river from the top side of the mid lane. Lost Returners were trying to see for a potential play on the mid lane, but Bulldogs were able to rotate in so many people to the mid lane. They got the grabbies, and now they are not losing Kaimin on the bot lane, which looked very risky, but no, he's fine. He's Swain, he's fine. He has an ultimate, like, what can you do to him under the turret?
That much there. Finds a Never Move, but Reckless didn't quite take tower aggro there, so he's fine enough. And Baus managed to get the reset off as well. Singh was around looking to see where they could interrupt the Jax's back, who is continuing to play very obnoxiously, very deep. I'm slightly surprised that we don't see more Singed play from Baus with this kind of proxy farming, as Cayman might still be in danger here. Reckless will throw down the Gleaming Quill, and that will be Cayman deciding to demonically ascend, gets the Vision of Empire down, but there's 3 members down here! And Crowny picks up first blood. The Swain, this time around, does not have the ability to survive.
Crowny picking up the first blood is never a good sign for the other team, and it's not a good sign for Bulldogs right now either, because, well, Crowny, if you allow him on snowball, especially on a champion like Corki, that is going to be so much damage. Exactly what the Lost Returners need, consistent damage. They also need Baus to stay alive right now, though.
Do a little bit. Baus gonna be in that 1v2, and we all know that how rats work. As if it is Baus' picking up all the deaths, they're doing just fine. The public execution is a slightly public fumble instead there. Unfortunate, Miatek gets the read wrong. Perhaps a little harsh with the phrasing, but hey, it made more sense with the name of the ultimate. Baus just keeps farming. He's not backing away, of course he's not. Gonna recall in the same spot. Might be going to pick this one up. Exifang and Kasinga there. There's no way out this time, Baus. Nice attempt. He gets a fair amount of damage down, but I think it will be the Varus who picks that one up.
That's still though, the bot lane of Bulldogs slowed down, stuck on their base to make sure that they kill the enemy top laner. In the meantime, Los Ratones have free time on the bot lane to do whatever they want, and they want more money for Crowny, obviously. They also want the Drake, which Relja is taking care of right now. Bulldogs are going to be late for this party, so they should not even be thinking about taking the first Drake and maybe focus on something else, like not giving away the first turret, for example.
Crowny's picked up 3 plates down there, and despite it being a relatively quiet early game, it's still over 1,000 gold ahead for Los Ratones here. They've picked up that early dragon. They've gotten the feat of strength for the first blood. There we go. Pick that one out. I can read symbols on the top of my screen. Good start there, Sam. And
Hey.
just off laning phase and just plates, they are kind of slowly getting a fairly notable lead here. Of course, it's not game-breaking yet, but if this keeps continuing, if they do continue to pick up some of those feats of strength and those plates, this gold lead is going to get very sizable very quickly, I fear.
And that is scary for any of the teams, to be fair, because if you look at both drafts, both of them absolutely hate playing from behind. Swain feels miserable if he's behind on items. Ambessa doesn't want to be behind. Jax, Corki, wherever you look, it's the same for both the teams. So for Los Ratones, that is already such a great start that they are the ones ahead. Not a huge lead by any means, but they are consistently getting there. And their early games can be a little bit slower, but at the same time, again, it is just that they are constantly in this lead. They are leading in terms of feat of strength. They are leading in terms of the gold. They are having more control over the map in general. So far, it's looking good for them.
So far, so good. Of course, it's a lot of game to play as Baus goes on forwards, and with the phase rush and the AP-empowered counter-strike, that wave just disappears. Came in, lands a good never move, forces Crowny to cleanse away. Doesn't get to use the Valkyrie. He's actually down on mana. I'm not sure he had enough mana to back away Valkyrie's mana costs early on. That's pretty huge, and I say that he Valks over a wall, so I was just wrong. There you go. Again,
Yeah,
happened
just enough.
again and
Okay,
again.
it's
Sorry
fine,
about
it's
that.
fine.
I was trying to be super clever, like, ooh, look at the mana cost, and like, no, he just gets the Falco over the wall instead. Still, summoned it down, came in, continuing to land some good combos there on Swain, even if he is down a little bit of that CS. And we saw in the first game of the way the Bulldogs were more than able to find some good picks, a little bit like this. Chains of Corruption, just why Velya managed to buffer away for now, still has the flash to work, his teleports begin to fly. Velya down to half HP, the Hail of Arrows secures the kill for X-Fen 2 for him now on the board. Nemesis will justice punch away, but there's a public execution! Noxus versus Demacia on your screens, but the statue will flash away. It's looking like a Doctor Who episode, because blink and you'll miss him.
But what you will not miss, though, is the fact that these are the second Gravies of the game that are going to Bulldogs'
Hang on,
hands. Oh my god,
Brownie?
Crowny, what are you doing there?
He's Valk away.
Hold on.
I don't think he got that far. They've gone too deep. Hang on. In comes the Galio ultimate, and the hero's entrance buys some time to never move just shy. Will throw out the taunt, but will not find that much. Reckless doesn't find the best engage ever. The demonic Assumption is there. Crowny down at 10% HP and no mana. Can't do that much more, but stays alive critically. And Bulldogs thought they'd found some more, but Los Ratones scramble and keep all their members alive.
Still such low HP buff on everybody that no continuation is possible. Everybody just wants to reset, go back to the base, maybe grab some more components. Velge in the meantime is doing the grabbies, but Baus might need...
He's
no,
fine.
You know what? Yeah, he's fine. He doesn't need any help whatsoever. I forget that it's Baus sometimes, sorry.
And in fairness to Baus, again, he has a reputation from solo. We all know what it is for many, many years now, and the way he plays the game, and is quite happy to give up the good deaths in order to find individual advantage and draw so much pressure that he still becomes a kind of problem regardless. But I think at least at NLC, or in NLC is the better way of putting the syntax together for that sentence, he's actually not given away as many deaths as you might expect. Again, yes, the Poppy game happened, but it's actually been pretty good at like not being completely over-aggressive. It's actually playing his style with a fair amount of consistency, and of course that shouldn't be a total surprise, but it's not the solo queue special you sometimes see from Baus. And it is good to see that he is managing to convert his very distinctive playstyle to a pro level, to a competitive level, and doing it well, at least so far. But we are only 3 games deep. Hell, 2.5. That third game's not complete yet.
2 and a third, more likely. We're just in the beginning. Everything might still go completely downhill for Los Ratones, even though they are still in the lead in terms of the goal, still in the lead in terms of what's happening on the map. Oh, and they need one more neutral objective, by the way, to complete the feats of strength. And with the dragon spawning in just 40 seconds from now, it looks like the next objective on the menu for Los Ratones, already starting to bring in the forces towards the bot side of the map. Baus has no TP, but knowing Baus and knowing how the Reds play, most likely he's going to stay exactly where he is right now.
One more neutral objective will get Los Ratones that second feat of strength, which would be pretty valuable. Cayman lands and never move, but it's on to Reckless, who has enough of a shield to not care too much right there, as well, you might end up face-checking a sapling and the little Schmiegum. I forget the name of it. I've forgotten the name of those things. There is a name. I apologise out there to Cabbage Family and other small UK teams who named those many years ago. All the while.
You lost me there, brother. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about that. It's a very deep UK League of Legends reference. And to those who
Yeah.
get it, I applaud you. To everyone else, ignore that 10 seconds of me mumbling. It's easier that way.
You know what? It's just, yeah, it's the usual way of dealing with initialize, by the way, in case you didn't know. Oh, Cayman, don't do that to me again!
Demonic Ascension comes through the tower, falls. That'll be another feat of strength. Cayman flashes away, try to heal up. It's just not enough as Crown. He picks that one up, his first of the game. But BDG, Bulldogs are here to fight back. They land the Maokai route, but the turnaround's pretty good. Exafang just gets caught out, deleted! And of course, there's the Galio from the heavens to turn it all around. Lulis is clueless, nowhere to run. He goes on down, another such name pumps. Kasing now being run away. Miatic is here, but there's still a massive members disadvantage. Nemesis lands the taunt, gets Kasing, and now it's Ambessa alone against the world. And Los Ratones are bringing a plague of destruction down on Bulldog's heads. There is just not enough in the tank. They should have named terriers. They're the wrong kind of rat-catching dogs.
That Ambessa was not, I'm afraid, raised by the wolves because she was too late for the party and there is no way out of that anymore. But the thing is, Cayman dies here and that is unavoidable because the turret goes down extremely quickly, and even if you're in Demonic Ascension, there is nothing you can do. But I want you to be looking at Reckless because the way he's gonna be dancing with his moves, like, never give this man a Rakan if you want to even have a chance at winning against Los Ratones. Because the way he chooses to go for Exofang right here with his extended ultimate to make sure that he hits onto the enemy AD carry, and this way Crowley doesn't die. And this way the enemy AD carry goes down and the fight is pretty much automatically won for the Rats.
There's just too many entrances happening there for Xfeng to deal with, a grand one and a heroic one. A little bit more than Xfeng was able to manage with the Nemesis. Just gets to keep going on forwards, and Kasing forced down. Miatic has nowhere really to go. The public execution is unfortunately of Ambessa herself. Everybody in the end falls apart at different times there. Bulldogs go in one by one. And taken hook, line, and sinker, and their chance in this game feels like they're sinking rather rapidly. What are they, 5k behind at this point in the game?
Yeah.
Down 4 grubs, 2 dragons. There's not many metrics here that Los Ratones are not favoured in right now. Baus has got himself a Nash's Tooth already. Building towards that second item nice and fast. Only the one death so far. This Jack's AP or not. Going to be really annoying. The upfront burst from that particular variant is a lot more than people expect.
That's true. And also don't forget about the fact that he is obnoxious on the side lanes as well, which means Bulldogs right now have to sacrifice Mintic all the time to make sure that this Ambessa is just trying to hold onto these turrets, that Baus doesn't cut through them very quickly, which, to be fair, Baus will still do. He's ahead, he's feeling rather strong right now.
He's fine, yeah.
Exactly, he's more than fine compared to Mintic right now.
Well, just counter-strikes the wave and runs away. The public execution goes wide because he just sidesteps it. Here comes the Nature's Grasp, though, to buy Baus a little bit of time. Nowhere really for him to go. Has a phase rush, but nowhere to run. And that'll be a second death for the Jacks, who for once oversteps, can't sidestep everything. Baus dies for the second time this game.
You can't sidestep everything, but you can make sure that every death of yours counts, because Los Ratones, in the meantime, thanks to this window in the window view, got the Herald to themselves, and now they can cut through the top lane.
They try and jump in. The chains of corruption don't really land. Cayman tries to buy some time. Velia is very deep, but I think he's just dead to rights here. Yeah, that one was a little bit far, Rats. I would XTD somewhere else. Nemesis comes on in, but the hero's entrance is looking like the villain's dinner table, and he gives himself over to Bulldogs, who now even up the kills. I think that one might have been a touch far. I don't know about you, Solari.
Speaking of overextension, both of us actually did overextend. Both Los Ratones went a little bit too deep and too far into Bulldog's territory. Us also, we went a little bit too far with praising them, unfortunately, but... Oh!
Ooh, well,
okay, forget it.
Kasing about to fall as well. There comes the Visions of Ember, drive by some space, but Baus down to counter-strike and 20% of the HP bar just disappears. A double kill for Baus, who evens up his kills and deaths and feels a lot happier about the game, and Los Ratones strike back after a slight fumble moments ago. We'll have a look at this replay again. As we see the topside dive that was just that bit deep.
Much too deep with the turret still on full health, and remember that the turrets are now dealing much more damage than before, and with the fact that Velge is jumping in with the ultimate when there is already no follow-up possible because Crowny is fighting for his dear life, and after that the Hero's entrance also happens, unfortunately a little bit too late, but look at the window in window view, there is no time to waste for the rats.
Mid lane turret stands despite the use of the Herald, and Sundering Smash comes on through from Mythic as the part 2 of that Q. Sometimes can look a little bit like the ultimate on this skin. I'm not gonna lie
Yes,
to you.
it does.
Thank you for about that. Okay, you get the turret. You nearly get everything. Okay, you know what? Good death. Gets the turret. It's more gold than you dying as came in. And on the other side goes down as well, and Velia and Nemesis return to the scene of the incident at the tier 2 earlier and be able to claim that turret for themselves. Nostratonis claim 2 tier 2s in a matter of minutes. Actually, are they going to keep going? They might look for a little bit more here. Is there any teleports available? Cayman will have his 20-odd seconds. That's a public execution. That's still going to be a 1 versus 2. Mythic manages to Drakehound step away, but the turnaround with the Justice Punch and a flag and drag means that I think that Ambessa may have gone a little deep, but you know what? I take it back. There's just more dashes than Lost Returners have. You can't catch the Ambessa. What am I saying is... Gee, Lunas and Kasing here. How much further do they want to go? Atakan has spawned on the HP bars. For Lost Returners are a little low. This might actually give Bulldogs an opportunity here if they're feeling really bold. They'll pick up the blood petals and the resets will come on through, but they don't feel calm enough or confident enough to start this one up quite yet.
Their Ambessa is still low health, you gotta remember. It was still 2-for-1 in terms of the low health and who had to reset in the end, but still Bulldogs don't feel comfortable enough without one. Plus their situation on the top lane is... it's not that good. They still have all of their turrets down, all the turrets for Lost Returners are still standing, so Lost Returners seem to have a better position here if they want to force a fight there. They want to force a fight here on the river, apparently.
Threw down the flag, but did not get dragged down into the depths. Never move lands onto Nemesis. Kasinga's gone on in with the crash down and a bit more Ferromancy to his name. Velge is really low, gets the Cataclysm and gets out. Came in desperately low, trying to heal on up. Doesn't quite fall himself. The health bars are so low, but the few have fallen so far. And Ambessa gets the jacks. And Bulldogs come out on sort of top, I think. It's 2 for 2 in the end, but it is a close run thing.
It's still close, and Merrick is still half HP and can do so much with his half HP on that Ambessa. Like, force some more recalls and let the team go towards the Drake. It's gonna be the first Drake for Bulldog, but they also having objective bounties running on the map, so it's gonna be a little bit of additional gold for the team as well. A pretty good ultimate there coming in, but again, coming a little bit too late, it feels like, from Galio. I'm just so sad to look at Kaimin because Swain, who is behind, is not having a good time whatsoever. Your whole idea of your champion is that you're supposed to survive through the fights and absorbing some damage and heal from it. If Swain is 1-4 to 5 and having only an item and a half compared to 3 items on Nemesis, I'm afraid this Swain is not fathering today.
Struggling a little bit here, I grant you.
Yeah.
And that, I'm glad you... little bit of a throwback to the earlier statements there. I appreciate it. But, jokes aside, Bulldogs, we've seen some good fights from them today. We've seen them actually throw some good punches in game 1. They've managed to fight back against Lost Returners a number of times despite the goal discrepancy across this game. But it has been more of the macro that has been problematic. They are still down a lot of gold in both of these games as the mid-game rolls around and they start falling further and further away. Those slight increments begin to build into bigger and bigger ones as the games go on. And yes, the Swain is quite a ways behind, but on the other hand, at least XFN's in a decent spot, and maybe Bulldogs can put it back, but I need to see them start picking up some turrets. It's 5-0 in that marker right now. They've got a dragon to their name, they've got a couple grubs, but that's about it. Baus might be attacked here. That Blast Cone did not serve to put Mythic any further, and Baus is very swift with the phase rush and the Swifty boots, so it's not going to be a threat right now.
No, and he's more than fine to see some enemy members looking at him without any respect on the both side of the map, because we're still looking at Aracon sitting on the top part of the map. We're still talking about the possibility to take it, but for now, mid lane...
Crash down into the Magnet Storm, and Crowny in a dangerous spot, but he's got enough of a shield to stay alive. Came in, gets a big demonic ascension though. Kasing is low but not down. Lulas low but not down. Ambessa gets reckless and shot down, and into the back lane he gets more. Oh my god! Value with the triple kill. Cataclysm by name, Cataclysm by nature. All the while, though, they still lose more members. Velia manages to salvage it a little bit, but it's still going to be a 3 for 3. Can he find his way out? We'll need to play rope around the ring around the rosy a little bit, but Cayman has a lot more HP to work with. The Visions of the Empire will stop the spot. Remember, Atakan is up. Velia, how much further can you run? Are there teleports available? One from Nemesis, maybe, if he can fall away and get on in here. And a bit more damage, and Palpatine he may be, but will not be able to really show them the true power of the dark side of the Force. Have a look at this replay, because once again, it was scrappy.
I don't know how Crowny managed to keep to his cleanse for so long up until the very last moment, and the fight would have looked so much different if it wasn't for the Mientic factor here. Because the moment this Ambessa sees the opening onto the backlane that is already very low, she goes in, Reckless is down, Crowny is down, and no matter what was happening to the backlane of Bulldogs before that, Mientic is still full health somehow, almost full health, with a ginormous shield to his name, with a triple kill to his name, and my boy Mientic coming all the way from Ultraliga, where he had the strong performance individually, but unfortunately his team really struggled to find any good placement in League whatsoever. But Mientic was always the shining light over the team, and now I'm just so happy finally seeing him on the champion that has so much power and authority and unleashing it to the fullest. 6-1-1 with 2 items to his name. Mientic is a very strong factor in this game.
And unless you end up with a really good set of ults to defend Crowny, it's not going to be that easy to Valkyrie away from an Ambessa who can just continue to gap close after gap close. If you were hit by that public execution, you are no longer safe. They'll jump onto Exafing here as the chains of corruption go very wide indeed. And that's a quick kill onto the enemy AD carry. And Lost Returnis will take this opportunity to head towards the Baron that has just spawned and look to pick up the big purple worm for themselves. They are going to be on vision while doing it though. Well, they're just going to go straight towards Atakan. Get used to what people are going for, with that one also being a side there. They'll start up with a slightly easier neutral objective to secure.
The Bulldogs, however, are closing in. There is no ultimate on Lulos.
boy.
There's something important to remember, but Cayman is here. Has the ulti.
I think a Scon is
Same.
going to go down, and that'll be the withdrawals available. On the revive, I heard the Endless Desk calling us out on that one earlier. As Baus into the backside makes sure that Cayman is suffering. Will get that kill, but it's only 100 gold. Lulis goes down. Crowdy playing with a vengeance. Mientic in the backline, facing in a 1v2, and reminder, with those withdrawals, you just don't get that much value for fighting against them. And now Baron's available right next door. Atakan proves its might once more. So much value for the side of Lost Returnis.
From the moment that Atakan went down into the hands of Lost Returnis, it was a lost cause for Bulldog. Because even if you win a fight right here, right now, you're getting pretty much nothing. As you said, you're getting no gold. You're just giving the quick recess for Lost Returnis to go quickly back to the base and buy more items and just simply walk back into the Summoner's Rift like nothing happened before that. If you lose this fight, however, as Bulldogs, you're losing so much more. They just lost the Baron to everybody on the side of Lost Returnis. They just lost potentially more turrets. They just lost the Dragon as well, which they still have an objective bounty on. But as you can see on the minimap and on the map right now, Lost Returnis are claiming the soul point for themselves, and they will continue pushing because they still have 4 out of 5 withdrawals to their names, and now they have the Baron buff and the soul point. Like, what else is there to ask for the Reds right now?
Maybe some cleaner team fights, I suppose, if you're being really nitpicky.
Okay,
Yeah, that's probably
yeah.
fair. There's been a few even team fights that perhaps shouldn't have been, and Exafang and Mientic are still pretty scary. They'd like to time out these Atakan buffs if they can, though. Not the easiest thing to do, and with Baron on top of it all, it's going to be a very strong shove from Lost Returnis. Make no mistake about it. Can Bulldogs hold on? They will need to be dog with a bone in this particular case. Dog within will have to become a dog without if they want to make this play. In goes Velia, but Mientic is trading out with Baus on the other side. I think Baus is winning this one.
What?
Oh my days, the damage is huge! Counter-strike and a flash not required. All the while though, Ingos came in and the rest of the squad from Lost Returnis to try and pick up the kill. So don't quite manage it. Crowny, Valkyrie's over the wall. You can hear them riding on in, and it is to Valhalla. They send Bulldogs. It is a valiant fight or two from then. But the macro wasn't enough. Atakan and Baron is too much to bear for the side of Bulldogs. They will fall down to 1 and 3. Lost Returnis will secure themselves first in Group A. They do it in style, and they do it in the manner we all began to expect, even if 1 or 2 of those fights were perhaps not as clean as they might have hoping.
The long-anticipated Rats have proven to us that they are the best ones when it comes to best of ones in NLC so far, which is very exciting. Because again, this is the last best of one that we're seeing so far in this split. Starting from the next week, we're going to be going into a very adventurous territory of best of threes and best of fives. And I can't wait to see what Los Ratones are going to be bringing in there. Because so far, we've seen pretty much the same ideas from their drafts. And don't get me wrong, they have been working for, well, all of the time, because they have been winning those games so far, going undefeated. But I don't know. I think I still want to see a little bit more from them because it's very promising, it's very strong, not always as clean though as it could have been.
I'll be seeing us a little bit less because it's the desk who'll be picking it up from here to break down that game and tell us why Los Returners have earned themselves first place in Group A.
First place for Los Ratones, but somehow I need a shower. That was dirty. That was a complicated one. And everybody was like, it's Bulldogs. They're going to take them down. I got nervous. I saw the game going both ways at one point. So let's start digesting this one and understand how it started before we go into the mess.
Okay, so before we get into the mess, it was Los Ratones, right? It just felt like, man, we always say this. It's almost like a cliche at this point, but Bols was doing Bols things, and the rest of his team was benefiting from it. Honestly, like there were a few times where Bulldog was trying to attack Bols, and so the Rats just like they almost dove Swain one time. They got the Dragon another time from it as well. Like this strategy of attacking Bols doesn't seem to be
example.
working. So here we go, right? And this is where he gets caught first, and he stays around again a little bit later. But just think of all the resources already used here. That's 2 people topside. Your ulti from Ambessa.
Look at this guy.
And then he stays. He draws Kame in from mid lane up as well. The bot lane comes to get him. So what do the Rats do? You know, they get a push bot. You get plates, and you get Dragon. You're chilling. It's worth it.
Yeah. It's a 5-man squad to deal with Bounce while the rest of the team is like, do we take plates? Do we take dragons? Yeah, like Bounce is doing his thing and all of a sudden you hear from the background, dun, dun, da, da, and here comes the Avengers to try to take him down, but you forget about the map.
And I think this is the key thing that I think bears repeating. The Bounce playstyle is not him mindlessly running into the enemy team and dying just because he feels like it. There is a very high level of understanding about the way that the map works from this player. And that's meant that this transition into sort of professional play has gone very well, because if you're applying pressure in one part of the map, you've actually got people that you can communicate with that can take advantage of that pressure, like we're getting the dragons, the plates, and Archer. I think a point that you were bringing up when we were watching that game was that Reckless has said, when Baus is doing these silly things, we need to be getting something from it. And I feel like that was the story of Los Ratones this whole split. I know we're only a few games in, but it was also the story of this game. Very strong decision making in contrast to Bulldogs, who look here, split focus, Exafang's going on to Crowny, instantly Nemesis is coming in, and Los Ratones just defeating them in detail. One kill, then another, and I mean, credit to Mietek trying to rescue this play at the very end, but the rest of his team has already died, and we've got this 4-man squad of Los Ratones beating up on the Bulldogs in the bot side. Look at the minimap. Baus is split pushing in top. Whenever one thing is happening, there is another play being exerted by Los Ratones on the other side of a map. This isn't a team which appreciates strong side and weak side. Everywhere is strong side because they are always applying pressure.
Agree.
It makes also potentially brings up questions for a draft, because this is the 3rd game we've seen Galio, right? And Galio enables this exact kind of play style where Nemesis, wherever it might be weak side, strong side on the map for Los Ratones, gets in with the hero's entrance every single time, right? And it also allows more of like a dogpiling team comp, team fight style team comp, and these kind of compositions as well that can really press advantages through good fights and through being aggressive and forcing action in the mid and late game. So it's tough to play against, right? And as it turns out, you know, the Rats are pretty good at League of Legends, so they tend to get these early advantages, right? It doesn't always work out as smoothly though. Sort of as predicted in the team in the draft, like this was a butting heads team comp, right? We said like just fighting, and it got a little bit shaky at times for Los Ratones.
Yeah, I mean, this fight looks like it's going all right for Los Ratones, but look at Mirtek coming in on the left-hand side of your screen. The backline left completely open and available for the Ambessa to dive in and just do Ambessa things. It was a good team fight from Valia, but whilst two players got triple kills, there's only one limping away to try and escape. So I think definitely, as Solari highlighted, some areas of Los Ratones' gameplay that can be sort of tweaked and improved upon a little bit, but they are ultimately able to get on out of this situation, and Bulldogs not really able to gain too much with a fight that was ostensibly an advantageous situation for them. So it's not just about winning these fights, it's about doing successful things off the back of them. That's what we see from Los Ratones. It's what we would have loved to have seen from Bulldogs.
100%. It looked like sometimes when they won those team fights, they didn't know what to do with those team fights. Fox, I got a little bit of a feeling there. Can you explain?
Yeah,
to
I
me?
mean, Ambessa, bro. What the hell is that? Holy moly, that's the second time that Jax has been picked, countered into Ambessa, and Ambessa still pops off. Like, I mean, to be fair, Bolts also popped off, and in the end even solo killed the Ambessa, but that was crazy right there. Like, yeah, it's just hard, honestly. It's really hard. And I actually do want to put some credit onto Bulldog. I think this was the best game that they've played
100%.
this split so far, and the Swain pick especially, I think was quite smart, because when you've got a team comp on the side of Los Ratones who wants to jump forward, who wants to jump in, like the Swain survives a long time, and we saw that in a few of those mid-game team fights, right? Once he gets kind of like 1 or 2 items with that ultimate up, even when Jarvan was engaging onto him, when they were trying to single him out and focus him down, he wasn't dying, and that buys enough time for the rest of Bulldog to come through, specifically with Ambessa to come in and mop up some of those fights. It was close, and there was a point in that game where maybe even Bulldog, you know, could have turned some of those fights if they just picked up a kill, maybe 2 more. It generally was kind of close at certain points for the fights. Whether or not Bulldog could have turned that into something later on, like it's hard to say, but it's considering that goal graph looking like a very one-sided game, I do think that Bulldog probably gave Los Ratones like the biggest scare they've had so far in the NLC in some of those fights.
Yeah, and quick point, I think you look at that Ambessa damage graph, and that explains to me a little bit more about why Bulldogs were willing to first pick a Rumble to try and secure something that Mirtek is like comfortable on. Obviously didn't work out, but when we move into the playoff stages, I'm going to be really interested to see how much focus they put towards enabling this guy in the top lane, because whilst they've not got the results on the Rift to back it up, it's very clear that this guy is a talent.
I 100% agree. I'm still in doubt of Maokai. Second time we get to see it today. Second time we didn't get the Leandris. Do you believe he's pulling his weight as a pick?
Yeah, I mean, this Maokai, I think it's okay. It can work. Like, it has the setup for the rest of the lanes. The Leandri's choice in the first game, as you mentioned, like I'm okay with it, because it's kind of just what you do. Like, if you want to compete with your clear speeds and you want to be useful as a jungler, you kind of just have to get Leandri's on Maokai. It still gives you, you know, I mean, yeah, it's not ideal. I think in that situation, when your only front line was Maokai, like, it's just you're in a bad spot, really, to be honest. So I wouldn't necessarily pin that as a problem with the build necessarily. It was more, in my opinion, like the draft wasn't great, but as you can see, like, he's not contributing as much from the damage charts, which is kind of just what Maokai does. But when that happens, you have to then put your eggs in the baskets of the rest of the team, with those carries, and I think Bulldogs honestly did that pretty well with Mirtek and topside with that Ambessa.
Well, with that in mind, they still have another game to play today. It will be the last of the day. Verdant versus Los Ratones. Verdant pulled a good game previously, but they were not able to finish it. Los Ratones can end with the perfect seeding stage. It's still the seeding stage. We'll jump on to playoffs with the Fearless Draft, as everybody enjoys, later on. But for this one, we wrap it up. We still have Nord versus LLS to follow this one through. But before that, we have a quick pause, a quick break, and I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Back for game of the day, play day 3, Group A. This is the last day for groups, and if there's ties, we have a tiebreaker that will happen on Friday. If we have those ties, don't worry about it. More action, more Summoner's Rift, and right now we have Nord versus LLS. We need to understand the stakes of this game, why Nord need this game, and why LLS needs this game. Explain. Who wants to take this?
I've got it. I'll hit it. Right. So it's very simple.
Go.
We killed the bot, man. No, Nord is pretty. For Nord, this game doesn't mean a huge amount. Okay, generally speaking, because you're frowning you're firing your brow at me, Archer. No, I'll tell you why. Because the rats are in first place. Okay, that's that. And then we've got the three, you know, the Simpsons monkey picture at the bottom of the table between Lightside, Verdant, and Bulldog, who are all of them are 1 and 2 currently, or are they 1 and 3 currently? No, Bulldog, yeah, you know what I mean. Potentially 1 and 3
I'm
teams.
so happy with this explanation so far.
Yeah, no, this is fantastic.
To that extent, Nord would just, they're pretty much, barring anything wildly outside of expectations, looking at second place here, okay, because of how the other teams have performed. However, on the other side, the bottom 3 between Lightside, Verdant, and Bulldog, it's very crucial. If one of these teams can pick up a win in the next 2 games, then they will avoid the tiebreaker to play for that last spot and the seeding here. Okay, you don't want to get last place because then your seeding is very no bueno, which will affect you come the playoff stage starting next week.
So, looking to both these teams, how can they play within the Rift? When you look into the right side, you see Hybrid. We had an interview with him. He was so happy with the win. He was saying things left and right until he didn't, because I said, hey, you still have to play versus North today. And from the happiest expression I've seen on that face came in the blank expression of, oh, I have to play versus Santorin. So this says a lot. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure facing like Santorin, No Way, Exmati, Visichachi, and Treats. Man, saying this Frozen out loud is something. But he has to do it. And it's also an opportunity for you to shine and bring in the idea of, I was a fan when I was watching these guys play within the Rift. Now I'm on the same level, if not better, by winning them.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the facial expressions between Hybrid and Santorin, Hybrid looks like he's going like, yippee, I get to play versus one of my heroes, and Santorin's kind of being, yeah, I don't even know who you are. And I think that's the best way to really categorize this matchup. Again, we've got Nord here, big names, big names. Light side, if you're a fan of the NLC for sort of multiple splits, you'll recognize a couple of these guys. But fundamentally, we are looking at sort of Manchester United versus Forest Green Rovers at the moment. And whilst Manchester United, big name, maybe not doing as well as they would like to, they're probably going to beat Forest Green Rovers. And that's the way that I feel about this matchup. But saying that, we weren't necessarily expecting Lightside to be here with a win at all. We thought that Verdant were going to be able to beat them. We looked at the draft and we were like, Verdant are going to be able to beat them. We looked at the first 10 minutes, we were like, yeah, Verdant are beating them. And then the Atakan incident occurred. And Lightside showed the skill innate in their players and their ability to sort of come back and overcome these deficits and get a win. It's going to be a tougher task against Nord. I think Nord are a much more polished team than Verdant. There's a lot more experience, and I think the caliber of the players on the roster is just that little bit higher. But Lightside, they must have loads of confidence surging through their veins, apart from Hybrid, you didn't realize he had to play 2 games today, which like he was going to have to do anyway. But looking at these guys and having spoken to them in the past, these are guys that thrive on good vibes. And I'm imagining that the vibes in the Lumvis Lightside camp are A-okay right now.
All right, I like that a lot, and I honestly, what a time to be a light side believer. Like even though they're only 1 and 2 so far, they have looked pretty good. And against Los Verdones in week 1, it was good for the first 10-15 minutes. They went toe to toe there. The second game against Bulldog, they should have won that game. Had a fantastic, like the most dominant early game we've seen, but giga through the game. And then on the game we saw today against Verdant, found a way to win there as well. This is a team in my estimation that is the best, like a team that isn't Nord or or Los Ratones in Group A. Like they've shown us quite a lot of good stuff. It would not be out of the realms of possibilities to bring out an upset here if you're light side, but it is going to be a tough task. Nord have looked very clean, they've looked solid, and so far to start this draft we've got a lot of jungle bans here. 4 jungle bans so far. Santorin and Hybrid both going to get pinched out here. Obviously the Vi's been high priority as well, the Viego for both of these junglers. We'll see what comes through.
Only 2 AD carries at the end, like 1 for each. Champion pool is still available. Oh, we've seen this before. The priority on the Rumble, but it's coming in from Nord. So with that in mind, I think you can kind of twist it around. But the reply with this Galio that has such a high KDI, but it has been piloting. It has been piloted by Los Ratones so far, Nemesis. So who knows what happens on LNS.
Yeah, kind of cheating in terms of the KD stats when it's Nemesis that's playing it, but I really like this just in the context of this mid lane matchup. Harbo, not necessarily the strongest lane.
We don't see, like, his point was so bad we had to stop it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh,
I believe you said something, middle cuts.
Am I still here?
You're
That is
here.
the question that
You're
I'm
back.
At
posing.
least 12 pixels
Just
of
about.
you are, yeah.
For now.
Anyway,
he's here.
right. Harbo, not necessarily great in lane, but he can provide loads of value in team fights. Viego, excellent in team fights. Need someone to help him out there. Hero's entrance, perfect tool for that.
Love that. Great summary, and done so succinctly that you can disconnect and it's all fine. Yeah, Viego jumps in and Galio follows up with him. I love it. And let's not forget as well, Galio when he jumps in, creating that magic shield area, really good versus a Rumble situation, right? If Rumble lays down the red carpet, it is going to be Viego versus Vi. You know, those are the 2 junglers left up that both these players have enjoyed so far, and a preemptive Ez here, which is often picked when there's like the best ADCs are down, and I guess I'll play Ez, but we've still got Varus open. But I like the idea here of picking this Ez early because it will be really good in the hands of Rusty Sniper, right? Like you want Rusty Sniper now to pick an ADC that's a little bit more vulnerable, that can get caught out by the Vi ulti, by the Rumble ulti. And this is a bit of a bait, I think, locking in this Varus like in a situation against you know, the engage from Nord. Easy to get caught out.
Yeah. Do you need an enchanter or an answer to pair it up? Leo Licargo, but we know Leo to go more for the engage tool instead of the saving tool. So this Varus is kind of exposed towards everything that Nord is providing. And with that experience from the Nord players, they're like, okay, you want to play an immovable object? Yeah, we can go there. Don't worry. We will find you in the rift. Braum is removed, so they don't want to protect the disengage. If you want to go for net 1, you can bring another one. The Rakan is also a viable option if you have the Rebel and the Vi as a paired up, or if you have the Galio, for instance. Again, the Rakan is also interesting to pair up with the Viego, so maybe that could have a priority as Renata is removed as well.
Yeah, I do think in reference to the Varus though, whilst there is threat on him from the Vi, it's not like there's another form of engage yet drafted by Nord which is going to really make his life completely miserable. So as long as Rusty Sniper is fast on his flash, then it should be relatively okay, but the value that the Varus is going to be bringing is in that Chains of Corruption. Vi, really good when she's going forward, but if she's getting locked down by Chains of Corruption into Galio Taunt and the knock-up and the Spectral Maw coming out from the Viego, extremely burstable. And another one of those bodies that you can pick up as a Viego, which is going to offer you a lot of value. So I'm concerned for the Varus, for what's going to be locked in B4, B5 by Nord, and then the onus is going to be on light side to protect, enable, but also round out the rest of their comp.
All right, so how are we gonna see that? We've got a lot of support focus in the bans right here, and this is really gonna be the identity of both these teams. Is, are we going for these aggressive style supports? You know, someone like the Rel, I think you have to take if you're light side, because if Nord gets their hand on the Rel, Rumble Rel is a pretty famed combination, right? The Magnet Storm into the red carpet, that equalizer, it's painful. And it would be a little bit too much for someone like the Varus to hold on to. Even though he's got the hero's entrance to protect him, that just might be kind of scary. So on the other side here, the flip side, No Way potentially getting his hands on that Victor, it will be locked in. So Victor obviously is sick in the meta right now, but I think it's actually the perfect No Way champion, right? I've been a little bit, I'd say, it's hard to say unimpressed by No Way, but he's been quite quiet, honestly. Like, he's not really done too much in the games last week and in this and in the game we saw him today as well. So getting the potential on one of the strongest champions in the meta to really pop off and have a good game.
There's an additional engage and follow up. I think there's a lot of damage coming through Nord, and they can make Rusty Sniper life a little bit complicated. But as you stated, Milokot, he has a flash available every 5 minutes.
Every 5 minutes.
And yeah, it's a small window. But with Cassandra, though.
Even still, though, you look at Nord's composition, and we've asked the question a couple times of drafts. It's like, who can just stand in front and be fine with doing that? Rakan can to an extent, the amount of mobility on this champion, but there is a lot of lockdown on light side, a lot of follow-up CC, and so I think that becomes quite a risky proposition for someone like Treats to actually be that primary frontliner. Similar situation to Santorin. For light side, though, big question for me is, where on earth is your damage coming from, right? We've got Galio, Cassante, solo laners, that's great, but who's going to be getting that Viego over the line so he can start resetting? I'm not really seeing where that's going to be coming from, especially if this game goes as a lot of people would anticipate. We see solo lane advantages bleed out in favor of Nord. It can't just be all on Rusty Sniper and Highbridge to get this done. You need some stability in those solo lanes.
On the plus, on the other side though, it's quite a squishy team comp from Nord, right? So yeah, not a huge amount of damage, but at the same time, maybe you can still bring people down early and get those resets for Viego, because, you know, there's no one to really soak up all of that stuff. So could be quite a volatile game here that we see between Nord and Lightside.
Well, it's still the fourth game of the day on Group A, Day 3. Let's see who takes this one, Nord or Lightside. Lightside wants to run away. Nord just wants to dominate. And to take on into this cast, we have Initialize and Solari. I'm not saying anything else, or else you'll judge me. I know you.
Can't believe he didn't have anything to say. He didn't have anything to say? What's he even doing as a host, man? Like, I'm just judging him for that. You know, it's too easy.
Yeah,
it's too easy. I'm gonna, like, I think there's some really valid things brought up by the desk there before we get ready to go into game. And a lot of that was saying, look, Vi goes in, doesn't have that much follow-up, not that tanky, but there's a lot of follow-up damage. There's multiple big ultimates that can follow on top of whoever Vi solos out, but the Galio, the counter-engage on the other side from Lightside is pretty scary. But they're quite reliant on Rusty for damage, and that's where I want to kind of bring up a bit of a stat for you. Varus is, career-wise, the joint third most played champion that Rusty Sniper's ever played. What is his win rate on that champion?
I took a wild guess already, so I'm gonna stay with my point. It's, I would say 60%.
18.2%.
Shut up.
He is 2-9 all time on Varus. And again, that's not saying everything. Rusty's sometimes been on some teams that haven't been that successful, even where he's been like a star carry. That can affect win rates. But even then, not a fabulous historical record on the champion. And that might raise an eyebrow or two here when you're asking a guy who is sometimes known for being a little aggressive, shall we say, with his positioning in fights. Interesting, that's the term. To deliver the damage here when he can just love to toe and overstep that line. And he take it to 3-9. We'll wait and see. Not perhaps the record that Lightside fans would like to hear coming into this one, but maybe this will be a time for new beginnings here in the first split of the 2025 of the NLC and other such generic references to the league. No Way here. Gets himself an initial bit of airy damage there. Anyone who's not played against Victor yet in the mid lane, I feel happier for you, because Siphon Power is just obnoxious. Obnoxious to lane against.
He is disgusting. That's why we see so many times him being banned. That's why we see so much priority across all the regions for this Victor in the mid lane. But I gotta say though, Going back to Rusty Sniper for a second, the thing here is, though, is that we cannot give any slack to Rusty Sniper. He needs to be the one who gets ahead, because if this Varus falls behind for light side, what other reliable source of damage do they have? The answer is none. They have a lot of engage and disengage options. They have a lot of team fighting options, a lot of options for control and resets, but no option for consistent DPS.
Viego, of course, a well-known champion for Hybrid here, as well as an early engage with the flash coming on in from Treats. Really looking to be a menace here on his very famous Rakan. Matty gets a lot of base damage. Of course, the Ezreal passive allows so much attack speed if you hit those Qs. And he does just that. Rusty having to back it. 0 farm, flash down. Rough start to the lane, even with the Australia lanes, which you'd think having Hybrid on your team would give you an advantage for.
You would think so, but actually, no, not really. Lightside are finding themselves in a terrible situation right now. Just as I was talking about how important it is for Rusty to be ahead, he has just been set so much behind. Because right now, how do you get back in a lane like that? How do you deal with it when you are as Varus behind and all you have is Rael, who is going to try her best, knowing Leo Licarga, he is going to try his absolute best to regain control of this lane back for Lightside. But for Rusty, this is going to be very rough right now to be standing versus Xmani, who just recalled, got some items, and is coming back.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Harbo, the easiest time there. And you're just looking, I think I see why we got this moment here in the early game with some of the poke starts coming on through. Many of the players here on Nord have been playing since 2013. Santor and Vizicachi started their careers back in 2013. Yes, perhaps not at tier 1 for that point, but that's still a very long time ago. 12 years ago. And you know, even for people like Vizicachi, if you want the deep lore for Chachi as we see him get a big chunk on Winter, he was already a pro in another esports game before going to League of Legends. He's been playing pro for a very, very long time. And to those of you who followed RTS, once upon a time, Vizicachi used to go by the name Magyar in Age of Mythology. He was the faker of that game as far as I'm concerned. He was the greatest to ever touch the pro scene of Age of Mythology and then transitioned over towards League of Legends in the top lane. But he has been very, very good at video games for a very, very long time, even across genres. And then you got someone like Highbridge, who's only been playing since last year. It's just a very different level of experience, and the level of experience as well. Many of the players on the side of Nord have had deep runs at Worlds, never mind ERLs or EMEA Masters.
My favorite fact about Vizicachi is that he is one of those guys behind the original Unicorns of Love. You gotta love this.
Yes, absolutely, right? When Unicorns came in, I remember when they had like Kikis and they're like playing TF and Tail jungle.
Kikis came a
doing
bit later
unspeakable
though,
things.
but yeah.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Speaking of people who have had pretty long and storied careers themselves, 13, 1 and 9 last week on the Vi. He's in the game 2. Looking for a bit of a punch here. Won't need to use the denting blows quite yet, but Rusty and Leo Licargo have been put in a difficult spot here. Nice battle dance into the grand entrance. Leo Licargo will crash down, but is it enough? Ferromancy as a flash. Vault Breaker brings one down. Rusty alive on 9 HP.
It was 6. It was 6 HP. He barely got. He still had the barrier, to be honest. His name. I don't know how he's
calculated.
You know what? Yeah, probably. But I don't know. My finger would have just at least, you know, shaken towards that barrier button because it's 6 HP. He barely got out of there alive. He's still alive, that's true, but look at the difference in the clips between the AD carries right now. This is a domination on the lane for Nord already. They have managed to pretty much shut down Rusty Sniper for the early game, and it's gonna be so hard for Lightside right now to fish for any opportunities to get him back on track.
Harbo down about 20% HP. We're aware of the junglers. Harbo just as punches out towards his jungler. Vi is around at the Raptor pit, so it might end up being a 2v2. I don't think you can recall there, Harbo. No way won't face check it, so the reset will come on through regardless. So yeah, says me, and I was just wrong again. Third time today. Good grief.
Are we keeping count?
I am, personally. It's a point of pride. Treats has their shield broken by the Rel Q. You need to remember that, guys. Rel Q does break shields. It can be quite annoying into certain champions. More to be seen there. Winter's hit level 6 on the Cassante, but yet to go all out quite yet. The training weight's still on.
Nothing to go all out for just yet. To be fair, we already have the first dragon of the game spawned, and we just got the first grubbies, and there has been a lot of a lot of prior towards the first set of grabbies because they're going to get closer to the piece of strength. But Rusty's not going to live up to see them.
Ouch, that's a lot of damage. Does still have the barrier, but we'll be fine. They don't want to burn the ignite or anything on that, but they'll force Rusty back. Light side, they were on the grubs. It would have been difficult to fully engage without some response, you would imagine, especially with Harbo having the hero's entrance available. Treats dodged away from all of the engage there from Leo Cargo. Cannot land either the Q or the W. The crash down just a little wide, and Treats able to grand entrance exit that particular play. Chachi, though, taking the opportunity to get this wave shoved in and claim a plate for himself.
I'm gonna claim some money there, so that's some good news for Nord, and overall across the map the news are good for Nord, except again for this void grabs that were just taken, all three of them by light side, which means in terms of feat of strength we are getting there for light side, but still not having, of course, a massive pride here. Just need to get the first turret, which Vizichachi is desperate in trying to, but that feels a bit early for that just yet. However, for light side, that's still some good news, because they gotta find something to play around right now. That Rusty Sniper is in a very unfortunate situation. Has his flashback, still somehow has the barrier available to him, but is still struggling a lot on his lane, not being able to leave the turret, because that's exactly what happens every time either of them is trying to leave the safe premises of the turret. So what else can light side play around, though? Is it trying to get the objectives and trying to get the feat of strength, and trying to keep Harbo alive?
Want to burn the equalizer. Highbridge was around, so it would have been a bit difficult to fully dive. There's the equalizer after Harbo just has to run away. The burn, not quite enough, but hang on. Now Noway's gone a little deep for this. Flashes away and out. As Highbridge cannot land the Heartbreaker. It's stuck on the gravity field instead. Winter now trading out with Chachi, who doesn't have the ultimate. Winter hasn't gone all out, and Santorin could look for a wraparound gank. Vault Breaker available. Won't go quite over the wall yet. Nice to find Winter backing away, will all out away, and gets through the cease and desist. That's the name of the ultimate. I was nearly calling it the old name, which has been a little while since it's been the prior name for Vial. You have to remember that one yourselves, guys. I'm not going to tell you, because I'm like that sometimes. All the while, the fights keep happening. No Way is just dead. Highbridge picks that one up and evens light side skills up as Roasty Sniper, though. It's a mystic shot from ex-Matty. I was going to call him Arcane Matty, and that's not true. But, you know, maybe he was in the show and I just didn't realise it.
Why Arcane Matty?
I think because he's playing Ezreal, and I was trying to remember whether it was Arcane Shot or Mystic Shot. It's Arcane Shift and Mystic Shot. And I just had a moment of, like, self-doubt. And then as a result, I just called him Arcane Matty. So I just conflated the Ezreal names in his name.
It still sounds nice.
It's the description.
Highbridge?
This is I don't know about this one, boss. There comes the hero's entrance, and actually has a bit more support than perhaps I gave him credit for there. Always got to remember the Galio ult is available. It is forced to be used there for just a click on a Grump, though. So not the highest value ult I've seen from a Galio.
Still, it was calculated all along. Now they can fight for a little bit more power on the top lane, rotate Rusty Sniper somewhere else in hopes that he's going to get a safe-ish lane at least somewhere, because Brother has finally used his barrier, by the way, but has flash available to him, so there's at least some sort of safety. Plus has the ultimate in case anything goes wrong. Light side, however, right now would really love to work around the top side of the map. Already have established a lot of really deep vision into the jungle of Nord, and with the grabbies, the second set coming in less than a minute from now, that has to be the next objective that they have their eyes set on.
We've not really touched on it, but with the Comet and the fact we're seeing the Dirk and tiered inventory for Rusty Sniper is going to be the poke. Varus, problematically though, he is fairly significantly behind in the lane after the level 1 went really awry, and the gank from Santorin that followed after. It's really kept this Baron down and out, and we've already said for light side, well, their damage profile isn't the highest. They're going to be quite reliant on Rusty Sniper to really provide a fair amount of that damage, and that's not what we're going to be seeing quite yet. Highbridge, at least at the Kraken saying with a kill to his name, maybe the VO can do his own stunts with a little bit of assistance from other team members, but could get a bit dicey, especially if Nord have enough damage to just pop the people they engage on.
Question is, who's going to be popped down right under this turret, because light side are looking, they are rotating a lot of people to the top part of the map, but not here as well. Not kind of have a very high presence here too. Vizichachi is the one who is the furthest to wave, and he doesn't have a TP, but the grabbies have spawned. Light side really want to get the second set, or at least the 2 grabbies out of 3. That would be already more than enough for them.
So we'll make his way towards his allies there. Sorry, Footwork, that's the one you jump to allies with. Pathmaker with W. All is Santorin debating with the Vault Breaker. Be into the Rel, doesn't quite find it, but will just jump onto Rusty. Massive amount of damage, but stays alive. Gets a change of corruption down, and that is the problem we were talking about. Body now stolen. Hybrid's looking to go on forwards. No way, in a tricky position. There's the Vault Breaker afterwards that does secure the kill with a little bit of assistance from the second ult of Viego. It's a 2 for 2 right now, but Winter left out to dry, and the follow-up damage from Nord is just too much. Hybrid alone survives the absolute catastrophe that is the extended fight.
The one that we thought that maybe Lightside could try to play around, trying to live up to this role as much as possible, but such a strong engage right into the back lane of Lightside. And after that, I love how Xmari is pretty much just untouched by anybody except for this taunt from Galio, but even that doesn't really do much, and Xmari is just allowed to go right into the enemy's back lane, if you can even call it so, in this current fight, and do whatever he wants. And then by the time Vizichachi comes in with all the damage, it's just way too late for Lightside to reach for absolutely anything, and thus they are losing the Grabbies. They still have 4, so at least they're gonna get the ugly things spawning whenever they touch the enemy turrets, but
Void Mites.
Still... Void Mites, thank you. They're
You're welcome.
Ugly things.
They are.
I'm sorry.
That's also
like,
true.
No offense, but like objectively, they're not the prettiest things on the Rift.
No, that's true. It's me when I'm on the Rift.
Oh,
That's...
brother. Are you okay? You want to talk about it?
No, I don't think I do, especially not on air. I think it's going to be mildly humiliating, so we'll leave that one alone where it lies. Rusty will throw down a hail of arrows, but he is very alone right now, and Rusty Sniper finds himself in a slightly precarious position, and Vizichachi picks up his second kill of the game.
Vizichachi should be quite happy with it, already has the champion bounty on his head. Also, Lightside, though, in the meantime, they do have the 2 neutral objectives, so they are getting rather close to the fits, but Nord is still ahead. They still are having the first blood, and they have managed to cut through the turrets so far. Vizichachi, though,
Crash
will be
down,
able to cut
and the
through
magnet
this
storm
one.
used. Treats will throw down the quickness, though, to prevent any further ingress onto his top laner. And will be the end of that. Ult for ult from the supports.
It's fine, as long as the turret for Lightside stands, because honestly, Vizichachi has been consistently on this bot lane so far, has been really doing his absolute best to get through this turret, and Winter most of the time is there to stop him, but now they had to rotate him to the top lane, which leaves the bot lane a little bit open. There is like 1 turret plate only left there.
That's just that, and the gold lead continuing to balloon away from Lightside. They are now nearly 4,000 gold down, but we said that in the first game of today.
Yes.
And they managed to come back around with this little objective called Atacam. They've once again got a fairly decent team fight wombo combo here. If everyone groups up around that, it could all still turn around. We've seen it once or twice here. Still got ourselves 6 or so minutes before that particular game changer is available, though. Likely going to be Voracious Atacard again, just not got enough kills to allow us the ruinous version. Don't think. Winter down to about half HP. Vizichachi, though, has got his ultimate available to him. Will use it to clear the wave and make sure that Lightside cannot play for this turret.
Well, they can still play for Vizichachi, though. But still enough of them around.
Torrent's still here. I don't know about this. So they're going to still keep going. As Vizichachi was overheated. Nowhere really to go. That's the shutdown. Now Santorin's left a little alone. There's a teleport coming on through, and No Way is here. Could throw down a Chaos Storm, and actually Treats as well. Looking to find a good quickness angle in. Gets 4 charmed up, that's pretty good going. Treats trading out with Highbridge. Ricard solo kills the Viego in the backside. Matty misses the Mystic shot as Harbo left a little bit alone as Winter trying to take this one out. The Grand Entrance comes on through and No Way tries to get the Cypher power, but it's now left in a 1v2 and the taunt just wide, won't land. Winter now left alone. It's looking like it might be summertime because he is melting. Not enough HP bar there to play, and Treats just breaks everyone's ankles.
Quite literally, I love his engages, and Harbo apparently is the next one to have
still
his ankles
doing it!
broken.
Oh, Treats, he's absolutely a treat to watch on, Ricard. He has been so good on this champion for so many years. Brings it down into ERL 1. Just don't give him the champion, guys. He's really good at it.
He's already the second person we're saying today shouldn't be given Rakan to. And with all fairness, for both of them, it applies absolutely equally. Both the Treats and the Reckless. Just don't let these guys play Rakan because they know all too well how to have a very grand entrance with a champion. Ooh, what happened here? Rusty Sniper went down. Xmari.
Xmari just decides to make sure that X marks the Mystic shot. And brings down Rusty Sniper there in pretty demanding fashion. Rusty 0, 3 and 1. Sometimes Rusty giveth, as Ala game 1, and sometimes Rusty taketh. Mind it, 2 and 9 on the side of the Varus. Just not been his champion over his career. Not the Ghost Blade complete as yet, but Varus not the fastest stacker of the tier. So he'll be a little ways off that Muramana.
And we don't really have the time necessarily that Lightside would like to have right now, with considering where Rusty Sniper is in this game. We have the Herald already spawned in the game. We are talking about potentially the next Dragon in just a minute from now. Both teams have 1 for 1. But Nord are feeling so much stronger on the map right now, with objective bounties already spawned for Lightside, considering the gold difference between the teams. Nothing to be surprised by. Harpo surviving this one, just walking away, but walking away with a lot of damage to his health bar and to his pride probably as well.
Worth noting, that will mean there's not going to be the Chaos Storm available for the Dragon that will be spawning in short order. Big double knockup though. It's Hybrid's down to about 20% HP. And that damage will stick before the Dragon is actually no way off to the side. Lands a big death ray and a Siphon Power. The massive equalizer afterwards. Leo not quite burned down, but even with the Grand Hero's entrance, I apologize. Get that particular version right. Not enough to keep their member alive. Leo goes down. No way. Flashes on out. Still trying to trade it out over the wall. He just won't be stopped.
Way.
How far are you going to go? You're not Bounce, mate. Pull away.
I don't think he can hear you, and even if he could, I don't think he would listen to you. Biden, no way, doesn't really need an ultimate.
He's feeling
to be
it.
A threat. He's feeling it, brother, and now the whole team is gonna be feeling it because the Dragon has just spawned. The health bars are totally fine. Nobody from Lightside is able to be at the peak to show them any fight whatsoever, so the second Drake is going to go into the pockets of Nord. Things are looking mighty good for them, I gotta say. It's 11-5. They are in a massive gold lead right now, stacking up those items, getting towards the 2-item spot for pretty much everybody very soon, as long as Xmari doesn't die here. Please, that would be a shame.
He's still got himself Arcane Shift and doesn't burn it on a whim, so was able to play that one out. No way, though. Hasn't been able to reset yet. He could be in danger here. All out, pulls himself out of the gravity field. No way. Now in serious danger. Shut down. And that is picked up by Rusty Sniper's Varus. Santori trading up with Leo Lecargo, has his Aftershock run away. Rusty looking to trade this one out. There comes the Cease and Desist. Xmati pairs that up with the Arcane Barrage. Sorry, True Shot Barrage. Everything's named Arcane. Come on, Sam. The show might have come out, but even so, in the 1 versus 3, Rusty Sniper will be looking a little bit more like a tetanus jab. He goes down, and Nord pick up the kill.
Interesting enough that Noe got pretty much punished for using the flash in the fight that happened right before the Drake, when he had to flash away from the hero's entrance from Harpo. And now he got all outed by Winter, so a bit unfortunate there. Still, it's good for Nord that they managed to find those 2 kills in exchange for that one. They can still continue pushing on, they can continue pressing, because we have the Articon happening in 1 minute, and we are opening up the bot lane, so we can get this turret in there, hopefully. After that we can reset and run straight towards Articon.
They can. There goes the turret. Herald is left to die, but the tier 2 is already secured, and that puts the gold lead up to a grand total of 7,600 gold, if I have done my math right, and that's not always a guarantee. Middlecourt, I know you're a maths teacher. Please tell me if I'm right. Sir, arithmetic teacher you. The state of British education these days, I tell you. God. 2 items complete. Mostly there for the side of Nord. Chachi, though, doesn't line the Electro Harpoon.
It's alright, though. He's on the bot lane, he has the TP, should there be any need for Nord to rotate into the top part of the map where Articon is spawning in just a couple of seconds from now. Nord don't necessarily have too much vision around, but to be fair, Lightside don't have a lot of it either. They have, I think, nice word at Articon himself, but they gotta get there somehow.
Teleport's coming on through on both sides. I think it'll be Nords that arrive just first. Leo goes on in with the Magnet Storm, but doesn't get that much value. Damage is good onto Santorin and onto Trees, but it's not onto the valuable members. Matty in the backline takes out Rusty. Just jumps on in and shows Rusty how it's really done. Triple kill to Xmati. No way he's got himself an upgraded ultimate, and they'll head straight on over towards Atacard as Winter tries to clean up the wave. There is no way for Cassante to run. You can go all out, but there's nothing left in the tank. No way will siphon the power and ace Lightside.
How is Xmati being allowed into the enemy's backline? Over and over. That's not the first time already that we're seeing him just casually jumping into the enemy backline and destroying it like it's no biggie. I don't know what's happening here. With Lightside having so much control to their hands, just letting it slip through is honestly a big shame. Such a good fight for Nord in the end. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Jumps in, doesn't necessarily jump through the wall, but then he still has the flash, so he's ready to sacrifice it. Assassin Ezreal, a triple kill to his name, an Articon to the name of everybody from Nord. And you know what having Articon means. You are going to be forcing things, and very happily so, because you are getting this withdrawal for any fun games and business you have on your sleeves.
And the Ezreal was late to that play, right? I mean, gets huge value out of it because he ended with a really good flank angle once all the ultimates are down. But
it's
in a number of other fights,
again, it was the same last time. He was late, but he found a good angle because of it.
He's in mid lane clearing away, and of course, you are the Ezreal. A True Shot Barrage can still prove value from other parts of the map.
Yeah.
Wei Xiao back in Season 2 showing that one many, many years ago now. Well, gonna see that tier 2 fall in the mid lane, and Nord just continue to put pressure after pressure after pressure. There's still 3 minutes until Baron. They're just using the withdrawals they get from Voracious Atacon. Bisotimers no way dragged out of his gravity field, but Winter is the one that is punished, and the Victor just does not care. Just helps his team bring down the Kazante one more time, and now Highbridge and the rest of Lightside need to back away because the only light they're seeing is the one at the end of the tunnel, and it is Nord driving a freight train into the enemy base.
Habo just finally joined the fight. He was in the top lane all this time, so Lightside were basically trying to hold their defense with 4 members, and then 3 after Winter died. To be fair, Habo did get a turret on the top lane with an objective bounty, but was it really worth it when you're losing your base? Ouch.
We'll throw down the locket. It won't be that. Minus the Iron Solari. Ow. Better Solari's on cast this time around. Just not enough value. The Chains of Corruption comes on through. But reminder, they've still got the Atacon buff. They've got the ability to withdraw. They don't care. They're going to look for the fight because they have to, but it is desperation. Stations for Lightside and Nord do not care. They are implacable. They are unstoppable. They are inevitable. They will look to try and end the game here. Winter and the rest of the team will go withdrawing because they're fountain typing. Oh, they're just having fun with it. The inhibitors will fall. They'll get an Nexus turret. They won't quite end the game. And Lightside will live to breathe for perhaps another fight.
What's very important though here is that they managed to get one of the Nexus turrets down, and that's so funny because there was this change introduced to the Nexus turrets that they are now actually restoring their health. Or are they not?
Yes,
Wait.
they do.
The Nexus ones.
Yes.
Yes.
I think Nexus and Inhibitor ones do. You kind of get some general respeed there. A lot of ones get HP regen now, I think. I need to look exactly which one it is, but I know some turrets get HP regens.
I started something very smart and then I confused myself. This is so embarrassing.
I think I may not have helped there as well.
Absolutely not. You know
Some turrets That's a little harsh. I feel like I've got some utility. May at least as a human being, please. Winter, though, maybe doesn't right now. This Cassante's not having a great time. Oh, stuck between a rock and a treats place, apparently. Matty is there. Charmed up is Winter. Leo Lukaku goes crashing down away from the enemy lines. Is on the other side, Rusty Sniper is losing a 1v1 to Santora. The grand entrance, or Hero's entrance, comes on through alongside a grand entrance from Treats, and then the Equalizer comes on down. No one really dies aside from Winter, but now that just gives Nord the opportunity to get on forwards. They're still between 2 turrets. It just doesn't matter. They'll lose the fight. The body will be stolen by Highbridge, who looks for the opportunity to go on in. Doesn't find the value he's really looking for. The battle dance to safety as Harbo uses the Winds of War to clear out the wave and gets a decent taunt there with an Idol of Durand, but doesn't really get that much value from it as Matty goes legendary. 10, 0, and 7 on the Ezreal. The Nexus is spared. Chachi teleports in, and I think this might just be it. Nord played with their food a little bit with the Atacon buff, but they have done with that. They are finishing the kill, and Lightside are put to the sword. Matty, here's the clear tip this time around. Unbelievable damage on the Ezreal, and Lightside just don't have what it takes to step up to the big guns of Nord. Another triple kill. 13 kills to end it all for Matty.
28-9. If that wasn't a definitive victory for Nord, then I honestly don't know what is. I love it that Nord came into this game with a very clear plan. They knew that they had to shut Rusty Sniper down, because if you manage to do that, the rest of the game goes so much easier for you. Your team comp just wants to be engaging. They are going to be able to cut through the enemy's frontline if nobody's cutting through their own engagers. And since, again, Rusty Sniper was feeling so bad in this game, couldn't really get to any good items, couldn't really get to good position either, it was so easy for Nord to just be pressing all their buttons whenever they see an enemy, go all in, have so much damage out of their sleeves. Just such a good and lucky game for them.
Well, Nord put the side of light side to the sword, and despite Highbridge's conversations and comments about, look, you'll be talking to me very soon, there won't be, because we'll go to the desk and they'll be talking with someone else, I fear, after that game.
What do you fear? Why would you have fear about tossing back to the desk? I don't know, I'm not native. Welcome back to the desk! Nord wins another one! They are one step away from getting the clean 4-0, but they can't do it because on the first game they lost versus Los Ratones. We still have another game from Los Ratones to end up the day. I know everybody is waiting, but there's other teams, remember that. Let's talk about what happened on this match though. LLS versus Nord. Can I say something? Varus, comment, come on.
Bro. Rusty, you literally did this to someone in the game earlier on Ezreal. You fought them at level 1 and you were like, damn, I win because I'm Ezreal and I've got bonus auto attack, and you're there with your like arcane comet trying to go 1-for-1 with like X-Matty when he could just like absolutely like, no, come on, bro. Oh, this really felt like a rough one for Lightside. Credit to Nords, very, very clean play. Incremental advantages accrued throughout the early game. It didn't really feel like there were many big explosive moments in this game before the result had almost already been decided. But it was a slow bleed out from Lightside that we really feared. The solo lanes weren't really able to assert themselves. Harbo again had a really, really rough time. And with Rusty Sniper and Leo Lacargo not really able to generate all that much, it was sort of just rough. And I think this first replay, it was 18 minutes in that we got this, and it just encapsulates this game so much. Lightside, they get something, they feel good about it, but Nord are just able to respond with a little bit more firepower.
Yeah, like you say, that was kind of the story of the game. Even when Lightside were trying to make things happen, it wasn't happening for them, right? And it felt like when they were trying to be the proactive member of this game and really force things, that it was just, it just wasn't their game, you know, that just wasn't the game that they needed to play. And I know, you know, you guys mentioned Arcane Comment and stuff, and I think honestly it's actually quite significant. I think it's a fair point, because when you've got like Rel, Galio on your side, you've got frontline in Viego and Cassante, you need that consistent damage from the back, right? That's what you want. I think maybe the logic behind it was like Rusty was maybe scared of like the rumble and like getting too close to Vine, stuff like that, so you want more range, which is fair. But you have protective tools, right? And your team otherwise did lack a little bit of damage in that comp. But to be perfectly honest, it never really got to a point where, in my opinion, it mattered, right? Because when Lightside started going for these fights, exactly, Nord was just already way ahead of them, and this is the worst place to fight a Rumble Victor.
Oh, look at Ezreal.
It's disgusting. Matty comes in
Matty
from the top row, from downtown, and just obliterates the backline of Lightside. And considering that is a 5v5 team fight, that is like, boom, blink and you miss it. It's all donezo, right? Nord they had the superior team fight from start to finish this game, and they showed the caliber of their team.
And don't get me wrong, I do believe like Nord played this to perfection. They showed up everything X-Mari like beyond belief, but as you stated, like you need the constant damage from something. Even if it's the Varus auto attack where you build the Ginzus and then you go for tank, I don't know who built it. You should be ashamed or banned. I don't know, maybe both of them. But the idea is X-Mari goes in, Arcane Shift, does all the magic, does all the attacks. And if you look into the replay, Rusty Sniper goes like, I have an arrow. He throws one and he dies. So while Ezreal is doing all those shenanigans, there's one arrow from Varus, and most of the times on fights, it was all about one arrow. It's not enough. I agree with both of you. They needed more. They had the front line. We survived, but it's not only about surviving, it's about doing something. And I believe Nord just... Look at this. Oh, gosh. Okay, I was not expecting this.
Yeah.
I was... Whew, that's a lot.
I mean, it's just pure domination, isn't it? From everyone involved. 25-minute game time as well. That goal graph, it climbed and just kept on climbing, and good across the board damage charts. You can see that's quite a nice little team contribution there, right? All three of them, all three of the solo lanes and the ADC all getting involved there. But I mean, on the other side, Those are some low numbers. That's not looking too good. You combine
sir.
all of the the top, mid, and jungle. I don't even think you get one player from Nord's damage totals. That's a discrepancy and a half.
Yeah, I think any game where Cassante is third lowest damage, like you've got to be going, something's wrong here. Like that guy should be doing disgusting numbers. But it was, to be fair, a bit of an individual outclassing. It's what we expected Verdant to do to Lightside earlier in the day. Lightside were able to overcome that, but Nord just a caliber above. They got the boot camp buff as well, which, as we all know, is like massively overpowered. So that's going to be bringing something for them as well. Whilst they did fall down in that first game of the split versus Los Ratones, absolutely deserved second best team in this group, and I think it's very difficult for anyone to argue with that.
As it states, we're now trying to set up an interview. Obviously, since you talked about the boot camp and everybody's together, and that's massive. Like the idea that you can have everybody playing together and they can communicate after the game. You look into your teammate and he's there. You're not looking at the wall because you're playing online. All those things are so important. Okay, I'm just getting some information regarding this. And Middlecourt, you know about this, playing together because you've won Insomnia. You kept talking about it nonstop. I know you wanted me to ask that to visit Chachi, But yeah, there you go. He's already talking about it right now.
Man, like, no, you can't do me like this. You've just been like exposing the NLC casters on a regular. Like we had Solari and her whole thing, but like I was a die-hard Unicorns of Love fan. Okay, like they were the first team that I was a fan of, and I was like, I love Vizicachi, I love his play style, and then like when I started getting into esports, like, wait, hold on, this guy went to Insomnia as well? Like, we've also been there? Like, it's just really cool. Okay? And now, you're making me feel bad about that, and you're pulling that face that you always pull, Archer, where you're like, Middlecourt is just yapping about nothing, and you're just not interested, okay?
No, it's like, I see your point. You won Insomnia. I mean, I watched LEC on the studio, and we also got a lot of good players that play there, so I kind of played at LEC at the same time. I don't know, that's what I get. You're kind of like Duckling saying that he won a tournament, even though he was the water boy. I don't know how I get it. Well,
right,
with that in mind,
all right.
I'm gonna give you one chance to convince me, okay? You ready? Let's toss it to the interview.
There it is.
Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey.
Look at that.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm
Wow.
doing good. How about yourself?
I mean, I'm happy. You're happy. You're in the land. Everybody's there playing. Are those the players behind you? I want to get the feeling.
So we got Freddie in the corner there with Jan, his manager. Thomas, you can't see, our draft coach. And then on this side, I mean, they're all around. I don't know how many you can see in the camera, but they're all around.
Wait, Centauri just finished the game. He's already eating. Is that a cereal bowl?
Yeah,
He's
he was
behind
eating
you.
before the game, and he was now eating after the game as well.
Man, I like that. Okay, John, guide me. Nord got a 3-1 at the end of play day. I know you wanted a 4-0, so do let me know how you feel at the end of this. I want to get your fresh opinion.
Yeah, I feel good. Our first game, we hadn't been together very long as a team, so we're playing against Los Ratones, who've been playing since November. So we, I think, had 3 or 4 scrim days before that. And there's a lot of the same mistakes that you always see with early teams. So already now by week 2, those are going and they'll continue to go. So feeling good about the position of the team. It was always going to be a very interesting first game. So once that was all settled, it was just about making sure we were playing disciplined enough for the next 3 to come second in the group.
Tell me something. Do you think this makes it spicier? Because, okay, you lost 1 game versus Los Ratones, but you didn't have a lot of time to prepare. This makes the revenge even more juicier, no?
Yeah, definitely. I think if we do end up meeting in the upper bracket or something like that, I think it's going to be a fun one for sure. I think it will be quite different from the first game that we played against them. But the other interesting thing is obviously we play them in practice because there's not that many teams that are at the level that's good enough to play and want to play on stream. So we both have quite a small pool to play for. So it's like an LEC where you practice against the same people you play.
I saw those scrims, by the way, before NLC started. They were different than what I saw on the first game. They're quite different, if I may.
Yeah.
You know? John, tell me something. When you look into the roster that you currently have and you're working with, what can you highlight and what is the amount of pressure you feel, because you're playing with a lot of legends and obviously they have a lot of experience. So as a coach, it's got to be heavy at the end of the day, no?
Maybe. I mean, it depends on the players that you've got. I think for these guys, it's actually been unbelievably light. It feels like I'm here enjoying the ride. I think they bring so much experience, but also they all bring like such an amazing attitude. And for everyone who's been following us on the journey, you've seen that in the way that people talk to each other and the way that we give feedback to each other already. So it's actually been, while obviously there's excitement around what we can actually achieve, both in the NLC and in the EMEA Masters, it's also a case where there's not all that much for me to do. It's like they can do it themselves. They've been here before. So I think even before this game today, I was like, I don't need to say anything, guys. You know what I would say anyway. So like, just go get it, basically.
Love it. Final question for you. That is a setup for another one. Okay. What is the team you want to face the most when you go into playoffs? What is the team that you actually want? It's not about, I want to play versus them because it's going to be... No. What is the team you want to beat up?
I mean, it's very hard not to... Well, I could answer Los Ratones, but it's also very hard not to say Ruddy, right? Like, we had I think we played them in their very first scrim game, and afterwards they stopped scrimming for the rest of the week. So I'd like to see what happens on stage, because that'll always be fun. Like, it's always actually different, So I think it's got to be Ruddy. If they make it as far as us, then it'd be great to meet them.
If you look into your name right now on the bottom left corner, it says John North Coach. If you win versus Ruddy, what do you want us to have there?
Oof. I have no idea.
Your name. If you win, we'll upgrade your name for the interview. But if you lose, I'm going to ask them the same.
Okay. Well, I'll keep it humble, and we'll just say like King of the World or something like that.
King of the World. John, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to see you with us. Oh, there you go. John, I think he wants to join on the interview. I don't know.
You wanna say hi?
There you go.
I wanted to say hi now.
You just said hi. John, thank you so much. I'm going to leave you to rest and talk with the players as well. Congratulations on the 3-1 and NLC1 playoffs. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, cheers.
Keep it humble. King of the world. I love it. I love it. I like this.
He didn't say Universal Galaxy, so,
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
humble.
He knows his size. He set them reasonably high.
We still have one game ahead of us. Verdant versus Los Ratones. So let's talk about that like we were talking about you, Medocot, about winning that. Nah, I'm kidding. No one cares about that. Let's toss it to break and I'll see you soon.
XD.
We are live for the last game of play day for Group A. The hype is this size. I'm ready to go in and talk about Verdant and Los Ratones. I have too many things on the desk. Don't even try me, Fox. With that in mind, Verdant versus Los Ratones. I know a lot of people are waiting for this one, but we have to make it fair. We have to make it interesting. He also has one. Middle.
You don't want to see what's on my desk, Archer.
And with that in mind, we had an interview with Ronaldo, and he stated, let's bring in the beef, let's bring in the heat. He was like, I'm mad.
Who did that, bro? What is that? Who's responsible for this?
No. Pay them less.
Oh
Whoever made this, pay them less. No.
I didn't ask.
Alrighty. Right, Ronaldo versus the Messi League. Let's do it. Fantastic. Verdant versus Los Ratones. There's actually quite a lot on the line for this game. Los Ratones already locked in first place. Perfect record. No defeat to their name. If they win this, they will have the perfect 4-0 in the seeding stage. But if Verdant lose, they will be 1-3 alongside Lightside and Bulldog. And because we've got like a rock, paper, scissors situation going on where Verdant beat Bulldog, but Bulldog beat Lightside, but Lightside beat Verdant, we will have tiebreakers on Friday. If Verdant lose this game, if they win, then obviously they go to 2-2 and avoid that situation.
The stakes are high for this game. Los Ratones want to end up with a 4-0. That would be the perfect idea for them and for Los Ratones as well. I don't know if you are aware, but every single time you join in Bao's stream, he has it. He's the king, and he actually solo killed Faker. So if this happens, we have to deal with Bao's putting on the stream name 100% with Rain professionally. And that's a complicated one. So with that in mind, I don't know what we're going to do, but we also have to highlight on the first game of today, Los Ratones had an interesting beginning of game versus Bulldogs. Okay, we have to highlight this, but they're so good at adapting, and that's the concern. I mean, you have Reckless. His knowledge and his intelligence within the Rift, I swear, I don't know, that guy's too much. What about Verdant? They're good. How can they win?
Ooh, that's a big question, Archer.
Yes, it is. I'm trying to take my cat away from here, but yeah.
Cat?
So yeah. it's a difficult one, right? Because I think if you look name by name, just looking at these rosters, I don't necessarily feel like Verdant are particularly outclassed in any individual role. I think you look at Los Ratones and you go, these guys are just a bit better, but I don't think that there is such a massive gulf that you're expecting like 40 CS leads by 10 minutes, okay? Foxy's pulling faces. I know he disagrees with me. I'm going to continue on my point.
Please
so
do.
I think that the way for Verdant to win is to try and capitalize on Los Ratones' mistakes. And that's going to be pretty difficult considering that Los Ratones have been one of the cleanest teams in the league. Los Ratones, they had a rough early game. They recovered in the mid-game to get a win earlier. Verdant, they had an exceptional early game, and then they frittered it away. So the way that Verdant win is completely flipping the script of what we'd necessarily expect from these two teams. The 1% chance is always going to be there, but I think Los Ratones are expecting, and quite frankly should, be 4-0 by the end of the day.
Wukong available. Either you pick it, either you lose it.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's going to be Varus instead. Most notably, Galio is taken away for the first time for Los Ratones. So Nemesis will be playing a new champion. He's probably quite happy about that. I don't think Galio is the most exciting pick in the game. Yeah, okay, so we got the Varus first pick here for Verdant. Kalista is still on the board if Los Ratones want to go into that. Crowley's done a lot of Corki before. It's going to be the Ez. And as you pointed out, Archer, the Wukong from Velia. Now, I think personally, the most mortal we've seen Los Ratones was when in that Bulldog game where there was big team fights, so a big team fight comp, you just butt heads and go crazy up against each other, right? And so if I'm Verdant, I'd look to replicate that. I'm picking for those team fights, and we've got Vara's Chains of Corruption, we've got the Equalizer from Rumble, you know, we've got some space, we've got some frontline, some CC from Vi as well. Like, I like what we're doing here from Verdant. If there is potentially a weakness to exploit, this is where it's going to be, and that is locked in. He's got it. Baus has his Scion. We're going to see it here.
Keep in mind, one item is disabled to play tank Scion, and he said it on stream today. I'm going to play AD Scion. Expect a lot of deaths, but a lot of kills. I'm hyped. We might even get the Baus special. And if Initialize doesn't shoutcast with the Baus special, I don't know. I know where you live, Initialize. I'll send you flowers.
I don't know where Initialize lives. I know where Namira lives though, so maybe I
They
can ask
left
him.
Felt like a threat. It still felt like a threat. I'm gonna send you flowers.
Flowers.
But to counteract the sort of big team fight identity that we're maybe anticipating Verdant to go for, Los Ratones here, you've got a bit more flexibility. I think that the mobility that Wukong and Ezreal have when you are trying to avoid being engaged on these massive scenarios can be pivotal. We've all seen Vile, a Wukong clone, and it's very, very funny. And we're doubling down on that mobility. Yes, Azir, big team fight mage. Emperor's Divide, big team fight ability, but also can get out of those rough situations very, very easily.
It could be a Rakan or a Janna.
Okay. Ooh,
Reckless Janna.
We're dogpiling for Verdant here. Lots of engage, lots of all in, lots of CC. All right, you want to see Janna from Reckless?
It's Reckless. His John is sick, and that's the way to save your back line. Like, you see Vi, Yone, all these engagers, and Reckless can bring the wind. Or even the Rakan. He loves Rakan.
This is it. When's the last time you saw Janna? Yeah, the Braum disengaged. We got the shield as well. Trying to protect a little bit from this all-in from Verdant. I like it. I like the style that we've got here from Verdant, because I do genuinely believe, like, with that Bulldog game we saw earlier today against Los Ratones, it was we had some fights that went Bulldog's way, and if they were a little less behind from the early game, from the nameplate diff, then maybe that could have actually turned into something. So I like what Verdant have got here, and crucially, it's a very easy to execute draft. There are no misconceptions about what those 5 champions want to do.
Millocott, Fox drop. We have the champion select. Everybody's excited. Everybody's waiting for the last game of the day. I want predictions. Keep it short and snappy.
XDD. We are rats. XDD.
Love it. Fox.
Yeah, I'm ratting it up.
Well, on one side you have Verdant. They have 2 Portuguese players in the mid lane that is called Ronaldo. This could be their way out of a tiebreaker. For the other side, though, they have Los Ratones, they have Baus, they have Science Special. The hype is real. Let's toss it to the gas initial.
Let's go!
Solari, I'm really sorry. I just had a really threatening bunch of flowers turn up at my front door. I don't know where they came from.
I wouldn't touch them, honestly. Just also tell Mary you have to move, both of you.
Yeah, we need to leave. Archroom knows where we live, and that's very scary. We're gonna have Foxy and Archroom. I know, that's awful. I don't want any of them anywhere near me.
I'm sorry
that's
for
just
you.
All night. Yeah.
Ew.
Archroom lost his mind a bit there, but this is absolutely hype. Baus on Scion. Incredibly exciting. We'll talk about the rest of the rosters as we go along, the rest of the team comes as we go. But this is the champion that Baus made his name on years ago. It's the one where he popularized and kind of vindicated the whole inting Scion strat. Riot had to win. There was a whole discussion about whether it was a correct way to play the game. I remember Cadril, even when he was a little clip that came out recently, he was saying like they had the Riot background checks, and Baus still came back as moderately toxic, partly because his playstyle is still a little bit controversial, bluntly, but this is the champion. This is the playstyle that he made his name on. He's on the Lumberjack Scion. He's got Phase Rush. He's going AD Scion. Bousy special. Scion special, baby. Let's go.
Oh my god, finally! I mean, is there really a right or wrong way to play a game? it's a game. It gives you like a bunch of rules, but then apart from that, aren't you like a person with a free mind? Can't you just do whatever you want?
How serious an answer do you want? Because I can seriously pull out the academic text on this if you want.
Oh, go on, please.
Do we have to? I mean, there's a level 1 sort of happening right now. I think they're not looking for a little. Okay, so the answer is there is a really cool text from like 1900 and something by a guy called Johann Huizinga, who wrote a really cool book called Homo Ludens, which is about like the rules of play for humanity and how we make games. And the magic circle in terms of games. And basically the idea is if you are all playing a game together, the idea is you all kind of abide by a certain set of rules within that kind of sphere of the game. And there's a whole set of essays and stuff on it, where the answer is if someone is playing by different rules to you, are you really playing the same game? And does everyone else have to accept it? And the answer is possibly not. There you go. Johann Huizinga, Homo Ludens, academic games. There you go. Well, you can say I've spent my life in a correct way.
You know what? I am not disappointed. Thank you. I would still, however, not be convinced by you.
That's fair.
I think that
it's a great book. I'd recommend it.
You're still like he's still playing by the rules of the game, and like anything else is just the matter of perception.
Well, exactly that. And you're going to have those whole debates around it, but it's really interesting because there is a whole lot of academic texts around it. If you were to care to go look for them, but Velia right now might need to care about getting away from his crub camp here, as Verdant are pretty swift to come and invade that and try and steal away the big camp. There's a Nimbus strike forwards. Reckless there lands the Winter's Bite there onto Obstinatus, and it could end up being a 2v3 here quite swiftly. As actually opposed to Velia on the enemy Krugs there, which Verdant tried to defend against. But the level 2's now hit by Lost Returners. Got a little confused there about which side of the map people were on briefly. I was too busy talking about academic text for video games, which is very me. But there, here we are.
Yes.
Talking about League of Legends instead, which is perhaps what I'm actually being paid for. No, we'll trade the Krugs on the other side. There's a Baus. Hasn't done anything too weird yet. He's just trading out in the wave so far. No Name is around. We'll look for the gank on in here. There's going to be a fair chunk onto Baus here. Gets the phase rush. I think he's just deciding I'm going to die here. Throws out the Soul Furnace, and we'll try and clear out as much of the wave as he can. First death against Baus. Of course it is. It's a Scion special.
Yay! And the count is officially open. Let's go! Oh, I'm so excited about this one. Baus being finally allowed to play on his Scion. And by the way, Nemesis finally being allowed to play anything that is not Galio-shaped. I'm so happy for
Galio-shaped, so it could be other champions as long as they look enough like Galio that it counts.
Can I not elaborate on that statement of mine, please?
No, fine. We'll leave that one where it lies.
Thank you so much. Anyway, going back to the game, which started with the first blood, like, you gotta take into consideration that yes, Baus is not really giving too much with just, dying as a Scion. It's a typical Baus stuff, but with the feats of strength, this changes stuff a little bit in terms of now that he's given one stack of those feats to Verdant, so now they're just one of those away from getting the upgraded boots and all the good stuff that comes with those. And now you giving away the first blood counts much more than it used to before. Even though we have the stats that I believe you have brought up, that feats of strength don't really relate to win rate so much, if I recall correctly.
So this is a really interesting one. Yeah, there was some stats. I think it was DPM on Twitter posted probably a couple weeks ago now, where it was basically like at the beginning of the split, at the beginning of the season, a lot of people were in uproar saying, "Oh my days, the focus on early game objectives has really tilted win rates, and getting those early objectives has skewed how much you're winning the game compared to previous seasons." And the stats came out, and it's moved by about like 0.2, 0.3%. It's just those objectives, those early objectives have mattered that much. As long as they've been in the game, they've mattered that much in previous seasons too. It's just that people are now getting a more visual representation of it, and they're seeing how much they actually matter in the first place. It's not changed that much, it's just the perception of them has.
I have a counter argument for that though, because we just, if you isolate NLC from the rest of the world, we have a massive win rate for the feats of strength. It's not 100% as it was up to some point on day one, but it still is a massive win rate for the feats of strength. So isolated here, it still works and it still matters a lot.
Yeah, and there is a difference also between pro and solo queue too, right? But I think the feats of strength are attached to objectives, right? So in the sense that you get first turret, well, the win rate's at like 70-odd%. Or you get first kill, it's like 60% of what the win rate is. Bot lane, Heal burned. Reckless will back away with the stand behind me, but he's still very low. Flash on forward for the hail of arrows. Reckless just about alive, trying to body block, not enough. Now Crownie gonna be able to do anything to save his support's life, and Verdant pick up a second kill in the early game. They're off to the races here.
Oh, that's looking good for them. They're going to lose the Grubbies in the top lane, but at the same time, they have them in full and Drake, and they just secure the prio on the bot lane. Crowley has the recall, of course. Reckless is just walking back from the base, so they should be able to take this dragon with absolutely no resistance whatsoever from Los Ratones, at least. Velja is getting those Grubbies, so that's still something to work towards if you're thinking about the feats of strength.
If there are any doubts, there are any now. That's a Cull and a Dirk in inventory for Baus.
Yes!
We are full committing. It is lethality style with the Cull.
Oh my god, let's go! That's gonna be so fun, but I feel like it's going to be similar to what we saw. Was it game 1 when he picked Cho'Gath on the top lane? Game 1 of NLC for Los Ratones.
Yes.
When everybody underestimated him, but the thing is, he still was getting tankier and tankier as the game was progressing, and you can't take that away from Sion. This guy naturally will be getting tankier as the game goes, without necessarily even building himself into a full tank. Just on top of that, on top of being very hard to kill, he's also going to deal a lot of damage to anybody who's gonna try to come his way. The problem though, we gotta wait until it actually happens.
We were kind of like, we had a bit of an academic tangent off it about, you know, like the fact he plays a very different game, but
yeah,
the point still stands that Baus does know how this game plan works.
Yes.
It's not like he's doing this mindlessly. It's not just randomly doing things. There is a method to the madness, and he gets huge amounts of value from it. It's a very frustrating way to play. It is forcing a lot of other teams to reevaluate how they look at top lane and pressure from it, and especially within pro play, where that kind of really high level of pressure on one side of the map can be utilized and capitalized on by other members of your teams a lot more consistently when you're in comms with your teams, when you're in coordination with your teammates. That can be very difficult to manage. Baus, potentially in a spot of danger here, has used his ultimate. Papatero looking to see whether we can get a bit more value out of that equalizer. Won't really do so as yet. Baus just gets to sit in this bush. The rest of the map just stays a little bit chill for now. Grubs and Dragon were traded, as you mentioned. There is Verdant, who are still leading in the gold right now, though not by much, as the gold lead somewhat shrunk by virtue of plates and CS.
It's very tiny. And funny enough, on the top lane, it's not really moving much in either of the direction, especially into the Verdant's direction, despite the fact that that is exactly the part of the map where the first kill, the first blood of the game happened. So far, everywhere else, we're having a rather slow, often early game, which is kind of refreshing, considering the first games that we had today were bloody, and the first games of Los Ratones as well, the previous week, were very bloody as well. Not always the good bloody, but just bloody, full stop there. Crowley, though, no, they're fun. There's a lot of members of Verdant right now on this both part of the map. They're going to not spawning anywhere soon, but there is an opportunity to search for a fight, maybe with Velja, maybe with a bot lane of Los Ratones.
Blue buff stolen away by Verdant. Take that one with a little bit of coordinated play from the bot lane coming up to support No Name on that invade. The game just playing a little bit slow for now. Ronaldo steps on forwards with the Mortal Steel and the Soul Unbound, gets a decent chunk there onto the Aziru, isn't willing to burn the ultimate or anything there, especially with the fact Soul Unbound just popped straight back to where he was. A pot in inventory, so Nemesis feeling okay to stick around for now. It's worth noting with the Fate sealed and a cease and desist from No Name, there is a possible full death combo here if they really committed to it, but Reckless and Velia are around, so it's not that easy to make it work.
Scaring Ronaldo a little bit. If Ronaldo is taking a reset right now, that is good timing for Los Ratones to be around top part of the map, because the Grubbies are spawning very soon, just half a minute before they're going to be up and running on the map. Los Ratones already have the first 3-1, so trying to get all the way to 6 with having Baus on Sion on the side lanes, that sounds exactly like the deal Los Ratones would take any day, because that is going to provide them with so much pressure. And we see how Los Ratones have been playing so far, right? Like, whenever Baus is on one side of the map, dragging in the attention, dying potentially, there is always something else happening on the other side of the map for Los Ratones. And that's why, while you praising Baus is absolutely correct, I think it's not just up to Baus for having those crazy games pulling off in NLC, it's also up to the whole team being so well coordinated with Baus and whatever he's doing, and allowing him to
pressure.
do it. Yes.
Yeah. And I think exactly that. The Grubs are spawning. We're going to have everyone but the AD carries around, but actually Mishi has moved on up here. Reckless in a spot of bother, down about half HP, puts the door up. And now actually he's left Nemesis out to dry. Fate Sealed has already flashed. Won't be able to get too much more. The HP bars are low, but no one has died. Worth noting Fate Sealed and the Chains of Corruption were both used to make that happen, though. So some big ults down for Verdant. As Baus does not get the Decimating Smash down, gets a charge into the backline. Massive damage into Velia with the Magnet Storm. Yes, Baus is dead, but the health bar damage is huge. Velia goes down, though, as Ronaldo picks that one up, and Baus goes down as well. They thought they'd found a moment there. They went looking for the engage, and unfortunately for them, Baus goes down and so does Velia.
Velia going down is the most unfortunate thing there, to be honest, because he also had to sacrifice the flash in the meantime.
Yep.
And now the Grubbies are going the way of Verdant, bringing them closer to the feats of strength. They just need one more Dragon or a Herald, and they will keep having those upgrades for the movement speed. What happened on the other side of the map? Because, again, usually whenever Baus dies, that's where we need to be looking at. Not much, to be honest. Crowley was getting those turret plates all solo, but it's not
He's
like he
on a
got
ward.
much. He's on a ward.
There's a ward behind him. Yeah,
But
no,
he doesn't-
Baus just stands there and channels Q and gets punished for it. I will say, I thought for a moment there the turnaround might be pretty insane, but there is no Ezreal and there is no Azir to do the follow-up damage. So it
Yes.
all was didn't really in much service of much there.
It's good to have engage, because it's good to have disengage, and Los Fortunas have a lot of both, especially of the latter. But they also need some follow-up, and it feels like Crowdy, while yes, he got the gold in, he's finally sitting on the tri-full, so that is a good point for Ezreal to be, especially if you compare him to Mish's Varus right now. Still, it feels like Los Fortunas are at the point where they really need to be rotating their main forces with them whenever they're trying to force a fight.
No Name is topside. Baus at half HP. Is it just attack Baus all over again? He face checks No Name, who gets a Q and a denting blows off with that Vault Breaker. So down to 10%. Waiting for the wave to come on in. Here comes the dive. Knocks him out of the queue. Baus goes down. There isn't really much more to be done there. He'll clear out the wave at the very least.
It ain't much, but it's earnest work. At least if Los Fortunas managed to get this turret on the bot lane, that would be something, but the timing is still not working towards them, because now No Name managed to get a reset. There is still Puppy Tiro pressuring this turret on the top lane, but they're rotating Nemesis from the mid lane. I think they want to force things here in the bot.
I'll try and make it happen. W comes on through. The Essence Flux Arrows. Reckless uses Stamp behind me, throws up the door, gets the Glacial Fissure down as well. Mishi now in danger. The Emperor's Divide doesn't quite get the value that Nemesis is hoping for, and the HP bars here for Los Fortunas is not fantastic. Look where Ronaldo is. You heard a Brazilian Ronaldo. You've heard a Portuguese Ronaldo. Wait for Romanian Ronaldo. He goes really deep to set up his team for a few more kills.
8-1. This is the first time we're seeing Los Fortunas having such a tragic early game to their name. Still, the gold lead is not that big. It's around 2K. I can't do math really. I swear I can't do math, but that's around 2K still for Verdant. They're keeping to their name. And this whole action on the bot lane was just a series of unfortunate events for them, especially with this Emperor's Divide. It could have been big, but it provided no value. It brought Nemesis to very low health because he had to tank the turret for quite a long time. Reckless is already low. Crowley has no mana, and it's just such an easy and juicy setup for Vi plus Yona, which are a scary combo on their own, but when the enemies are just desperately trying to run away from you, it's oh so easy to press your ultimates and go in and secure the kills.
Is it that? Los Fortunas still in this game, still got some good CS numbers in the gold, not that far out of reach at the very least. It's going to be a lot more even of a game state than they are used to, I think it is fair to say, and certainly when it comes to the kill score, it has not been as clean as they would like. It is purple across the board down the center of your screen in the scoreboard, showing that everyone has a lead, at least a slight one, particularly in that mid lane. Ronaldo currently getting significantly ahead of Nemesis here, who hasn't had the easiest time on this Azir versus his opposite number, Crowny. Arcane shifts away. Preventatively? No. There's another word for that where you do it early. It'll come to me at another point, but you get the idea, guys.
Yeah.
And we hold our breath for a moment. Still need one more neutral objective to secure that feat of strength for either team. We've got about 2 minutes until the Ocean Dragon spawn, 30 seconds until the Herald, and Verdant are the ones in the river right now securing the Scuttle Crab.
What's important is if Verdant get this Herald right now, they are getting full feat of strength. If Los Fortunas secure it, they still need to go for the first turret.
Ronaldo gets a decent double Q there with the Mortal Steel.
It's going to reset in the meantime, but everybody from the side of Verdant are in the top part of the map right now, still sitting this poor turret in the top lane. Oh, Nemesis did it.
Nice chunk. Get nice damage from Baus there. He gets a huge amount of damage in with the phase rush to run away. Forces a flash from Papitero, because that's a Ghost Blade Scion, and that Q will really hurt. All the while, Azir with the Nash's Tooth won the tower rush. So that'll be a feat of strength apiece for now. So that is hit with the Winter's Bite, but nothing more to be found right now. Velia just walks through the mid lane. 50 seconds until the Ocean Dragon, but the Herald is up. And No Name is starting it up. That would be an additional feat of strength alongside that Herald, which of course can be really valuable for breaking down some of these turrets that can be otherwise a little bit obstinate to bring down, namely those mid lane tier 1s.
And there we go. The feats of strength are in the hands of Verdant, and the Herald, as I just said, also is in the hands of Verdant, so they can try to search for those outer turrets, because still all of them are standing for Los Ratones. Top one has been scratched quite a lot, so potentially there's an opening there for Verdant to go and try to accelerate things from the top lane, especially since that is exactly the part of the map where Altacon is going to be spawning in just a couple of minutes from now on. So it would be really nice for Verdant if they would be able to put some additional pressure on the top part.
Be it. Gold lead is now pretty much nominal, I think it's fair to say, for all that Verdant have a load of the kills. Gold, particularly with that first turret going over, has left things a little bit awkward, but Verdant, with that neutral objective secure, got themselves those feats of strength. You can see the boot upgrades already in inventory. Looking to finally secure that tier 1 top side that Pepitero has been working on since the start of the game.
Yes.
All the while, Baus tries to get a hold of these Krugs, but No Name is there, waiting to prevent that from happening for free. Being as obnoxious as he can be on this fight.
Ooh, it's a
Oh, Baus.
3 men here. Oh, Baus.
Clears out the wave pretty well and then charges away. Oh, goodbye. The getaway driver gets away. I think he's got TP as well, so he's going to clear out the wave and begin proxy farming. Never say Baus doesn't know what he's doing.
He knows exactly what he's doing. And I gotta say, he didn't die this time, okay? He gets the wave, he gets a very nice reset, and his team got a Drake in the meantime. So everything in this little play went pretty much according to the plan for Los Ratones. I also gotta say that Baus is becoming much scarier right now than he was before. Again, only 1 item to his name so far, but that damage when he first went to the top lane with his item completed, that damage was surprising to say the least. Right now, Verdant would need to be careful if they decide to pull out any play around Baus.
Yep. I think that's fair to say, and I think he's going to be trickier to manage still as the game goes on. He's still managing to get value here, even despite those early slightly awkward deaths. Ghostblade away from the Mortal Steel, and then with the phase rush, with the Ghostblade, with the ultimate, he's actually remarkably slippery on what should be a semi-immobile champion.
That's not exactly how you would call it right now. That's the whole point of this build for Sion. He's very slippery. Ronaldo is slippery as well. Doesn't even need to like try to sidestep or anything.
Ouch.
Oh, that hurts.
Oh. Yeah, gets a decent Q back, and the turret shot buys some time, but Baus has burned the phase rush. Gonna use the pop, but I think Ronaldo with another use of the Soul and Bound in 5 or so seconds might be looking for the full all in with No Name around as well. Baus burns the flash, looks to try and get away. Obstinatus takes a huge chunk from the turret, but Baus cannot survive the 1v3 dive. Well, let's get a decent chunk onto No Name here, but the Q will buy enough time to get the Vi out to safety.
Fast, but not fast enough is Baus. His 4th death of his so far. We are still keeping the count because it's rather important. And the Herald is going to be popped on the bot lane. The idea for Verdant right now is try to go for both of the turrets on the bot lane if things work out correctly. That was a nice blink right there. But Los Ratones are rotating forces in order to stop that from happening.
Well, Bausey fell down. I think it's time for Romania Ronaldo to face it as well. They are the GOATs, the greatest of all time! But wait, hang on, Ronaldo does a fair amount of work back, and my momentary pun was nearly proven false, but he does go down in the end. Nemesis. Now in danger on the other side as Obstinatus is looking to find and catch out the Emperor of Shurima. Nemesis returns to pro play. Well, Emperor's Divide still slowed down enough that I think Papatero with the scrap shield and a Comet plus Electro Harpoon will bring down the mid laner.
The Comet and the Leandris. Unfortunately, Nemesis was not getting out of this. And the most unfortunate is that the flash is off, the ultimate is off. That death hurts for Los Ratones. 10-2 so far, with Verdant being strongly in lead. And yes, they are starting Atacon. No vision for Los Ratones.
And Nemesis is dead for 20 seconds. They've got a good timer here, and this could be a huge moment for Verdant. Of course, got the Wukong with the flash and the clone available. Could be very difficult to keep out of here. Velia clones away. It's Ronaldo who tries to go unstoppable and buy the space. Down to 5,000 HP. The equalizer is good. It's in a fantastic choke point on the Asylum. Starts goes clashing down. Ceases in the backline. Onto Velu. Flashes away. Nemesis now TPs in. Baus goes into the passive but does a lot of damage to the backline. They slay Voracious Atacon. Verdant secure it. They've got the withdrawals to their name and Los Ratones have to back away, having lost the critical neutral objective.
They lost the Atacon, but this, if only there was an Atacon, if only Verdant didn't manage to slay it on time. Look at Crowny. Brother is full health going out of this fight. Nobody was able to touch him, and he was dealing a lot of damage. That's so nice to look at Crowny at mobile champions like Ezreal, because he positions himself so well. The rest of the team makes sure that nobody is getting to this Ezreal, and at the same time, he is dealing a lot of damage to the enemies. If only it wasn't that Atacon, but the moment that Verdant slayed this neutral objective, the rest of the fight makes no sense. If Los Ratones get additional kills, it will not matter whatsoever, so they just withdraw.
Do it that, and then the fight just goes a little bit wrong. Baus tries to buy time in the backline, but the problem is it's just miles and miles and miles away from this Atacon. And yeah, you see the clone come on through, but there's just not quite enough gap close. And when that goes down, the fight is a lot harder to take. And now that second item Hullbreaker again from Mishi comes on through on the Varus, and he's just going to keep building tank. Already got the Riftmaker in for the Rumble, who's also going to continue to get that bit harder to kill. Sterek's done as well, Immortal Shieldbow done as well. You begin to see why things like the Serpent's Fang have been built up by Baus. There's quite a number of shields here, even if you wouldn't expect it at first, between the Sterex and the Shieldbow and the Spirit Cleave and everything else that's coming on through. That little bit of extra ability to get through the defensive tools of Verdant.
So we have the AD Scion and the Tank Varus in the same game. This is fantastic. I'm loving this new season so much, by the way. We only need Jay's tank on the top lane, but fortunately that's not happening.
Not this time around.
Yeah, but what is happening though is this turret on the mid lane is going to go down. Still, the Atacon buff is available for Verdant, so they can force whatever they want on the map right now. And frankly, they should, because that is their time to have some fun plays, take down some objectives, and then withdraw safely and peacefully.
Oh, Baus. It's got an ultimate. It's going the other direction. Gets cease and desist and flash in front to deny the exit. There's nowhere to go, and you can shout cowards as much as you want, Scion. There is no surviving that one. And Bausey, it's not a good death, that one, I don't think, but maybe Ronaldo in mid lane could be punished. But we've still got the withdrawal. It's not that big a deal if he dies. He can take the opportunity to clear the wave and potentially fall and take someone with him. It doesn't matter all that much in the grand scheme of things. They'll get the Glacial Fissure, and still not fallen. Finally has. And actually...
he wasn't dead.
I think it was. I was about to say, the buff just fell off.
It literally
double check
fell
it.
off. Yes.
Oh no, that's slightly mistimed, Ronaldo. Oops.
Were Los Ratones waiting? Were they waiting for it to fall off? They might.
If they were, they've timed that really well. That's very possible.
That is such a good timing for them, though. But yes, they managed to take Ronaldo down, so this is a full-on death. They get the full gold, they get the XP, everything. Ooh, we have the timer. Thank you so much, observers. So he still has it.
That's so close.
He still has it. Goes in with the ultimate.
Goes in.
He's stunned. There's going to be Brom ultimate.
Yeah, still got it. And it's
and
out now.
Here,
oh my days.
When Velja goes in.
Beautiful. Production smurfing it there. We saw the timing. Ronaldo plays to the edge and unfortunately is caught by the bell.
That's what
trying to pick up their third kill of the game. And it is all on Velia, actually, who's 100% of their kills this game. He's going to have to do a lot of work on this Wukong. Now the 2 items, past the level 11 mark as well for the second round of the Cyclone. So beginning to do a lot of work here on the Wukong if he gets the opportunity to get a couple casts of the ultimate off. A few minutes until the dragon spawns. There's 2 apiece right now in the game. 3,000 gold in the lead of Verdant, but certainly not unmanageable for Los Ratones. Assuming they can stabilize, I'll not give up the Baron or something.
Considering how much Verdant have taken throughout the game so far, that's not really a significant gold lead that we can talk about. They didn't manage to get too much out of the Articon buff. They pretty much killed Baus, and that's it, I would say. They pushed through the bot lane. Yeah, okay, the tier 2. Yes, that's something, but that's not as much as we have seen people being able to pull off with the Articon buff. Now they would need to go with the Baron, because they still can't really push forward, because there is still Baus, there is still Nemesis who are holding these side lanes together. Verdant really need this Baron buff right now.
The risk of mixing our sports metaphors. Job's not done for Verdant. A little bit more to finish this game and put the nails in the coffin, and Los Ratones have got will be some of the I think it is fair to say the most experienced team in the ERLs, at least in terms of level of success here. Going to be very difficult to close out against. They're going to try and jump here onto Velia, who actually ends up turning a huge amount of damage back! Crowdy! Heavy is that Crowdy, just does huge amounts of work, and Obstinates crumbles under the weight.
And the payoff for killing somebody like that is so sweet, because so many members of Verdant have the champion bounties on their heads. So if Crowny continues doing what he just did, he's gonna be the richest man alive soon.
Chains of Corruption. Reckless puts up the door, flashes away with the stand behind me as well. Stays alive. 2 minutes until the Dragon, still a while before that one. The pick onto Obstinates cannot lead to the mid lane tier 1 falling, as Verdant defend it with a few ultimates.
It's so interesting though, because both of the teams keep pushing, but it looks like both of them need something else to continue pushing further, because none of them have really been able to find a definitive win so far. Again, the difference between the teams is not that big, and Los Ratones are doing a great job finding ways to neutralize the lead that Verdant have accumulated to themselves. They're still farming in, they're still getting in the items. We're seeing 2 items across the board for Los Ratones, which is still less than what Verdant has, but still the gap between the teams is not that big.
And Verdant are just proving to be a very contrarian team. Last week, they win the game where they've had to roll swap and sub in players who cannot win the game, where their roster's at normal strength against what should have been theoretically an easier team, if I remember correctly. And this time around, they lose a game against Light Type where they were nominally favored and actually playing better against Los Ratones, who were expected to go undefeated here. We're full of some of the very best players to have ever touched the game of League of Legends. Just period. Not in ERL, not in NLC, just the game in general. And they are here 13 kills to 4 and going toe-to-toe here, matching items, getting the Atacam buff, and they close this one out. Story it would be for them. The memes write themselves, guys. Look at the name of that player in front of you, Ronaldo versus Bowsy. It's just beautiful to witness. I've seen the memes on Twitter. Some of them are horrifying.
I wish I didn't see some of the memes on Twitter. I don't know if they're work of art or just horrifying. Yeah. Oh.
Ow.
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 Like ow, that damage.
Ghost.
3 items, Pause. What is that?
He just Ghost Blades him back. So, of course, Ronaldo has got himself a Blade of the Rune King and Stridebreaker, so theoretically should be able to heal a fair amount of this up. Ronaldo just unbinds their soul away, but now Nemesis is looking to punish. Jumps on forwards, gets a huge juggle to Ronaldo, and there's nothing being done on the other side. They're all setting up for Dragon in 10 seconds. Oh, they're missing their mid laner.
Where is a mid laner? In 45 seconds he will be back, but that's too long of a time that allows Los Ratones to push for the objectives right now. The Dragon just spawned is going to be a soul point for whoever takes it. The Baron is still up and running.
That's a big amount of damage, but great door from Reckless. Oh, it's beautiful. There's just no way through it. They cannot find their way past that big wall. And Obstinates goes looking for a pick alongside No Name, and they lose their support as well. And Los Ratones head towards the Baron and Verdant. They've done so much work this game. They got the Atagon, they got the kills. In a matter of moments, it's all beginning to slip away again.
No Name is still around. But can they try to pull something with Balls around? No, it's too late already. The Baron is down and Papatiro will be down too.
Mishi gets a fair amount of junk onto Baus, who flashes away and survives. No way! Phasers doesn't work, so Mishi dies on the other side! It is calculated! It's a good life! Never mind a good death from Bausy.
He had 1 HP. I saw that. Literally just 1 to his name, and he still survives. What is this game? Look at the goal difference between the teams. The gap that was there, it's almost gone over Ronaldo. Oh, that was beautiful actually, but doesn't manage to kill anybody.
It looks nice. It doesn't actually lead to all that much.
Yeah.
Maybe that's about Ronaldo's later career. I don't know. I always preferred Messi, what can I say? But over towards the Dragon we go. I mean, soul point secured by Lost Runners, but not the soul itself. Verdant need to take stock and stabilize. They've just lost themselves a Dragon and a Baron. They're not out of this game yet. They've still got 3 items. They've still got an absolute way to win this game, and Barros could be in a scary position here. Avoids the Mortal Seal, waiting for Ronaldo to pop back. And the teleports begin to fly on through. Los Ratones want to play this. Here come those double TPs. Crowley's here alongside Nemesis. Goes charging on forwards with the ultimate. Reckless on the other side. Ronaldo caught up by them. Obstinados flashes over. But where can the Yone go? Except an early grave.
We haven't really discussed the draft that much, but oh, that was close. But this last pick of Brom for Reckless, it's literally a game changer for Los Ratones, going into the team that just wants to press all of their R buttons and go right onto you, all in, no breaks, no hesitation. Brom is incredible into exactly that team comp. Barus, though, is
dead.
Yeah, which is the
It's a good death, he clears the wave.
Yeah, and look at the bot lane in the meantime. Look at how much Los Ratones are getting. No article buff, by the way, that's all raw.
Nemesis steps on forwards with the shifting sands and the summoning of the soldiers, but the inhibitor's down, the inhibitor turret before it as well, and all the while they can't even get the tier 2 topside because Baus just clears the wave in the face of mortal peril. Second inhibitor falls and Los Ratones have regained control of this. Nemesis goes looking good! Zonya's over Papitiro. Reckless though will step on forwards, gets the concussive blows down onto Mishi, who is stunned up and dead. 2 rights. Ronaldo backing away, just shy of being stunned himself. Triple to Crowley, who is the real king of the game. Los Ratones 4-0. Early game, be damned.
It looked scary at some point. It looked like Los Ratones would actually lose their... I mean, they would not lose their place. They would still be number 1 even if they lost this game. But they will lose their streak if they went down. And judging by the early game, it looked like they were getting close to it. But they managed to find those ways back into the game. And honestly, Reckless and Crowley were having such a good game today. It's just such a joy to look at them. Such a joy to see what they're able to do with their champions, especially for Reckless. We saw a lot of recon from him. We saw some Alistair, but finally we're seeing more champions. And this Braum, that was just the best thing that I saw in this game.
And I think for the other side of Verdant, they're going to be really frustrated because actually they were the ones with the kill leads. They were the ones that got the Atakan. They were in a really good position in this game and then bluntly didn't capitalize as well as they could have done with those kind of advantages and tools they had. But I think from myself and you, Solari, it's been a wonderful day. Good to cast with you and good to cast some absolute madness here in the League of Legends scene. But we're going to be handing over the desk to end the day and bring us about the wrapping up Group A, as it were. So handing it over to the desk right now.
Thank you, Nishalar. Thank you, Solari. And this was a good day of end of day. This was so interesting. And Verdant were winning. I heard this from you, Foxtrot. Verdant were winning for 20 minutes until they weren't. And we gotta understand how they got to that point, what happened, because Los Ratones had a lot on their plate.
Dude, 28 minutes of Verdant looking clean. It was great from Verdant. We're sitting here thinking, man, they're going to close this one out as well. Like, they're at that point now where actually Los Ratones can't face check. They can't get control of the map. You just play for the Dragon Soul and don't do anything dumb. And then Ronaldo dies, pushing up really, really far. And then, oh my God, what was that forced play in mid, though, that lost them the Nash as well? Like, you're 4 versus 5. It's not like it wasn't even like an offer up kill where someone from Los Angeles was inting. You hardcore forced that play. It was just and then literally 3 minutes later, boom, game's over. It's done.
Then they fight in the bot side jungle for no. It's so disgusting, and it made worse by what came before, which was series of genuinely good plays from Verdant. The preemptive flashback away there from Mishi to dodge away from the Emperor's Divide. Then you got the roam down from Ronaldo. No Name backing himself, going, yeah, I can absolutely throw myself into the fray in this situation, picking up 2 more kills. And we're all here going, this is the most Verdant thing possible. You lose to Ludvis Lightside, who hadn't won a single game, and then you get yourself in a disgustingly advantageous position against the best team in the league.
It's wild. Yeah.
They let it go. That's the problem. They let it go. Obviously, that play you talk about in the mid game, near that turret where Obstinato just it happens. It happens. But the action, the Atakan one, I think it's one of the most interesting plays we've seen so far. It was on the millisecond. The idea that fight ensues there and the zombie form comes in and everything is safe because they withdraw at the perfect pixel. It's Verdant. Might as well watch it. For those of you who missed it and missed how pixel perfect it was, guide me through this because...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
So at this point, you don't really have the damage if you're Verdant to take Atakan. But Los Ratones still have to try and show their face and sort of contest this. But when you've got Rel and you've got Rumble, this is the perfect choke to fight. And that's exactly what Verdant try and do. And that's where they go right here. Papatero unfortunately silences himself as Ronaldo goes in. But still, it's a great fight. Perfect positioning in this choke point. All the AoE goes down. Boss dies.
Look at Mishi.
Look at Mishi. Look at
1
Mishi.
HP. What happens to this Q, bro?
What?
What happened to that Q? How did that not kill him?
What?
But still, he gets the withdrawal and he survives at the very last minute. As soon as Atakan goes down, you get the GAs up for Verdant. That's what turns this team fight. That's what makes this team fight so positive for Verdant. And that was the big moment for these guys to get that early advantage. It was a lot of smart macro plays, a lot of smart micro plays as well. It was genuinely very impressive from Verdant. And they were in a great spot to win this game, as we said. And then they lost 2 minutes later. It was one of the most ridiculous games I've seen here in NLC.
I was just checking. I don't know if we have the perfect fight to wrap it up in terms of replays, because as soon as that fight ensued with the Atakan, I was like, yeah, Verdant has this in the bag.
Like,
They just gave
genuinely.
Baus 200 gold instead of like 600 to 800. Oh, this is it. Okay. Oh,
Yeah. So Ronaldo's in bot here. That's the thing we want to know on the mini map here, right? So middle court, take us through why this is just not it.
So right, Ronaldo on the minimap in the bot lane dies, pushed up way too far for no reason, and Verdant like, do you know what? We're 4v4 on the map right now because Baus is in bot lane. Let's just engage on the Wukong. But it's so disjointed. Mishi can provide a little bit of damage, but immediately Reckless is there, and they're able to return fire. And Nemesis gets that kill on Obstinatus. Los Ratones get all this priority over the mid lane. They can then go to the Baron. Look at that gold graph!
Wow.
Look at that! Verdant with consistent, clean, well-executed League of Legends until 28.5 minutes, and less than the duration of a Baron buff later, they have lost. I thought it was the most Verdant thing possible to have that loss versus Linvis Lightside and then come out swinging against Los Ratones, but I'm really sorry. I love this organization. I love these players, but this is just the sort of thing that happens to Verdant. So close, but so far. You can take a lot of positives from this game. You should be taking a lot of positives from this game. But you make one mistake against Los Ratones, and they will snowball the game so quickly, if you blink, you'll miss it.
But may I bring a question to both of you? Not only you take a lot of positive sides to this game if you're Verdant, but it's also a signal at the end of the day that Los Ratones can bleed. First game, we had some visions of it. This one, we had a lot of them. Obviously, they can bleed, but they can punch back really heavy. Go for the throat, but they bleed.
And I think the good thing to take away from it was just how the bleeding happened, right? Because you're absolutely right. We saw them look a bit mortal today.
Yeah.
And for me, the main culprit was the fact that in this game, Verdant was able to punish Baus and his playstyle. So Baus draws so much attention to himself in the top side. He's been doing it, all, last week he did it last game as well. And teams don't really have that answer, right? They've been trying to go for him. They've been trying to push him out. And then Los Ratones just gets everything else on the map, and it's never worth it for them. And Baus is just... he's too much. But this time round, I think Baus was a liability, right? In that lane phase, he was punished a lot. And part of that, I think, is because you're lethality Scion and you don't take a lot of time to die. So if you collapse, you're done with like in a few seconds, and then you can, as Verdant, would just able to move on from that play. But either way, regardless of the actual specifics, the fact is Baus was exploited this game, and it put a big hole in Los Ratones' plan, and credit to Verdant for being able to do that. And moving forward, that would be the strategy I would imagine that teams employ to punish Los Ratones and to try and find that first win against them.
Well, at the end of the day, Los Ratones still end up the day with a 4-0 clean for them. Nord will follow with a 3-1. But all these big names, these big names, I think this is what we need to take away. They bleed, and as soon as we get into playoffs, things might change or even be better for them. Because what we're getting from Nord and Ratones and other teams like that is they love to adapt, and that experience allows them to adapt. So maybe on the best of, it's even harder to take them down. Yes, they bleed, but they'll bounce right off. And they will take you down on the best of 3 without you even blinking. So I don't know what's gonna happen, but it's a good day of League of Legends at the end of the day. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, thoroughly entertaining. We had drama, we had games that swung back and forth, we had upsets. Yeah, pretty much everything that you could want for a day from NLC. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was good fun. We didn't get the win in the end, Verdant versus Los Ratones. It's always interesting. It's always entertaining to see the underdog pull something out. But it was a great game. That was a very entertaining game to watch, and I loved it.
For those of you who just joined in that are not aware of what happened during the day, or for those of you who have a memory like me and already forgot about it, might as well show you the results from the beginning until now. We started off with the Bulldogs versus Nord. Nord were able to clean them. Lightside versus Verdant was an interesting one. We finally saw glimpses of Lightside. Los Ratones versus Bulldog. They were confusing, but they still got it in the end. Nord versus Lightside was a different show. Nord are just getting better every single game. We talked with the coach on the interview, and he's saying they're finally getting those scrims on. They're finally getting together. The play style is aligning. This is a clean team. At the end of the day, just like on the first day of Group A, by the way, the last game was going so smoothly for one team until it wasn't. And Los Ratones were capable of getting that 4-0. With that in mind, let's show the group table of this one. Because this is the seeding stage. And this is exactly... There you go. Right? This is... I was confused. I was like, yeah.
We got lots of graphics. We got lots of graphics.
Yeah.
Lots of acronyms.
A lot of names,
lots of
lot of
logos,
things, lot of
teams,
colors.
Lots of things going on.
Hey! Let's bring another graphic. Would you like a chair? Might as well join in on the giveaway. I don't know if we could pull this off, the graphic. There you go. So the standing says this.
That's the one.
I need to ask the wrong graphic for the right one. Whoopie. I got you, bro. Los Ratones with the 4-0. Nord Esports with the 3-1. And then the tie. Bring in the ties. Verdant, Bulldogs, and Lightside are sharing the same fate, which means I think we have to do a tiebreaker.
I think
Yes,
we will.
we do.
So Friday night we are going to have additional League of Legends on the NLC Twitch channel, which I know that everyone's always excited for. And I think very different teams that we found here at 1 and 3. Verdant with a lot of sort of ERL, like, I'm not going to say goats, but damn good players. Bulldogs, they've got a mix of everything. They've got a bot lane where like the support is old enough to be the ADC's dad. And then Lightside, you've got like a few guys that haven't really made a splash on the wider European scene, but here in the NLC, we absolutely love them.
Yeah.
I was about to say something, but I'm not going to skip this one. We were already moving on with the show, but we had to trace back because I do believe we have Elja on the interview with us. We finally got him on board. If possible, bring him in. I have a lot of questions for you, my man. Welcome back! This was a hard one, wasn't it?
It was a bit harder than expected, but yeah. I'm happy we ended up winning the game. I feel like even when we were losing, we just knew like, you know, we can just wait for them to make some mistakes. We can get something off of it and yeah, probably win the game after that. or macro seems really good.
Tell me something, Budget. Okay, you got the 4-0. You got the 4-0. You're clean. You're good. But at the end of the day, don't you believe today was kinda confusing for Los Ratones?
Kind of confusing.
So you think the first game was clean as well?
No, I think you have good days and you have bad days, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's the whole point is to get better and to win some games as well. I think we did both things, so I think we're doing pretty good.
I see that smile. I know there's something behind that. Tell me something. Nowadays, from now on, you have to deal with Baus saying, I have a 100% win rate professionally. How do you deal with that?
Yeah.
That, don't you?
Yeah. Well, so far it's looking good. I mean, he's not lying. He's 100% win rate so far, so he's smurfing. Honestly, yeah. I'm really happy to have him as my teammate.
Do you have any feeling towards any team right now that you would like to face off on playoffs? Again, I don't make this question as I would like to play versus them. No, I want to see beating in blood game. I want to see something where you're like, yeah, I want to show everybody that we're just way better, so I want to demolish this team.
Yeah, it's well, we are in the group with the Nord, so there are good chances that we're gonna meet Rudy in the playoffs, and yeah, I think I want to play them because of what kind of players they have, what kind of caliber. They're at least they used to be like really really good players, and I believe they still have it in them. So yeah, I really want to face them.
Hey, I love it. Velja, go rest. That was a lovely day. Congratulations on the photo and good luck on the remaining of scrims where Baus is gonna keep saying that. I wish you the best, man.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the evening.
I'll see you soon.
You.
You could see that smile of yeah, we won. Was a risky one, but we won. We got it. Ugh. Hey, I stole webcam from Middlecott. Okay, I'm focused now. So we end up the day with Group A. What do we have for tomorrow, though? Do you want to see the schedule? Oh, that was fast. Okay, production is in.
Oh, we're on it.
They're smurfing. Look at this. We got to start with DMG versus Rich Gang. Rich Gang are leading the pack, by the way. Chaos versus Venom Crest. Ruddy versus DMG. This will be such an interesting one. Rich Gang versus Chaos. It's time for Chaos to show up that they can fight, they can throw punches, and at the end of the day, it's going to be Venom Crest versus Ruddy to wrap off Group B. Any game you really want to see?
There's two teams I've got my eyes on, and that is Ruddy and Rich Gang. Rich Gang were 2-0 last week. Is that the caliber of team this is? Because that was a little bit surprising. And for Ruddy, we didn't see the best out of them for sure. And I want to see them step it up this week.
Yeah, I have permanently got my eyes on Venom Crest because I feel like this is a team that I'm almost surprised if I'm not surprised by them, if that makes sense. Obviously, could have gone a little bit better for them last week, only going 1-1, but that matchup against Ruddy I think is going to be very interesting. Ruddy definitely looking a little bit shaky, and Venom Crest have made a habit in the past of beating teams that on paper have significantly more firepower than them.
Agree 100%. Now, it's time for us to have a conversation, you and me, back on your house, on chat, okay? Look at me. Now look at this chair. You want one? It's quite easy. All you have to do is head on to Twitter and follow NLC LOL. And then you go on to Instagram. I know you have it. I've seen your page. You go on to Arozzi Officials on Instagram and follow them as well. Then you like and retweet the post on Twitter. And you might find yourself sitting on one of these beauties. I can testify that these are actually extremely comfortable. Middlecott can't. Foxtrot can't as well. But I can solely testify this is so comfortable. So it's up to you to head on to those two pages and just follow and retweet. You have to do nothing. Just that. Hundreds of people are doing it already, okay? So it's time for you to step up back at home, okay, chat? Okay. From both of you, Middlecott and Foxtrot, last words. Come on. Hit me.
I would love a new chair. I would absolutely love a new chair right now.
Oh, You were crying for the entire split for your new mouse, and you got the mouse, and you were insufferable. So I believe you're gonna get like a bench or something at the end of the day. No chair for you, good sir. Foxdrop, plead for the chair, Fox.
I plead for it, mate. I've got it sitting downstairs. I just need to build it.
There you go. Wait, what do you mean? Wait.
It's.
I had to fight to get my own chair. I was like, please, I know you have the chair. Just deliver it to my place. And delivery was like, oh, I don't know. We can't find your chair. I'm like, you're robbing me. And you have one sitting downstairs.
It needs assembly, but it's
I'm
gonna
gonna come and
here
steal
next
that
week.
chair. I'm gonna come and steal that chair, Foxy. Okay, you better watch out.
That's fine,
You're the
mate.
teacher.
Go
You
for
can't
it.
say those things. You're the teacher. Fox, what do you have to say?
Two things. Firstly,
Chaos.
bring on the tiebreakers. I'm excited for those on Friday. That's going to be fun because we have some very up and down performances from all of those teams. I don't know what's going to happen. And secondly, middle court, if you do break into my house, please stick the dishwasher on because that could use it.
With that in mind, we thank you so much for tuning in for today. Today was Group A. It is a wrap, but for Group B, we still have to wait for tomorrow. We had the beautiful Solari and the amazing initialized casting. We had Middlecourt and Foxtrot on the desk, allowing us to have a beautiful day as well. Production doing their best, and you back at home being beautiful watching this, because without you, it's not even the same. It's not the same, so we need you tomorrow as well at the same time, so we can wrap up Group B as well. My name is Asherom. It is a lovely pleasure to have you with us. Kat, you can't do that. Stop biting me. With that in mind, I'll send you for tomorrow. I'll see you soon. Until then, keep climbing. Stop biting. I'll see you soon. What? You little cat.